Doors be open quand on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government responses to one petition.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 51 of the Transport Canada Act, I have the honour to table this morning the examination or the review of the Canada Transport Act.
And his team for their valuable examination of how we can maximize our transportation system's contribution to Canada's economic growth. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Excuse me. Mr. McCallum, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. McCallum, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance conference that was held in Washington, D.C., United States of America from October 4th to 6th, 2015. And the second concerns the annual meeting of the Southern Governors Association that was held in St. Louis, Missouri, United States of America from October 15th to 16th of 2015. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the honourable member from Malpeque upon his election as the House co-chair of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Reports.
Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying entitled Medical Assistance in Dying, a Patient-Centered Approach. If you permit me, I'd like to also take just a moment to thank the members of the committee, members of Parliament and senators who worked both diligently and extremely faithfully on this difficult and very rewarding study. We were, I will tell you, unable to reach consensus. However, the majority of the committee, representing members from both parties, were able to agree with the vast majority of the report. I will acknowledge the dissenting report with disappointment that they were unable to reach consensus with us, and want to say that they fundamentally had a flawed understanding of a paragraph of the Supreme Court of Canada.
Just a minute. I think members will know that during presenting reports from committees, it's not a time for debate. It's simply a time to describe the committee, the report that's being presented in a very few words. So if the member has a last couple of words to finish up without entering into debate, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is my pleasure to present the report and thank the committee for its work, all the members of the committee for their very diligent work. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Liaison Committee regarding committee activities and expenditures. And second to that, I also have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to the supplementary estimates 2015-2016. Thank you very much.
Good.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt du projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Law, seconded.
Sorry, Mr. Bagnall says you're right.
Oh, pardon me, we have another report from committee, I believe. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's a private member's bill.
I understand the member is going to be introducing a private member's bill. That comes a little later. So that we've got a list. We've got not quite a number today. So let's all be patient. Mr. Law, seconded by Mr. McColman, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend the Excise Act 2001 Spirits. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, seconded by the honourable member for Brantford-Brant, to reduce the excise tax on spirits. Canadian spirits are world-renowned, and our nation produces premium products that represent nearly $1 billion in exports each year. Lowering the excise tax rate would allow the Canadian spirit industry to invest and be more competitive on the global market. Canadian agriculture and tourism industries will also benefit from a more competitive spirit sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Law, seconded by Mr. McColman, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Oliphant, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank the member from Don Valley West for seconding this bill. And I want to acknowledge a previous member, Claude Gravel, who also raised this matter. Thank you. The bill that we have here has a number of changes that I, of course, support. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, it calls on the provinces and all stakeholders to develop a plan to cooperate in finding a cure and dealing with the challenges of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. Mr. Speaker, there's probably no family in this country that can say they haven't in some way been hurt by these particular diseases. That being said, we know it's increasing. There's over 700,000 Canadians who are currently suffering from Alzheimer's and other related dementias. And as we know, as the population increases, the word is that this is going to increase. And so this has the support, I know, of a number of stakeholders, and in particular the Alzheimer's Society of Canada. And so I appreciate if all members can revisit this area and have a look at it, and I hope it gets the support of everyone that comes up for second reading. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Oliphant, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. The member for Brossard Saint-Labar is being humorous, but she should be a little more quiet. Ms. Trudell, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code Replacement Workers. This motion is deemed adopted. Honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to introduce this bill to amend the Canada Labour Code. I'd like to thank the member for Saskatoon West who has seconded it. As the Progressive Opposition, we take to heart the promotion of equality of rights for workers in this country. That's why this morning I'm tabling a private member's bill dealing with replacement workers called scabs during a lockout. The adoption of this bill will send a very strong message to workers across the country. The right to negotiate collectively on an equal footing for all workers' conditions. This is an important fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Trudel, appuyé.
Ms. Trudel, seconded by Ms. Benson, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Sims, I gather. Oh, seconded by Ms. Stroh. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Fetal Alcohol Disorder. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Yukon.
I rise to introduce an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Fetal Alcohol Disorder, seconded by the member for Humber River Black Creek. I first want to give credit to the Canadian Bar Association and former President Rod Snow, whose recommendation formed the basis of this bill, and the member for Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, who first tabled the identical bill on March 10, 2015. I must say, when the precursor to this bill was debated in this House, every member of every party spoke in favour. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great emotion to introduce this private member's bill, which will amend the Criminal Code to establish a procedure for the assessment of individuals who are involved in the criminal justice system and who may suffer from fetal alcohol disorder. It requires the court to consider a determination that the offender suffers from a fetal alcohol disorder as a mitigating factor in sentencing. It also requires the Correctional Service of Canada to recognize the existence of fetal alcohol disorder as a disability within that system. Colleagues, MPs and Senators, this bill could alleviate so much human suffering of innocence. I commend it into your hands.
Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Ms. Stroh, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Lapointe, seconded by Mr. Ayoub, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Payment Card Networks Act, Credit Card Acceptance Fees. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me, and with great pleasure, that I rise today to introduce my first bill. I'd like to thank the member for Thérèse de Blainville for seconding my motion. This will make a change to the Payment Card Networks Act in order to establish a ceiling on acceptance fees for the payment card users. The objective is to reduce transaction fees, interchange fees, and credit card fees for merchants. Small merchants need some leeway, and we are the party for the middle class. Thank you.
Je rappelle aux députés.
I remind members to not mention the members' names, but only their riding names. Ms. Lapointe, seconded by Mr. Ayoub, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Malcolmson, moves for leave to introduce, Mr. Stewart, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Gender Equity. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to stand today and table the Candidate Gender Equity Act. This act seeks to amend the Canada Elections Act to create financial incentives for political parties to nominate more women and move toward gender parity in the lists of candidates put forward in elections. The Prime Minister voluntarily put in place this country's first gender-balanced cabinet, but we need to make laws that reinforce the idea that men and women are intrinsically equal. And because we are equal, the entire membership of this place should also be gender balanced. A record number 88 women MPs were elected in the 2015 election, but women still hold only 26% of the seats in the House of Commons, just 53rd in the world when compared to other countries. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The bill I submit here today is based on successful measures found in other countries such as France and Ireland. It has been drafted with the aid of a dozen international experts, including my wife, Dr. Jeanette Ash. We need real action to move toward gender parity here in this place, Mr. Speaker, because, to paraphrase the Prime Minister, because it's 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stewart, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mr. Fraser, Central Nova, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy for the Safe Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy for the Safe Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Central Nova for being my seconder. In my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, we have a one-of-a-kind facility called Danex Recycling. Danex is a company that completely breaks down and recycles spent mercury-bearing light bulbs, creating value and reducing dangerous waste in our landfills. I'm proud to have such a facility in Dartmouth Cole Harbour recycling these light bulbs every day. Mr. Speaker, we tell consumers to step out of the room if they break a CFL light bulb, to worry about mercury vapor in the air. But we don't protect our land and our waterways from toxic mercury by ensuring the safe disposal of these bulbs. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with a national strategy we can provide real environmental leadership and protect our waterways, our lands, and our future. I hope this bill will receive the support from all members of this House. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mr. Fraser, Central Nova, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Falk, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Charitable Gifts. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my private member's bill is short titled Fairness and Charitable Donations Gifts Act. And I'm very honoured to have the seconder contribute with this, and my seconder is a member from Perth Wellington, so I thank him for that. This bill recognizes the value and the good work that registered Canadian charities are doing, both secular and faith-based. It celebrates the work that is happening in the area of health care through foundations, through hospital foundations, through organizations that do health research like cancer and heart and stroke and the Alzheimer's Society. It also celebrates the good work that charities are doing in education, promoting higher education, and it celebrates the area that charities are contributing to our social services, like areas like food banks and homeless shelters, addictions counseling, and also in refugee resettlement. This bill will better enable registered Canadian charities to attract donations by providing the same favorable percentage of federal tax credits that a political donation would receive to that of a donation made to a registered Canadian charity. I believe, and I think all the members in this House believe, as I think Canadians believe, that feeding a politician should be no more important than feeding the hungry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to speaking further to this bill.
Mr. Falk, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. May, Cambridge, seconded by Mr. Badaway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Tax Credit First Aid. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am excited to rise in this House to introduce my private member's bill, a bill that will save lives and improve the quality of life for all Canadians. Students across this country benefit from a federal tuition tax credit helping to make post-secondary education more affordable. This bill proposes a similar non-refundable tax credit for anyone who takes life-saving first aid, CPR, or AED training. Canadians with skills and knowledge in first aid and CPR are able to help others in emergency medical situations. The value of a life saved or injury prevented and the knowledge of what to do in an emergency is a skill that we should all have. The rate of survival for those suffering from cardiac arrest is increased by 50 to 500% if a bystander has CPR training. With this bill, we can show that Parliament recognizes the life-saving power of first aid and CPR and show Canadians that we value that training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. May, seconded by Mr. Badaway, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Friday, February the 26th, 2016, the House shall consider Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act at second reading, and when no member rises to speak or at the expiry of the time provided for government orders, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Monday, March 7, 2016, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. Carried. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table petitions signed by constituents in my riding of Perth Wellington regarding potential changes to the Elections Act. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand today in the House to present a petition from voters in my area who want to ensure that Canadians have a fair electoral system. The petitioners recognize that our current system produces false majorities and that the seat count of each party in this House does not reflect the vote count that they received in the 2015 election. Therefore, they call upon the House of Commons to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure voters can cast an equal and effective vote, are governed by a fairly elected parliament, live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians that represent a majority of the voters, and they call upon the House to introduce a form of proportional representation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to present a second petition from Yukoners who note that where the number of MPs a party achieves is not reflective of the number of voters that cast votes for that party, and where a fair voting system would give each community fair and accountable representation. They call upon the House of Commons to immediately undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure Canadians live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians representing a majority of voters.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition today that I have to say shocked me when I received it from the petitioners. Because it's Black History Month this February, I was particularly disturbed to find, and I do support, I know it doesn't matter if we support a petition or not, but this one is titled Recognition of Derogatory Geographical Names in Canada. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of place names that use the N-word. I'm not going to use it in this context, obviously, but Blank Rapids, La Battereau de Blanc, Premier Rapide Blank Eddy, and so on. The petitioners ask that the House of Commons recognize that these geographical names must be replaced with names that cease to be racist and prejudicial and do not reflect Canadian values. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is very straightforward. It refers to the issue of the management of marine protected areas and asks that the government branches simplify multilateral communications and responsibilities within marine protected areas. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment. Oh. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm very pleased to rise and present this petition on behalf of a couple hundred of my constituents from Louisdale, from River Bourgeois, Grand Grave, Manitou, Louisbourg, and they're all concerned about the state of poverty in the country, and they want the Government of Canada to work with the provinces and territories to implement an anti-poverty plan based on human rights that focuses on income security. They want us to work with partners to establish measurable goals, timelines, and indicators on the progress, and I'm very pleased to present this on their behalf.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise today to table a petition dealing with visiting visas, in particular from residents who have signed on from Winnipeg North. A lot of frustration in countries like Ukraine, Philippines, India, and particularly the Punjab, where they're trying to get visitors to be able to come to Canada for wonderful celebrations, whether they're weddings, graduations, or just be able to visit with family, and being turned down. They're asking the Government of Canada to take into consideration, extra consideration I should say, the family connections, how important they are, and to do what we can to improve the system so that more people will be able to visit Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, motion de l'opposition sur la...
Opposition motion on employment insurance, standing in the name of Ms. Trudel.
Ms. Trudel, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moves that the House A acknowledge that mounting job losses combined with a lack of access to employment insurance, EI, contribute to growing income inequality and a situation where too many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, and B, demande au gouvernement.
B, call on the government to honor its campaign promises and throne speech commitment to strengthen the EI system, to make sure that it best serves both the Canadian economy and all Canadians who need it. By taking immediate action, 2, 1, create a universal qualifying threshold of 360 hours for EI, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment.
2, annuler les modifications.
2, immediately repeal the harmful reforms of the previous government, including those that force unemployed workers to move away from their communities, take lower-paying jobs, and those that eliminated the extended EI benefits pilot program to help seasonal workers.
3, protect the EI account to ensure that funds are only spent on benefits for Canadians, including training, and never again used to boost the government's bottom line. Debate.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to table and to present to the House this opposition motion on the importance of accessibility to EI. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski.
Nous avons la chance au Canada d'avoir...
We're lucky in Canada to have put in place a social safety net to help those who go through a difficult time meet their needs while they're getting back on their feet. Unfortunately, these social safety nets are becoming frayed. We're seeing a trend where Canadians' families have more difficulty making ends meet. The economy is volatile, and good jobs are not only harder to find, but there are more part-time jobs and more precarious jobs. There are entire sectors of our economy that are either having a hard time or are disappearing entirely. So I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree, that it's time that we start to repair our social safety net and help all Canadians make ends meet and have a better life. Employment insurance is a very important safety net. It helps people who lose their jobs pay their bills, put food on the table, send their kids to school. It's a benefit to both workers and employers who need seasonal qualified workers to make their business work. And, Mr. Speaker, there are many businesses, for example, golf clubs, where employees need a certain level of expertise, but they're seasonal workers because in a country like ours, there's no golf in the winter. So these people rely on EI, but they're qualified, highly trained workers for example, making sure that the grass is proper. That might seem banal, but it's essential. And unfortunately, with the changes that have been made to EI, that expertise is disappearing. Over the last 2 decades, accessibility to EI has gotten harder. Let's be clear, the previous governments have seriously hurt employment insurance. And one major problem is the fact that governments should not be allowed to take money out of the EI fund to balance the budget. And we've seen that over the years. Governments take money out of the EI fund, money that belongs to workers. That's money that workers give with every paycheck, and the budget is balanced on the backs of workers, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Over $57 billion have been taken out of the EI fund to balance government budgets. If that money had been left in the fund, that accessibility that's disappearing would still be there. But unfortunately, in December of last year, it's the most recent month for which we have data, only 38.9% of Canadians without a job received EI benefits. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not because those people had a job or because the economy is going well. No, it's because people are discouraged with the reforms that were put in place under the last government. We have workers who are very discouraged. I'll give you an example from my riding of Jonquière. We have a Service Canada office that was closed. So, along with the difficulty of having the right number of hours and getting information, people no longer have an office to go to get information. It's been closed. So people are discouraged. And these are often people who live in poverty because they can't access their EI benefits. And it's a vicious circle because Canadians who don't have access to employment insurance generally occupy precarious jobs where it's difficult to accumulate enough hours to access EI. And I'm not making this up. It's the Parliamentary Budget Officer who himself has outlined this problem. In my region, in my riding of Jonquière, I have many examples to give you. There are a lot of seasonal workers who are highly qualified, who do great work and who love their jobs. They've chosen to move to our region. We have a great quality of life around Lac Saint-Jean, and they have jobs for which they are qualified, and they're proud of their jobs. We have a natural resources industry that has to lay off workers because prices are low and their businesses aren't profitable. When employers want to rehire them, the employees aren't there anymore. They've left the region because they can't access employment insurance. There are many people who have had to leave the region in my riding of Jonquière. They have to go outside of the region, and I've met many who leave Quebec to find a job. They leave their families, they sell their homes, and that means that we lose vitality in our regions, in our municipality, and we lose qualified workers with great expertise. There are even workers in car sales, for example, who haven't been able to go back to work after a 3-year lockout because, given that those are service jobs, and that starts up again slowly, with the reforms to EI, those people don't have the right following the labor conflict to access EI. They don't qualify because the law isn't open enough to give them access to EI benefits. So these people find themselves, unfortunately, waiting to go back to work, a job that in which they have experience, they're qualified, they believe in it, they want to work in their region, but unfortunately they find themselves under the poverty line because of this. So we need to protect the EI fund to ensure that it is only used to help Canadians. And obviously, that can be used to give them benefits, but also to give them training. When workers lose their jobs, we need to ensure that there's enough money available to offer them training so that they can find a new job in their region.
Obviously, we also need to repeal the negative changes made by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to hear during the election campaign that we were not the only ones to be asking for a repeal of the Conservatives' reforms. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that that was an issue that was very much discussed during the campaign. We had many people on the government side as well who did promote the repealing of the reform and even to decrease the number of hours required so that there would be better accessibility. Obliging workers to accept a salary that's as much as 30% less than what they were earning previously, with the threat of them losing their benefits, is simply taking these workers as second-class citizens. There are several different causes for the changes made to the EI system because of the hours worked, or in light of the hours worked, but also the territory. So if a family decides to live in one municipality with the Conservatives' reform, oftentimes mothers of families are finding difficulty to be able to get to work. They won't be able to move far enough away. We need to make sure that we keep the places where they can work. For seasonal workers, it's often not the fault of the workers themselves. It's the industry's fault that they can't work. For example, in people working in forestry, for example, they can't go work in the forest in the winter. They can't be cleaning up brush during that season. So I could go on all day, Mr. Speaker. But this is why we are proposing a threshold of 360 hours regardless of where the person lives. It should be the same level for everyone. And also, I hope to have a lot of support in this chamber from my colleagues to be able to have universal benefits and also decrease or change the rules so that there's better accessibility and better service. And one thing that is so important is that we should never be allowed to dip into the EI fund again. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Minister, l'Honourable Ministre de l'Emploi.
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague what the position she takes on providing assistance to the areas hard hit by the commodity drop and what she's recommending for those people that are impacted in Alberta, Newfoundland and Labrador, for example.
La députée de
The Honourable
Jonquière.
Member for Jonquière. I thank my colleague for that question. Earlier during my speech, I mentioned that we could have a budget, in the budget, a certain sum of money to provide extra training to help these people to develop new skills. For example, in my riding of Jonquière, unfortunately, we've had closures of different industries, and we have to take care of those people. I feel that it's our responsibility to set up programs, to have funds that are available to provide training so that these people will be able to find them new jobs for themselves and develop new ideas as well, innovative ideas and creative ideas, and will grow our economy and develop other sectors where we might not have thought of these things, and also give the impetus to become entrepreneurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, Burnaby, rather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it has changed from Burnaby, New Westminster, Burnaby. Je voulais féliciter mon collègue.
I wanted to congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech. And over the last 20 years, first of all with the former Liberal government and now with the Conservative government, cuts one after another affecting the entire EI system, and as she knows very well. It means that the great majority of workers who are unemployed do not have access to an insurance plan, one into which they have already paid. And so we have a problem when that person or that family which has paid its premiums into the system has no access when they are really in need. So I wanted her to talk a bit about what the impact is in the Jonquière-Saint-Jean region. These cuts mean that unemployed people have no access to employment insurance. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I thank my colleague for his question. The impacts are really flagrant. I've toured my riding and spoken to them, and if I look at the forestry industry, for example, this is a sector that's often seasonal. And I found people in my riding, my constituents, that find themselves with no EI. In the past, it was something that worked well for seasonal workers. The 5-week waiting period is now referred to as the black hole, but it helped our workers in seasonal jobs, because if there was a breakdown in equipment or bad weather or something, snow arrived earlier than expected in the season, they would find themselves missing some weeks. So the 5 weeks could help them tremendously, and it could also help families to continue to invest in our economy and to pay their bills and feed their families, because the impact is significant. We find people who have little income, and it's disastrous if we see single parents who have to meet their family's needs and find themselves with no salary and have to sell off their assets. It has a major impact on the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the NDP can explain why it is. What they've done is they said they want to establish a 360-hour threshold. There's no recognition at all in regards to the different regions of the country. Rather, it's just one threshold that would apply to all of the country. I'm wondering if the member can convey any thoughts. Do the NDP believe that there are employment situations in which differentiate between different regions, or should every region be treated in the same in terms of a standard threshold of the 360? And if so, why the 360 as their set hours?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I thank my colleague for that question. It's so important and very relevant for the 360-hour threshold. It's important to have a universal threshold, Mr. Speaker. For example, in my riding, the geography is divided into 2 different areas. And if you're 50 kilometers apart, two different workers might be working for the same business, but who live 50 kilometers apart, won't have the right to the same number of hours for accessibility. So for the business, if it shuts down after everyone's worked for 300 hours, well, depending on where the person lives, one will qualify for EI, but the other won't. depending on whether it's a seasonal worker or the context of the closure. So it's important for everyone in our economy to have a universal threshold, and 360 hours appears to be reasonable to me to be able to help our workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanik Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud to rise in this House to speak to our motion today, essentially calling on the new Liberal government to act immediately and fix employment insurance for Canadians. On this side of the House, we know that the NDP has always stood up for Canadian workers, workers who depend on a strong social safety net, a safety net that they can rely on. That safety net has been under attack in the last few decades. The most vicious attacks were undertaken by past Liberal and Conservative governments, whose actions in the 90s have caused a great deal of harm to particularly the employment insurance system. In recent months, we have heard a great number of promises coming from the government benches on how they plan to fix the EI system, a system that many of their constituents rely on as well. But that kind of support is not, we have yet to see in action. And in fact, despite commitments that were made even in the election by the governing party, one that was definitely not made was one to stop pillaging billions of dollars from the EI account. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a member of Parliament, you always have to know your history. So let's look at that history. Let's go back to the 1990s. The Liberal Prime Minister at the time, in the 1990s, adopted a series of measures that led to a drastic drop in EI eligibility. The fundamentals of these changes were brought into power as well by progressive Conservative government, then governed by Brian Mulroney. The Liberal Party, when it came back into power, did not miss the opportunity to continue the work of dismantling the employment insurance system. In 1994, then-Minister Axworthy proposed a reform of the employment insurance system and the adoption of a new bill in 1996 that radically changed how employment insurance, then called unemployment insurance, worked. It changed the system from an insurance mechanism to something that put more emphasis on individuals' responsibility to sort out their employment situation. The consequences of these measures were dire. The proportion of unemployed Canadians who received benefits was nearly cut in half between 1990 and 1997. Now, Mr. Speaker, many, not just progressive economists and progressive researchers, but others, including the Conference Board of Canada, have made a direct connection between the cuts to employment insurance and the rise of income inequality in our country. As the Liberals of the 1990s continue to push forward with their changes, we are still living with the consequences today. Employment insurance is one of the strongest links in our social safety net, and it should come as no surprise that its demise has led to skyrocketing inequalities. Let's look at one of the most dramatic decisions to date when it comes to EI. The $51 billion that were pillaged by the Liberal government that were in the EI fund. This, as many know, is not government money. It's the money of Canadian workers and Canadian employers that were put into this fund. This was taken from the premiums employers and workers paid into the system, and it should have remained to help workers on an ongoing basis. Previous Conservative governments went full speed ahead with dangerous reforms that put a huge strain on Canadian workers. If half of Canadian unemployed workers had access to EI in the midst of the Liberal reforms in the 90s, the Conservatives doubled down on challenges to create even more barriers in accessing employment insurance. Many of these changes were mean-spirited, forcing workers to take a job that would be up to 1 hour away from where they lived, and taking lower-paid jobs at that. We often heard that the Conservatives wanted to match every job opening with Canadians that were able to do the work. But particularly in terms of seasonal workers, what they created were conditions where seasonal workers, many, had to give up their trade and leave their home communities. Today, less than 4 Canadian workers out of 10 facing unemployment have access to EI. In terms of accessibility rates, the unprecedented historic low of 36.5% eligibility was reached while at the Conservatives' helm. How did we get here? By repeatedly putting up barriers to accessing employment insurance. The increase in work hours that is now between 420 to 700 hours, depending on where one lives, is a considerable barrier to accessing the system. A Canadian living in Western Canada might have to work much longer than a Canadian in the East in order to access employment insurance. Having inconsistent access rates between one region has the unintended consequence of not being able to take into account a rapidly changing economic situation in certain parts of the country. This, Mr. Speaker, has to be changed. That is why the NDP stands by its proposal and stands along with many other advocates in supporting the proposal of moving to a universal 360-hour threshold for workers, regardless of where they live. The Alberta government has requested an alleviation and demands that the government take into account the rapidly degrading economic situation in their part of the country. Premier Notley said Albertans should be able to enjoy the same access to benefits, and we hope that the federal government will act on their needs. This dramatic shift in the economic situation for the people of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and in other parts of the country is one of the reasons why we feel that it is a priority to present this motion in the House here today. The creation of a universal qualifying threshold, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment, should be a priority for this government. The regional threshold never made any sense, but it has been shown in recent months as an ill-advised approach to administering a critical program. The bottom line is that employment insurance should be there for every worker that needs it, regardless of where they live, and the system has to take into account the economic condition of various areas in the country so that things can shift quickly. A lower threshold would also allow for more Canadians to have access to the regime, and we hope that the government will take this into account immediately. We are also proud to introduce a proposal that would repeal other aspects of the harmful Conservative reforms, including the need for Canadians to uproot themselves to find employment. A one-hour commute should not be imposed on Canadians as an eligibility criteria to receive the benefits for which they have paid. We are also proud to present measures to protect the EI account from political interference and to ensure that what workers and employers pay into the system will only be used for their benefit and will not be used to fund tax reductions for the richest Canadians or for the biggest corporations. Considering the timing of this motion, Mr. Speaker, we hope that our colleagues in all parties will find that the federal government must take immediate action. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the motion tabled by my colleague from Jonquière today is well timed. We must reiterate the need to do away with the EI reforms presented by the previous government, a repeal that is agreed upon in Quebec and in the Maritimes. Anyone who's had to go through the EI process will know that the obstacles for access to the program have become insurmountable for far too many workers. It's true that more than 6 out of 10 Canadians who lose their jobs do not qualify for benefits. That means that a great majority of Canadians who lose their jobs can find themselves without any revenue whatsoever as soon as their professional situation goes downhill. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this is the fruit of the various reforms dismantling this important part of our social security system carried out by the Liberals and the Conservatives. This work must be done seriously, and we hope that we will be able to do this with civil society and groups of unemployed in order to keep the pressure on the government to ensure that they build the social safety net that is needed by workers.
In front of us today is fundamentally about justice, a principle that ought to guide all of us as Canadian parliamentarians. The need to achieve justice for Canadian workers, the need to achieve justice for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, let's fix employment insurance. Thank you.
Here, here. Bravo.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And I was very proud with the platform put forward by our government, certainly through the election. And it's interesting to note, at the early outset of committees, my colleague across had even received support for a study that was going to be held on EI and EI reform. So I'm just asking her, how this sort of squares the circle with wanting to go forward with an EI study, but presenting these changes that she presents in the motion today.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwantanuk-Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am very proud that our motion at HUMA Committee is going forward. Very succinct, focused study on based on hearing from Canadians what exactly they're facing right now, and obviously to add to the urgency of the need for action, and that's what we're presenting in the House of Commons today. As the member across pointed out, many commitments were made in the election by the government, and it's time to act. I mean, in Alberta, the rate of employment insurance applications has doubled. We know that only 39% of eligible workers are receiving EI. I mean, it truly is reaching a crisis point. So, what we're saying is that we need to act. We need to obviously hear from workers, from advocates, from industry, from stakeholders, and let's not delay action. So we hope that the new Liberal government will act to fix EI immediately.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech on the motion today. At the beginning of her speech, she mentioned the fact that her party has consistently stood up for Canadian workers. One of the things that I believe Canadians want is to work, Mr. Speaker. And what this motion proposes is 2 months of work for effectively 1 year of EI. So rather than focus, and it's important to have that social safety net because it is a temporary measure and it's proposed as that in a difficult situation, I'd be more curious in hearing the member's position on supporting job and job growth for Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Churchill, Kiwantanuk-Aski.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Well, if the member was listening to my speech, I mean, the need to support employment insurance, a system that is paid for by Canadian workers and Canadian employers is critical in closing the gap in terms of inequality in our country. Coming from Western Canada, I'm aware of many people that are right now hurting a great deal, losing their jobs. Coming from Manitoba, people are moving back because they've lost their jobs on the oil patch. And they need something to pull them through until they find that next job. So I think we need to take seriously what people are going through, the fact that they paid into EI, that they have the right to access EI, and of course, as was pointed out, most people in Western Canada aren't eligible given the unfair barriers that they face. And so today, we're here to talk about the need to fix a system that workers have paid into, that belongs to Canadian workers, and I hope that all Canadian parliamentarians will support this. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. The EI system is celebrating its 75th year this year, and what we've seen with the reforms over the years is that there have been many reforms. They've always had the same result, and it's it's harder and harder to get access to benefits, and benefits have gone down. Being eligible for EI is one thing, but I'd like her to tell us about the changes that were made and the impact because of the 3 categories of work, for example, that are problematic for the system. If she could comment on that, the Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and acknowledge the important work that he's done on employment insurance. Clearly, there is a list of reforms that need to be put in place in order to turn around the measures put in place by the Conservatives. As the motion says, we hope to be able to force the government to take action swiftly. Ultimately, it's all about seasonal workers back home for me, in other areas. This is what people out west are facing. Ultimately, Canadian workers are going through a crisis. We need to take action immediately, and that's why we have put this agenda forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This opposition motion gives me an opportunity to discuss Canada's employment social safety net and the urgent changes that are needed, as well as explaining why we will be opposing the motion. Any system where in some regions of Canada 26% of workers are covered and in other areas 95% of workers are covered is a system that is not working. The state of unemployment and the rapid job losses in areas with a strong dependency on commodities is top of mind for this government. In recent years, Canadian labour markets, demographic profile, family and community supports have continued to evolve rapidly. At times, challenging an old model and leaving, unfortunately, workers outside the safety net that was created to help them, even though they are the ones paying for that protection. This is a very real problem, and that's why the Liberals have made a strong commitment to Canadians in the election. We are working hard to strengthen employment insurance and to make sure it serves both Canadian economy and the Canadians that need it. Our goal is to modernize our worker insurance program to make it modern, fair, and flexible, and respond to the needs of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let me now tell you what we have in the works. We have committed and are prepared to eliminate the NERI provision, which means those that are newly entering or re-entering the workforce. This is a particularly offensive change that the previous government brought in, and unfortunately that this motion does not address. I hope that does not mean that the NDP are actually opposed to those changes. The current rules puts immigration and youth at a disadvantage, a program which is ineffective and actually makes youth engagement in the workplace even more difficult. We believe Canada's young people and immigrants deserve a fair chance. And that's why we will do away with these mean-spirited Conservative government provisions. Our changes to NERI will ensure that all Canadians are treated equally under our EI system. These changes will allow many more Canadians access to the EI program. Secondly, here we agree with the opposition motion to modifying the 2012 changes that forced workers to move away from their communities and take lower-paying jobs. This was and is totally unacceptable, and we are working to change the situation. This was a Liberal Party platform commitment, and we intend to keep it. Mr. Speaker, we are also committed to helping young families, something the opposition motion does not address. Does this mean, once again, that they support the present system in terms of parental EI benefits? We understand the system is not meeting the needs of families and the middle class. We are committed to providing a more flexible parental benefit program. And, Mr. Speaker, to complement this, we plan to introduce a more flexible and compassionate care benefit, a situation where many Canadians find themselves looking after elderly parents or other sick family members. The system must be more inclusive and would be available to caregivers who are providing care for seriously ill family members. Again, an area the opposition has chosen not to see as a priority. Mr. Speaker, we also know that when a person loses their job, it's also important when they collect their first check. Time is of the essence. Canadians expect to receive their benefits as quickly as possible. That is why our government will be reducing the waiting time or deductible from 2 weeks to 1 week. Mr. Speaker, we will improve service standards by improving service delivery, something the previous government chose to compromise. We will begin this process by streamlining program rules. The present rules are cumbersome, hurt workers, and actually cost the government in administrative wages. We are also committed to reducing EI premium rates, which will help businesses, particularly small businesses, by reducing payroll costs. This initiative will help all payers, both the workers and the employers. Some of the basic principles of EI is that claimants are entitled to employment insurance regular benefits if they were employed in an insurable employment. Secondly, they lost their job through no fault of their own. Thirdly, they've been without work and without pay for at least 7 consecutive days in the last 52 weeks. Also, that they have worked for the required number of insurable employment hours in the last 52 weeks or since the start of their last EI claim, whichever is shorter. And that they are ready, willing, and capable of working each day and are actively looking for work, keeping a written record of employers that they contacted, including when they contacted them. The EI program is also there to help them balance work and life responsibilities through EI special benefits. For example, Mr. Speaker, a worker could claim EI sickness benefits in the event of an illness, maternity benefits for pregnancy, parental benefits for the birth or adoption of a child, or compassionate care benefits or parents of critically ill children benefits for family caregiving needs. Mr. Speaker, the EI program isn't just about charging premiums and paying out benefits. This is where the labour market development agreements come in. Each year, the government provides $2 billion to all provinces and territories for employment programs and services. These focus primarily on helping current and former EI claimants prepare for jobs and get those jobs. Our government is committed to moving forward on investing even more in labour market development agreements to province and territories and to support training for those unemployed workers. In addition, we are committed to expanding the Canada Job Fund agreements, which currently provide $500 million annually to provinces and territories. The Canada Job Fund is unique in that it provides employment services and supports those that are unemployed and are not eligible for EI benefits. We will also continue to strengthen existing tools and services. This includes the National Job Bank, which is intended to help unemployed Canadians return to work. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we're tackling the issue of unemployment from all angles. Our government is also monitoring the level of employment and unemployment across the country, understanding that Canadians need support right now. My Cabinet colleague, the Minister of Finance, took a positive step this week and offered support to Alberta at this time of need. Specifically, the federal government will provide Alberta with the advance of a fiscal stabilization payment of approximately $251 million. Let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians who need EI immediately are receiving it. Today, there is double the number of EI claimants in Alberta compared to a year ago. And in recent months, the number of claimants in Saskatchewan has shot up by 30%, and also in Newfoundland and Labrador has seen staggering numbers. But employment insurance requirements are flexible, and they need to respond to economic changes as well as the specific needs of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador. There is some flexibility built into the program which allows it to respond to deteriorating economic conditions and changes in local labour markets, and we measure this by looking at regional unemployment rates. When a region's unemployment rate rises, the entrance requirement is reduced and the duration of benefits increases. And we see those forces at work in regions affected by the decrease in the commodity prices. The EI system tries to support also Canadians through a program called the Work Sharing Program, which is an adjustment program designed to help employers and employees avoid layoffs when there is a temporary downturn in business that is beyond the control of the employer, particularly in the downturn for commodities is a good example. It provides income support to eligible employees who agree to work a temporarily reduced work week while their employer recovers. The goal is for all the participating employees to return to normal levels of working hours by the end of the work-sharing agreement. Work-sharing allows employers to retain those valuable, skilled employees and avoid the unnecessary rehiring and retraining costs when their business returns to normal levels. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the program helps employees keep their jobs and maintain their skills and connections to the labour market. While the employment insurance program is designed to cope with varying economic conditions and shifting circumstances, it must also keep up with today's labour market, which is rapidly changing. We need to ensure that the program is better aligned with today's labour market realities and responsiveness, not just to the needs of Canadian workers, but also to the needs of Canadian employers as well. We're also aware that service delivery is vital when it comes to EI. We want to make it as simple as possible for Canadians to get their benefits that they are entitled to. With that in mind, we will review the EI system with the goal of modernizing our system of income support for unemployed workers. Service Canada, which is our front face of service delivery, is continuing to modernize its services to provide all Canadians with ongoing improvements to its business model. This includes things like increased online services for clients and employers. We are also committed to improving service standards and the speed of pay for the EI program. These modernization efforts will provide Canadians with greater access to an increased range of information and services, no matter where they may live. Mr. Speaker, the men and women at our Service Canada offices across the country are keen to serve Canadians better. Moving forward, Service Canada will continue to ensure implementation of all EI service transformation agenda to be responsive and cost-effective. The unemployment rate and need to provide temporary income support is a pressing issue, and our government understands that. We have pinpointed a number of important changes in the upcoming budget. We'll outline those steps that we have committed to Canadians. and which Canadians have endorsed. We want to make sure that the needs of Canadians are reflected and make sure that any program changes be founded on sound analysis of the evidence and that careful consideration be given to labour market impacts and the costs of individual measures. Mr. Speaker, our government is working quickly and diligently to deliver support to Canadians when they need it most. We recognize the need for change, and we are taking action to change the employment insurance system for the better. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. On la députée.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. I listened very carefully, and I acknowledge all of the efforts undertaken by Service Canada, which was butchered by the previous government, and we'll see the results. But some of the measures that are being announced, well, we wonder why they weren't, she's asking why they weren't in our motion, but I think that we have fought to the battle on all aspects of EI in the past, and I don't think that anyone who would be offended by compassionate benefits being increased. But at the heart of our motion today is how can we respond to the urgent situation? Is it logical, in fact, to think that for a worker who loses his or her job, he must justify up to 420 or 720 hours before qualifying for EI, a system into which he's contributed? It's as if we're to ask someone who has medical insurance to claim based on the type of illness and based on the regional requirements, etc. That doesn't make sense for someone who has lost a job and who needs immediate support, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reforms to EI will ensure that more Canadians are able to access EI and when they need it, and where we are committed to improving the EI program so that it is responsive to the needs of Canadian workers and employers, and also that meets our fiscal responsibilities to all Canadians. To that end, we are moving forward with the initiatives that include eliminating discrimination against workers that are newly entered, reversing the 2012 changes of forcing individuals to move, rationalizing and expanding labour market agreements, developing more flexible parental benefits, easing access to EI supports, reducing wait times and improving service, reducing EI premiums, and undertaking a broad review. That broad review will include comments from experts, from Canadians, Indigenous people, those that are workers, on the issue of a flat rate. That's the point of having an open and fair discussion. So I look forward to the continued consultation on EI reforms, but at this point, the issue here is to allow Canadians to speak to the question. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Labour for her speech and for being here today. I'm buoyed by the fact that the Liberals will be voting against this motion. But just a question for the Minister. She talked about addressing unemployment from every angle, but the one angle she hasn't talked about in her 20-minute speech was actually having an atmosphere out there to help create jobs, which I think is the most important angle when it comes to addressing unemployment. She also, yesterday, she mentioned in question period that unemployment insurance or employment insurance is not working for any Canadians right now. I wish she would go and talk to Albertans, people in Saskatchewan and Atlantic Canada who are relying on employment insurance right now, and ask them if it's working for them. They're using it to pay their mortgage and keep their heads above water. But she also talked about her speech how important this $250 million is to give to Alberta, how much that's going to help Albertans who are out of work. That's $60 per Albertan. I would like the Minister to explain to me, how does she feel this token $250 million is going to help the 125,000 Albertans out of work? Here, here.
Minister of Employment.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the question. It gives me an opportunity to point out that this is a government that ran on a platform of job creation. Right. That we talked about the need to invest in the economy, to invest in infrastructure, to create those new jobs, to help to redeploy those workers which unfortunately were laid off because of the commodity price depression that we're facing. These are investments that will make a difference in Alberta, in Manitoba, in Newfoundland, and across the whole country. Our focus is job creation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the Minister on her speech, and I'm very excited about the forthcoming changes. But like many in the chamber here, I too am a fan of the great American philosopher Willie Nelson. And Willie Nelson has shared with us his definition of leadership. And that being, Willie said that a leader, when you see a group of people heading in a certain direction, you grab a baton and jump out in front. And I'm here 15 years now, so maybe, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if there's a little bit of cynic in me. I see today's motion by the NDP as sort of being a little bit of, let's jump out in front of it here. They know that the Liberal government, they know that we ran on a platform of change for EI. I can speak firsthand to the investment that the minister has made, working with her officials, working with her colleagues in Alberta, on coming up with a package that makes sense, that is progressive, that is going to be really respected by the Canadian people. My question to the minister, I know that she is close to making an announcement over the next bit of time here. Much of what we see in today's motion, does she think that the package coming forward will address many of the concerns that are being brought forward in the NDP motion today? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me an opportunity to once again indicate that, yes, we support much of the motion that the NDP presented, but I must point out that it was this Liberal government that ran on EI reform, not the members across the way. In fact, it was their decision to argue that they were going to balance the budget, which would have meant reducing supports for workers, reducing supports for the middle class, and actually seeing even higher unemployment. So yes, there are many parts of this motion we support, but we're going to go much, much further.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really glad that the Minister has joined us in the Chamber today. It's always nice to have a member of the executive branch of the government. The Liberals have a less than exemplary record on employment insurance. When they were last in power, they raided the EI account to the tune of $54 billion. It was money that was used to pay for corporate tax cuts and whatever else they wanted. The Conservatives continued on this same, stealing a page from the Liberal playbook. They diverted billions of dollars of EI premiums to cover budget holes. I mean, these premiums were paid by workers and by employers for one purpose only, to ensure employment. So what I would like the Minister to give us today is, will she commit to protecting the EI fund? And if she's not prepared to make that commitment, can she please provide this House with a reason why not? Thank you.
Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The use of EI funds for other purposes, which was illustrated by the Conservatives in 2010, I believe, to actually backdate the part of the huge debt incurred through those measures, was a very tough time, and in fact, emergency measures were needed. But dipping into the EI fund to pay for them was questionable at best. So in today's world, what we're saying is that EI is actually for the workers that receive it, and that indeed any surplus will be seen in, for example, in the reduction of EI benefits, EI costs that people pay. So Our intention, as the platform indicated, is that EI contributions will be used for the EI system.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech and laying out the reform. And I find it interesting, the comments that were just made, because the general practice of the previous Liberal governments were to deplete the EI fund to balance the budget, both in the Chrétien and the Martin governments, in the tune of almost $60 billion. So will this government continue that practice to use those funds to balance their budget?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we committed in the platform and as we've committed to Canadians, the goal of the EI system, the payments that workers make, that businesses make, is to support a platform that helps workers where they unfortunately lose their jobs. That is the purpose of the system. It's an insurance system, and that's how we intend to manage it.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to first indicate that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. A young and dynamic colleague who represents this rising generation of young women that we're very proud to have in our caucus among the new members who are joining our party and who joined our party in the last election. Mr. Speaker, today we have before us the opportunity to reaffirm the importance of employment insurance. It's a very important tool for workers when they are faced with the unfortunate, regrettable situation of losing their job. It's part of the realities of the market, and we have a system in place which allows us to dampen the dramatic effect that this can have on, for example, young families when a job is lost. So employment insurance is there, and that's what our government tried to do over the last decade, was to strengthen the mechanisms to help the most vulnerable, particularly. There are certain benefits put in place for those with illness or who had problems with justice. So we've always worked to improve the EI regime, and we're open to improvements to the employment insurance regime. And I could say that myself, over 20 years ago, I benefited from EI, and it was very appreciated. We had young children at the time, and it allowed us to make ends meet. Well, unfortunately, today, the NDP are heading down the wrong path, and they've moved a motion that contains not only some falsehoods, but it goes against the grain. It doesn't go in the right direction. It would mean it would not help those who have lost their jobs get richer. It proposes costly, ineffective measures, and again, it contains some falsehoods, and I will come back on those. Mr. Speaker, the NDP, with what they're calling for here is 2 months of work for a year of EI. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you receive EI, that's a fraction of the revenue that you get. So this means that we would be compensating people with insufficient income over a long period of time. The goal of EI is also to create conditions that help workers get back in the labor market. These measures would be costly for the EI plan. We know that it's a regime that is paid for on the one hand by employers and on the other hand by employees. And so this would put major pressure on these people. It could mean up to $4 billion extra dollars a year. So this is an unrealistic proposal that the NDP have put before us. We know that employers need to have a maximum need to have the most resources available possible so that they can invest in innovation and efficiency. And employees would find with these reforms that even more of their income is taken away at the source to fund this costly, ineffective measure, and which would make all workers poorer. A former Conservative minister, Benoit Bouchard, very well explained and defended this position a while ago on the show Le Club des Ex. I've also participated in this with my friend Simon Rivage. It was in 2009, and this is what Benoit Bouchard said at the time. We cannot put a uniform threshold of 360 hours in. We'll be paying for that for years, because imagine at the end of the economic crisis, we'll go back to a period of normal employment. And so what happened 20 years ago will happen again. People will work 9 weeks, they'll go on EI, and they'll get benefits for 50 weeks. And that's why, according to Mr. Bouchard, Claude Forget, in his report in 1986, said we need to eliminate the competition between the EI regime and jobs. I'll say that again. We need to eliminate competition between EI and jobs. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of coming from a region where entrepreneurship is at phenomenal levels. In Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis, the reality that I have seen for a decade now is the lack of qualified workers. I have met with business leaders in Saint-Justine, for example, Mr. Speaker, who have to make a very difficult decision of either investing. Well, they have to decide to invest south of the border because they can't find qualified labor here. So this puts brakes on our economic growth. It's a problem for our communities. And we know, Mr. Speaker, to what extent the current government only seems to care about the big cities. But the regions, Mr. Speaker, are the economic lungs of our country. The manufacturing sector, the agricultural sector, these are very important sectors. They play a critical role in our regions. These businesses need to be supported by the government, and they have a hard time finding qualified workers. The measure that's proposed today by the New Democrats would once again reduce this pool of potential workers. And I have to say, these are jobs that have good salaries in the regions, jobs that allow families to live decently, parents to raise their children, and start a home. That's the reality in Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis, Mr. Speaker, and it's a reality that I've seen both during the economic crisis and I've seen the effects of the reform that our government put in place. And I'll go back to what the member from Jonquière said this morning when she said that seasonal workers, and she talked about golf clubs, for example, don't have jobs during the winter, so she said that the reform had had an impact. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have attended meetings between the Lac Etchemin Golf Club, which talked about the challenge they have of maintaining their qualified workers from one season to another. And in the same breath, who else was in the room? Well, there was the director of a local ski hill. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a very logical pairing to be done between these two businesses, and in the end, the employers have looked at the possibility of having workers work at the Mont-Rivière ski hill in the winter and the golf club in the summer. That allows workers to have much better income than they would if they had to go on EI. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. More money in the pockets of workers, more possibility of creating jobs to meet the needs of qualified workers that we see in the region, and greater economic activity. And that's even though we didn't have enough snow this winter. And Mr. Speaker, I see my time is running out, so I'll come back to the reforms. It's important to note, and I hope that the government will confirm this, that this money belongs to workers, employees. the government can't take money out of the EI account. And I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, that our government got rid of deficits. It helped workers and employers. $10 billion that our government injected into the EI fund, the EI account, to compensate for the economic crisis that we saw. And what's the result of our policies, Mr. Speaker? Well, today there's a surplus in the EI fund. Why? Because we created 1.3 million net new jobs, Mr. Speaker. The best way to fight unemployment is to create jobs. And that's the priority that we hope that the current government will adopt. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to simply conclude by saying that, yes, there are improvements that could be made. I think, for example, that the Institute for Research and Public Policy, it's an independent bilingual Canadian group that makes recommendations. Pierre Fortin, Michel Bédard are members of that, and the recommendation put forward by the NDP is not to be found in the recommendations put forward by that and other groups in terms of the best way to improve the EI fund. So I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that, once again, the best way to fight unemployment is to create jobs, and unfortunately that's not what the NDP proposed today, so I don't intend to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it somewhat hypocritical on the part of the Conservatives to say that it would be so expensive for taxpayers, workers, and employers to ensure that this reform, the Conservatives' reform, be repealed and changed to make the EI more accessible. Whereas the Conservatives are the ones who dipped into the fund to the tune of $3 billion in order to put it into the General Consolidated Fund. So this money should have been paid back to workers who needed it the most. It was stolen. It was appropriated by the Conservatives, and before that, the Liberals did so to the tune of $54 billion. So the funds to help seasonal workers, in my riding, there are lots of agricultural workers who can't work when the ground is frozen. But the sector needs workers to work on the farms and on machinery. These are skilled workers, they're expert in their domain, and we cannot do without them for the 3 or 4 month period of winter. We need them the following season. We need their productivity. We need to be competitive. And we need to be able to keep these excellent workers in our region to ensure that we don't devitalize the region and collapse the regional economy because of the retrograde measures taken by the Conservatives. The honourable member for Bellechasse des Chemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my honourable colleague from Jean-Pierre that in 95% of the time, the reforms that we made resulted in better paying jobs for those people. So the big winners were the workers. They had better jobs. And our regional economies also had access to better qualified workers. So I would invite my colleague to refer to what one of her colleagues said, the NDP member from Montreal, that said that in 2011 there was a $9 billion deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, during the economic crisis, there were so many people unemployed that our Conservative government supported the EI fund to the tune of $9 billion. And afterwards, the balance was fairly reestablished. So we've been there for workers, Mr. Speaker, and the result is that we left the economy with a $1 billion government surplus to the government in place, and many net jobs created over the decade we were in power. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is let me do an introduction. The Conservative government in the past looked at fiscal responsibility, and what they did with their goal to save money and redirect into their own priorities was to create a system that didn't meet the needs of all Canadians. In fact, we know over 60% of working Canadians that pay into the insurance program are not covered. Obviously, that's a deficiency. Not only was it ineffective, it's inefficient, and it was mean-spirited. Now, I hear the members call that, in fact, the motion by the opposition, the NDP, would in fact throw away fiscal responsibility completely at a time when they just ran on the idea that they were going to balance the budget. It's an interesting flip-flop. I'd like to ask the member, does he support the previous Conservative system of EI, which left 60% of Canadians out in the cold without any coverage?
Honourable member,
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lissette-Chemin-Lévis.
Minister, Mr. Speaker, for a question. And as I've mentioned, 99% of the workers were not impacted by the measure we put in place, but if just get more revenue. I would answer the question of the minister by a question to our own government and refer to the Institute for Research on Public Policy, which is an independent, national, bilingual, non-profit organization. And they clearly state, it's on page 2, you don't have to read it far, Mr. Speaker, that the biggest impact of any reform to the workers was done in 1996, Mr. Speaker. I think the Liberals have their answer in their own government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, the member for Bellechasse-les-Enchauments-Lévis, for sharing his time. I know his time in government provided him the opportunity to study, consult, and evaluate this very important program. Je respecte ses commentaires et des connaissances d'ajout.
And his knowledge.
By the NDP. As I've said several times in the House, I have worked with many Canadians during my time as an executive assistant to the Member of Parliament for Elgin, Middlesex, London. From 2004 to 2010, I worked directly with constituents on their employment insurance claims, and this experience has given me invaluable knowledge that benefits me greatly in my new role. This is definitely not a new debate in the House, and many before us have spoken on this topic. Studies, debates, and consultations have already been done on this topic, and the bottom line is this will cost, when studied in 2009, up to $4 billion. I have heard from many speak about how Canadians do not currently get employment insurance, but I think we need to look at the basic numbers in front of us. And I'm just going to put this in common terms so that all Canadians watching today's debate will understand, just as I did so in many years of my experience. Sitting down and looking, what are these numbers? What are people contributing into the employment insurance plan? And how are the benefits paid out? Currently, a new claimant must have 910 hours to be eligible for benefits. This is approximately 24 weeks of full-time work in a 52-week period for eligibility requirements. I do not want to confuse the topic, therefore I will not address labour workforce attachment hours for returning claimants. Currently, the maximum that a Canadian personally pays towards employment insurance is $930.60 in personal premiums. Currently, the maximum benefit received by an individual is $524 a week. The simple math shows that in less than 2 weeks, the personal premiums paid annually is recovered. I think it's really important that when we're looking at this, that we do understand that this is something that is very subsidized by the Canadian government. So when we're looking at this and we talk about people receiving their benefits, we must recognize that we're talking about $930 put in and up to $45,000 recovered. So we have to recognize that there is not a true one-on-one balance here. And directly from the Service Canada website, I quote, "You may receive employment insurance regular benefits for a period ranging from 14 to 45 weeks. The number of weeks you may receive benefits depend on the employment rate in your region and on the number of hours of insurable employment that you accumulated during your qualifying period, which is usually the last 52 weeks before the start of your claim." This is just one side to the EI benefits, as there are many other variables and number of hours that are required for special benefits such as maternity and parental and sick benefits. But sticking with the average claim, we must recognize other factors that are used, including the best 14 weeks, a really great program that I am so proud that the Conservative government put forward. I myself, as I said, I saw many Canadians benefit from this change. When calculating the benefits, we also have to recognize the family supplement for some of the low-income families making less than $25,000, and the re-entry requirements for new people or for claimants returning to the claim once again. One thing that I noticed in questioning this motion in section B2 that indicates that the previous government forces unemployed workers to move away from their communities. I am not sure if the member who presented this motion has ever worked with an EI claimant, but not once have I seen this occur. Rather, when a claimant completes their EI claim, they are provided with a list of opportunities in their area that might be suitable for them called Connecting Canadians with Available Jobs. To me, this is a fantastic tool. As we have heard so many times in this House, Canadians are looking for jobs. They're not looking for handouts. And so this is a way of getting Canadians back into the workforce. I myself have personally seen when you're doing a claim, 3 or 4 jobs pop up right after the application, and it inspires people and also gives them the right to go right out there and try to find a new job if one is available to them. Once again, though, from the Service Canada website, I would like to share the following. What are the responsibilities of a claimant? Although I tried to reduce this list, I wanted to share to you the common sense approach that is used when doing employment insurance details. Now, this is very lengthy, so I do apologize, but I think we need to look at what a claimant is responsible for. When you apply for regular benefits, including fishing benefits, which you can look at as seasonal work as well, you must be capable and available for work. You must actively be looking and accept jobs. For suitable employment, I think we must note suitable employment is also underlined here. So we're not asking for people to do things that they would not regularly do or are not skilled for. Conduct job searches. Prepare resumes and cover letters. Register for job search tools. Attend job workshops, fairs, networking, connecting with prospective employers, submitting job applications, attend interviews, keep a detailed record of their proof of job. That is, let Service Canada know when that they refused a job. Record all periods when you're not available for work. Keep your appointments with the office. Notify them of any separation from other employment. Report absences from Canada. And report all employment and earnings. To me, this just seems extremely reasonable. And you know, I know with my children, I say to them, if you're looking for a job, these are the exact same steps that any Canadian should be doing, whether unemployed or looking for their first-time job. It's very reasonable. If you're looking for a job in your community, start knocking on the doors. If you're looking for your job in your community, go on to the internet and look for those jobs. And this is exactly what Service Canada and the requirements of an EI claimant are. I have looked high and low, though, trying to find in Section 2 of this motion, and nowhere is it to be found where that you must leave your area. That is nowhere to be found, and so hopefully somebody can bring that to my attention because I cannot find it in black and white whatsoever. Now, after reviewing the responsibilities of the claimant, can anyone share with me the unreasonable request of a claimant? Claimants are asked to look for employment, prepare resumes, attend interviews, and we, as the official opposition, we have stated many times in this House when dealing with the current economic climate, Canadians are not looking for a handout. They're looking for jobs. So that is one of the key reasons that I will not support a motion like this. Canadians are looking for jobs, and we've discussed this many times. We need to build our economy and provide opportunities for people to work. I could come up with an easy remedy, like working with Energy East. We've heard that many times in this House. But we don't seem to have the target audience, the government, on board. Instead, we see motions put forward by the NDP, and perhaps just because they do not see the cooperation of the government as well. But unfortunately, I know this is untrue, as in their previous platform, prior to any of the losses here in Canada, this was their platform of a reduced number of hours required. And simply, how can we have a sustainable program to help Canadians in the loss of employment when claimants are required to have only 360 hours of work, just under 10 weeks, or in regular terms, 45 days out of 365 days a year? I think we really just need to look at that and put it very simple. I heard one of my colleagues from the other side talk about agriculture. I myself come from a farming community, and yes, I do respect that there are times that farmers and their employees cannot get on the fields. She referred to 4 months of freezing, but the motion that they've put forward to us is 10 months of freezing land. So really, we have to look at those things. And if we're talking about for times of unemployment. We cannot use agriculture and golf courses as the reference for this. I see this as a very short-term solution, and as a Canadian and as the Canadian government and legislatures, it is important that we as Canadians come up with a long-term solution, and job creation to me is just that. Last night I was speaking to my husband, because I always like to prepare for my speeches and go over FaceTime and share with him what I'm thinking. And his thoughts, 10 weeks of full-time employment over 52 weeks, that's all you need? Really? And then over FaceTime, I got this really blank stare, one a little different than usual. So it's interesting to hear his perspective from a person non-involved in the Canadian government and politics. This is just my husband saying, so imagine what all Canadians are saying. This is supposed to be a program, a social safety net, not a clear approach to sustainable, long-term solutions. Prior to October 2015, the Conservative government created well-thought-out plans to assist Canadians and made enhancements. When going through the economic downturn, the Conservative government made changes to help employees through programs like the Work-Sharing Program, a very effective program to avoid layoffs when there was a temporary downturn. The Best 14 Weeks pilot to allow employees to have their benefits calculated using the best 14 weeks of earnings. And while working on CLAIM, under this initiative, it gives Canadians the opportunity to earn more and keep more money in their pockets while on CLAIM. The previous government also introduced the Fairness for the Self-Employed Act to extend EI access to self-employed Canadians for maternity, parental, sickness, and compassionate care benefits. And a great introduction to the EI program was the EI support for parents for critically ill children, providing up to 35 weeks of special benefits. And in unfortunate times, the government created a program to help parents of murdered and missing children as well. I believe it's important to protect the employment insurance account to ensure that funds are only spent on benefits to Canadians, including training, as noted in this motion. And I believe that we must continue to connect programs and opportunities for all Canadians with Service Canada initiatives. In a perfect world, no one would need employment insurance, but this motion does not create better opportunities for employment, better options for Canadians, and overall is fiscally irresponsible. If we move forward on a plan to do this, this will not be a sustainable program. We need jobs, and we need a plan for jobs. This is the important piece of the puzzle that we're missing, and something that we should be striving for if we're looking for equality. Employment insurance does not equal equality. Job creation equals equality. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to this discussion.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rather shocked to hear what the Conservative member has just said. I don't know if she's aware that fewer than 4 out of 10 people currently have access to EI benefits after the Conservatives reformed the system in this sector. And the benefits are paid by contributions made by both employers and employees, and therefore it should be normal that when a person loses their job, they should have access to EI. The rate of people having access currently is the lowest it's ever been in our history because there were ill-advised reforms made by the Conservatives, and there was a rating of the fund by both the Liberals and the Conservatives. $56 billion is the total currently. So the most devastating aspects have been exactly the fact that workers who need access to it have to find a job at up to 30% less than what they were earning and up to an hour away from where they live in areas like Salaberry-sur-Roi. These are very rural communities, very far from the major centers where jobs are not easily or readily available. Not everyone can do so. It's very hard for families to meet their needs in times like these. So what does the Conservative member tell us against this reality that means that 30-some percent only have access to EI?
Thank the member for her speech, and although I don't truly understand the question because I look at some of the facts that she's providing to me, I am from Sparta, Ontario. Population 300. That is rural Canada, so I do understand these things. I am from a farm where we plant and we have grains and oilseeds throughout our communities. There is also work to be done after those times, and the planting season is not just 2 months, as she was indicating. The farmers in my community work, whether it's fixing their tractors or doing their different returns throughout the winter. And there are different things to do on a farm, not just between March and November. So I think we have to look at that. I also worked on a golf course, so it's interesting she brought that fact up, because I had worked on the golf course, closing up skunk holes in March and closing the traps in October. So those are really interesting things when we talk about limited time. The bottom line is we're talking about 365 days in a year, and the NDP motion is asking for 45 days of work. That, to me, just is not a sustainable program. And to myself, I think it's very important that we are putting forward job initiatives, job creation, and getting Canadians back to work.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for many years, Liberal members of Parliament have been talking about the importance of employment insurance and how we needed to change the programs so that employees from coast to coast to coast would have a safety social net that is there for them in a time of need. And what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is that need for change was talked a great deal about in the last federal election. Our Prime Minister made the commitment to looking at reforming the employment insurance program. And today we heard, and we've had consistently from the minister responsible, Minister of Labour, talk about bringing forward a package, a comprehensive package to deal with that. We're very sensitive to the unemployment needs in some of our regions, whether it's the Albertas, the Saskatchewans, with commodity prices, Newfoundland, Labrador, that there is a need for change. And my question to the member is, would she not acknowledge that due to what's taken place in the last number of years, that there is a need for reform, and that members should seriously look at what it is that the current Minister of Labour is talking about, in particular with her speech when she started to talk about some of those changes that are on the horizon?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I thank you very much for your question, and I thank you very much for the member for his question. You know, bottom line is employment insurance is a short-term plan, and that's what it should be. It is exactly that. It is a social safety net. I look forward to hearing the minister's full and complex plan, a comprehensive plan. It will be interesting to see it. At the same time, I think we do need to have something that is sustainable. Our government put through some fantastic initiatives to help employers and employees in a time of recession, and I think we saw some great things move forward with that. Anytime there's a program, it needs to be reviewed. There are sometimes changes in what's happening in our economy, changes what's happening in our populations. So anytime, I think it's important to review many of our programs. And at this time, I look forward to what the minister is bringing forward. Once again, the most important thing to me, job creation. And I think the plan of employment insurance does not match necessarily always job creation, and that is what I'm looking forward to from this government.
Yeah. Reprise de débat. La députée de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've never been as happy today as having this opportunity to speak and to have my voice heard in this House, because it's an important debate. I couldn't remain silent on it. I would like to point out that the critic for this issue is a great defender. The previous member was our critic for employment insurance and whatnot was the member for Acadie Bathurst. He shared with me his great knowledge and his passion for this issue. But I'm afraid that my voice may give out, Mr. Speaker, here. I want to point out before I begin that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I was about to say Acadie Bathurst in tribute to Yvon Godin again. At any rate, the issue that is under debate today, this morning, is an extremely important one, and it's based on three essential facts or points that were set aside by the Liberals and Conservatives in the past. Each of the reforms made or brought in on EI since it was created has always made it more difficult to be eligible for benefits, and it has also reduced benefits paid out. But we're talking about employment insurance. An employment system explains what it is. People pay in to an insurance program in the event that they need it. The criteria are clearly defined in an insurance policy normally. So imagine life insurance or car insurance or home insurance, for example. And you're told, well, here at home, this is the price, but there's 64% chance that you won't be paid out when you need it. Well, you'd clearly try to find another insurance company to provide the policy. But the problem in Canada is with our employment insurance program here, the program and the workers who pay into it are the ones who are least entitled to receive something under it. Curiously, since the start of the debate, we've heard all kinds of inaccurate comments with respect to the bailout by the previous government that had injected $9 billion into EI to save it. They reimbursed themselves subsequent to that, and if they injected $9 billion, well, it's because 52 had been taken out. So 59 minus that amount left the fund self-sufficient. And that's where the key to this system is, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to salute Robert Chisholm, another colleague, former colleague, who had tabled legislation in this House to protect EI benefits for employers and employees under this system, to ensure that each dollar put in could not be used for other purposes except the purposes outlined in the Employment Insurance Act. Now we know a Supreme Court decision was brought down, and, if you will, it legalized this misappropriation of employment insurance funds, the use of funds by a previous Liberal government. But it's not because it's legal that it's legitimate in our minds. And that's why in the NDP we've been fighting for months and years, in fact, to say that the EI fund must be protected. No government, regardless of its political strike, should be able to use the funds for other purposes apart from supporting workers in need. The second point, which is even more important, and this, when I was a critic, we talked about a great deal of unemployment in Quebec, in the east, but the economy was going very well out west, specifically in Alberta. And I said each time, well, it's an employment insurance system. I hope that you are among those who will pay into a system and never need it because you don't need it. It's an insurance. That's what insurance is all about. But when disaster strikes, we need to be able to react and respond. Now, a disaster has struck in Alberta, and they're in exactly the same situation as workers in the east, in Ontario, Quebec, that experienced this situation before Alberta. Now, the 360 hours, that is a starting point. There's no reason or nothing that could justify that a job loss, which is one of the most stressful things in someone's life, that this stress factor for someone who loses his or her job should be different from one region to the next. Nothing justifies health insurance, for example, to be offered differently from one province to the next because the disease rate varies. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker. When you're sick, you need health insurance. You get the service. When you lose your job, you need employment insurance. And if you've paid into it, you should have access to it. You should be eligible with a threshold of 360 hours. Now, I've heard the same logic or reasoning from our Conservative friends who state publicly the fact that someone can pay into employment insurance with the 2 months of work. It's as if people would have a good lifestyle that way, but 360 hours for someone who works with an atypical schedule or in an unstable job with a few hours a week, it's not 2 months. Oftentimes, it's 6 or 8 months. And look at the closure of the Target stores in Quebec after opening a few months. The majority of them who worked each and every week at Target, that the closure left them ineligible for EI benefits. So 360 hours doesn't represent 2 months of work. It often represents several months of work for people who are not the most privileged in society and who really do need this assistance, because employment insurance is dependent or proportional to one's income. So if you are a part-time worker, then your weekly salary is lower than someone who's working 40 hours a week, as according to our conservative calculations. So that is simply doesn't reflect the type of reality. Nobody wants to work 2 months a year and simply be on EI for the rest of the year. It's ridiculous to state that. Now, another point, this is my third point, and I'll wrap up on that. The consequences of the infamous conservative reform, and that word isn't at all too strong. Now, I have too much to say about this in the time that I have left for my remarks, but let's go back to the idea of an adequate job, or the former Minister of Finance said that this type of a job would be any kind of job that could be held. So imagine a teacher with a university training who, in the first few years of his or her career, doesn't have a permanent job because they can't guarantee a position. This specific worker may be asked to go and pick strawberries, and the person would have to show that he or she is not competent to pick strawberries. Now, I don't know many people who can't pick strawberries, but that too would be considered a suitable job or employment. And it is completely ridiculous to say that that person who's developed specific expertise that society needs would lose a job and then be required to go and do a job that they're not destined to do. What's worse, if he or she were to go to make up the time when this teacher would leave the strawberry fields to accept a teaching contract, that person would have the EI cut off if the job is subsequently lost because it was a voluntary departure. So it's upside down and backwards in terms of a system. Now, I see that I have to stop my remarks, even though I have plenty more to say, but I am more than willing to answer any questions members may have for me.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, in looking over the motion, I'm a little bit surprised that the NDP chose this particular motion, just given the timing of it. I reflect in terms of the member from Cape Breton Council and how much of a strong advocate he has been in terms of just wanting to see reforms take place with regards to employment assurance. And he kind of led the charge, I guess, in good part over the last number of years inside the House of Commons. And ultimately, as I indicated earlier, it became incorporated into a part of the Liberal Party's election platform that we wanted to see reforms, a comprehensive package brought forward. The member and the Democrats would be fully aware of the fact that this is actually under works right now, that we are anticipating that there will be some significant changes being made. And it seems to me that they're trying to kind of get under the wire to maybe assume some credit. And, you know, we're a generous government. We're more than happy to share in the credit. But I'm wondering if he might want to provide some comment in terms of recognizing at the very least that we are moving in the right direction in making the changes that the minister had talked about earlier in her comments, that is in fact the direction that we should be going in, especially dealing with some of the compassion that's necessary with regards to unemployment in some of those high-hit regions today because of low commodity prices.
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, in the Minister's remarks, there were several elements that are coming, and we'll comment on them once we see them. Now, I highlighted some of the interesting ones with respect to her desire to increase services at Service Canada, which would enable people who have applications to make, and we hope that more than 36% will receive results because we know that those services were slashed under the previous government. I also talked about the fact that no one would be unhappy to see an increase to compassionate benefits. But as long as it isn't written black and white that funds in the EI fund are funds that belong to the workers and employers, and that those funds must be used in accordance with the Act, I think we're on the wrong track. And unfortunately, what I read between the lines in the Minister's remarks is that once again the Liberal government wants to maintain that leeway that would enable it to dip into the EI fund as needed in order to do other things than what are covered in the Act.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And, you know, I asked the member that's speaking on this motion right now, we're talking about the processes. He's talking about teachers going in and having to pick strawberries and then having to leave for another profession. And when I think it's really important that when opposition or government is putting forward a motion of this, that they actually study what does occur. And one thing that I would like to bring to the member's attention, it's called adjudication. And I'm wondering if the member is aware of that, because when somebody leaves their job to go on to a better job voluntarily, it is adjudicated by Service Canada. So I think what we're doing here today is we're really misleading members of the House and misleading all Canadians when we're saying that that is what happens. That is not what happens. And I ask the member, is he aware of the adjudicating process that already occurs with Service Canada?
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm familiar with the process because I have to live with the process put in place by the previous government. For months and years in my riding office, I've had to deal with it. And what I see week in and week out is, first of all, how impossible it is to get an answer and the very long wait times. Most of the time, what I see when people are courageous enough and find the time, because this is all done without benefits, when they do get through the procedures, sometimes there is an adjudication. Most of the time we can put together files with them that enable them to win, but it's not normal for the unemployed to be attacked instead of for us to be dealing with the other aspect. Unemployment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have an opportunity to speak about employment insurance today. Now, I'm not sure if you know, but I come from a region that is a highly rural region. It's isolated. It has a lot of seasonal industries, and the reality of employment insurance is something that many people in my riding need to turn to. They would like to be able to do something different, but it's part of the reality in my region. Now, something in this motion that's extremely important for me, and it is the aspect that deals with making the EI fund secure. It really represents savings. It's money that's paid into by the employers and employees. The government doesn't put any money into it. So logically, the fund should belong to workers and employers. And it shouldn't be allowed to dip into it to take money out for other purposes. But unfortunately, that is what previous governments have done. The previous Liberal and Conservative governments from 1996 to 2008 stole $57 billion out of the fund. And that was hard-earned money by Canadian workers and employers. Mr. Speaker, that $57 billion from the EI fund, well, It's as if a parent who couldn't balance his or her budget decided to go and take money out of their children's piggy bank, money that they'd worked hard to earn by babysitting or mowing lawns in their neighborhoods. No one would say that it makes sense or that it's proper to steal money from their children, and that it would show a lack of financial capacity to stoop to doing something like that. That is why we need to make the fund secure so that the government stops dipping into it each and every time they need to balance their budgets. That is unacceptable. The EI fund runs a profit, especially if you consider the $57 billion that was removed from it. It would be a healthy fund if the governments hadn't stolen from it. There was a $3.3 billion surplus at one point in the past. It belongs to workers, to employers, and the government must stop dipping into it. It must be made secure. That is a priority for many people, for many organizations that work to defend workers' rights and the rights of the unemployed. Now, there's another rather important aspect, and it deals with accessibility, or eligibility, rather. Fewer than 40% of workers are eligible for EI. Now, there are many workers across the country, and only 40% of people who lose their jobs succeed in getting benefits when they need them. We're talking about an insurance system here. Is it normal for an insurance system, which is supposed to cover job losses, to only cover people 40% of the time? That makes no sense whatsoever, especially because the benefits and contributions are made by employees and employers. Those funds must be used to compensate people who lose their jobs at times when they're in vulnerable situations. Now, we also have to talk about the wait times, Mr. Speaker. The wait times, that 2-week waiting period, is something that's extremely difficult to deal with. What's more, in addition to the 2-week waiting period where nothing is received, there are also other delays, endless delays. The previous government massacred the EI program. It's almost inaccessible, but the processing times are ridiculous. There are some people who would call and say that they still hadn't received a reply 3 months later. If someone earns a salary, loses their job, can you live for 3 months without any income? No. And what do most people have to do? They have to take on additional debt while they wait to see if they're going to be eligible for EI. Oftentimes, they turn to credit with a high interest rate, their credit cards, and these situations are unacceptable for our workers. And eliminating the 2-week waiting period is absolutely essential if we want to improve the EI system and to ensure that it's available to workers who lose their jobs.
Now, dropping the number of hours for admissibility. This is a number that varies from region to region, and it's quite discriminatory. And when we look, for example, at people who are at the beginning of their career, reaching this level of admissibility can be very difficult, and that's why we want to create a universal threshold of 360 hours. Yes, if you work full-time, it's maybe not that hard to get the 360 hours. But when you don't have a full-time job, that's where it becomes challenging to reach the number of hours necessary to have access to EI. I have met many times with people who didn't have enough hours and who had absolutely no recourse. And these are people who I know very well worked very hard, the most they could, to pick up as many hours as possible, but they never were able to do so. And often it's because of the type of job that they had. And indeed, EI must absolutely take into account the reality of working people. Workers are not seasonal in and of themselves. It's the industry that is seasonal. If we talk about agricultural workers, for example, well, these are workers who would love to work 12 months of the year. They'd love to work year-round, but the reality is that comes a time of the year when the snow falls and the grain doesn't grow anymore, and that's it. The tourism industry has a season, and yes, we'd love to have tourists year-round, but that's not always the case. So it's not the workers who are seasonal, but rather the industries which are seasonal, the sectors which are seasonal. And that's why we need to support our workers. Otherwise, all of our seasonal sectors will lose their entire capacity to find qualified workers. We also need to understand the reality of people who work on call. In most hospitals, there are people who work on call, particularly at the beginning of their career, until they have enough seniority to get a better job and have a full-time position. But at the beginning of their career, these are people who will fill in during the summer holidays, for example. They'll work on call, and so there are large periods of time where they don't work. And so if we force those workers to go find another job elsewhere, well, then they'll never accumulate enough seniority to get a full-time job. So we need to ensure that people who work on call and who are going to have a very irregular number of hours over the first few years of their career not be obliged to find another job, because otherwise they'll never be able to get into a secure job. We also need to take into account regional and rural realities. Forcing someone who lives in a rural municipality to go live in another to go work in another rural municipality, it can cause many problems. There's not necessarily transport. That worker will have to pay for housing, for lodging. So if we force a worker to go work at 70% of their salary 100 kilometers away, well, that's going to cost more in daycare, in transport, all kinds of things. People will work often in many cases at a loss because of these rules. So it's important to take into account the reality in the regions. We have to stop delocalizing our workers. There are atypical jobs out there. There are self-employed workers who pay in. We need to make sure that when we talk about employment insurance, we understand that it needs to take into account the reality in rural areas, that it's adapted to the work that is being done in this country, and I believe it's important to have an EI system that meets the needs of workers, and once and for all, we put in place a really good program instead of trying to make little changes to improve what's already there. Thank you.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for her thoughtful presentation. When I considered the NDP's motion, there are several issues that I could support. It's what's not in the motion that concerns me, and I'm wondering if a fuller review of EI would be of greater benefit to Canadians. For example, in the motion, there's no mention of developing more flexible parental benefits, no mention of easing access to EI support for caregivers, no mention of developing flexible, compassionate care benefits, and no mention of reducing wait times and improving service standards. So I'm wondering, would the honourable member not agree that a fuller reform of EI could bring greater benefits to Canadians than those that are proposed in the motion?
Hear, hear. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we put in the motion is essential criteria. Yes, there's a lot to do to fix EI once and for all, to ensure that it really works to benefit our workers. But here, what we have here is the essential. This is something that must absolutely be done to fix EI. And yes, there's a lot to be done. The Conservatives massacred this program, and so we need to fix it. There is a lot to do. We can do it working together, but we need immediate action, because every time that we wait another year, 2, 3 years to put changes in place, well, during that time, That's 3 years where there are workers in my riding who suffer from the poor conditions of the current system. So we need to take certain immediate action, but yes, we need to continue to move forward with a continual improvement process of this program to ensure that it always meets the needs of our workers. But what's proposed here should be put in place as quickly as possible. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her presentation this morning. It's been an interesting conversation today, and there's been a lot of time and resources, apparently both on the government side and in the NDP caucus, a lot of resources put into dealing with unemployment. And my question is there's two partners in the employment process. There's the employee and the employer. But I have seen very little from either of these caucuses on what they're doing for the other side. I recognize there are needs for those that are in need when they've lost their jobs, but there's also a need for employers. And what can they do, or what can they say they have done or are working on to help employers create jobs so that unemployment insurance isn't such a crisis situation?
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that, yes, it's important to create jobs, but here we're talking about employment insurance. So I'd like to say that that's really our priority here, is to have an insurance program that protects workers when they lose their jobs. But yes, job creation is indeed very important. And it's important that we work in cooperation with the provinces. There are employment centers that do excellent work locally that's under provincial jurisdiction in my riding, and they help a lot with development and with helping people find a new job. They offer services to employers. So when we talk about job creation, it's important to remember that we need to work in cooperation with our partners, the provinces, and in this case, the Conservative government, the previous Conservative government, completely just had a disastrous plan of no collaboration whatsoever with the provinces. So I'm hoping that now we'll begin to cooperate with the provinces to create jobs and to ensure that the EI system for workers benefits workers. These are two absolutely essential elements, but when we have somebody who decides unilaterally to cut coverage for workers, when we have a government without talking to the provinces that decides what has to be done, we're not going to get good results on the ground.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
For Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to tell you that I will be sharing my time with the member for New Brunswick Southwest. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to express my disagreement with this motion, which, despite the best of intentions, is completely inadequate when it comes to the real problems facing Canadian workers who have lost their jobs recently, and particularly after the changes made to the EI system by the previous government. This program is so important not only for our labor force, but also for the stability of our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind you that I made a job change at one point from being a banker to become a social worker to help Canadians better understand how to manage their personal resources by organizing workshops on financial literacy, and as a social policy teacher at the university level, I've come to understand that people don't understand EI and that there's a certain stigma around using EI, despite the fact that it's a key element of our social safety network. Mr. Speaker, our EI system is something that has been put in place through hard work since the 1930s, since the Great Depression. It's work that has been done by the two main parties in this House, the Liberals and the Conservatives, cooperating with the Senate, the provinces, and the territories. There are certainly differences of opinion when it comes to the appropriate jurisdiction, for example, to administer this program, when it comes to eligibility, accessibility to the program, and the amount of number paid out. There have been some very interesting debates, but that having been said, in those difficult years, it was recognized that the economic crisis at the time was not the fault of workers by any stretch, and that society could not ignore the well-being of its workforce, the backbone of society. And when these workers became soldiers in the 1940s, the need to ensure that there was an EI plan in place when they came back from war was seen as even more indispensable. This was the best way to deal with the cycles that go through the labor force and the labor market, something that we see in our industrial economy. The need to benefit from an EI plan that is accessible and without judgment was shown when the program was democratized in the 1970s to protect over 95% of workers, including seasonal workers, at the same time as benefits for illness, maternity leave, and retirement were put in place. Well, financed by contributions from employees and employers, the federal government is responsible for covering any losses. So it's essential to ensure that the program is always in the black, and generally speaking, the program has always functioned quite well. At least until 2012-2013, Mr. Speaker, when the previous government changed admissibility criteria for EI as part of its obsession with reducing expenses, which they did on the backs of Canadians in precarious situations. And that means that somebody who had lost a job after many years all of a sudden was forced to try to find a job 60 kilometers away from their home at up to 30% less salary before being able to qualify. The mechanism of offer and demand is at the basis of the labor market, but with the changes put in place by the previous government, the liberty of the worker and their bargaining power with the employer was very negatively affected. Other limitations were imposed, including the 2-week wait period and the 910-hour penalty. This had the effect of punishing workers who lost their jobs. These limits helped nobody return to the labor market with dignity. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who moved the motion today asked our government to honour our commitments that we made in the throne speech. In other words, that the EI system will be strengthened to ensure that it better supports both the country's economy and all Canadians who need it. And I will continue by quoting the mandate letter for the Minister of Employment, Development and Labour as published on the Prime Minister's website. As Minister of Employment, Development and Labour, your goal is to help Canadians acquire the competencies, the skills that they need to obtain quality jobs. You will be able to meet this goal working with the provinces, territories, municipalities, post-secondary education institutions, employers, and workers to improve our training systems to build the human capital that Canadians and employers need. You will undertake this job in cooperation with the provinces and territories. And particularly, again, this is the Prime Minister speaking, I expect that you will work with your colleagues respecting all laws, regulations, and the cabinet process to respect your overarching priorities. These priorities are to improve our EI plan, to ensure that it better reflects today's labor market, and to ensure that it is useful for workers and employers. Meeting this goal will require accomplishing the following tasks: eliminating the recent changes made to the EI system, which have hurt unemployed workers, reduce payments to insurance, to employment insurance, undertake a major review of the EI system to modernize our support system for unemployed workers, which prevents too many unemployed workers from accessing the EI social safety net. Eliminate discrimination towards immigrants, young workers, and parents who rejoin the labor market to ensure that they're treated the same way as other workers from their regions. Reduce the wait time for new benefits, dropping the wait time from 2 weeks to 1 week. Work with the Minister of Finance to ensure that contributions to EI are used exclusively to fund the EI program. And work with the Minister of Public Service and Procurement to establish transparent service standards concerning EI benefits to ensure that all Canadians have rapid access to the benefits to which they have a right. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is asked to improve access to quality professional training programs for workers, which will allow Canadians to reorient themselves towards good careers. This, Mr. Speaker, is how our government is going to deal with the very serious problem of economic inequality, which has been made worse by many job losses across the country. It's with a new effective program presented before this House that our government, as described in the Minister's mandate letter, will ensure that our society is fair and equitable for all, and that it offers opportunity to all people to ensure that they can reach their full potential. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a previous life, I worked in a museum. I was a full-time worker, but there were only 3 people who worked at the museum who were full-time employees, and all of the other employees were part-time, and given the nature of the job, these people were called in to work when groups came to visit the museum. Now, these guys were often students, and so they were looking for a well-paid part-time job, and that's what they had at the museum. And so they were able to study and work at the same time, except that in January, there were no school groups. So there were certain times of the year where it was very hard to work, and EI was very useful for these students to allow them to continue to survive. In 2013, when the Conservatives changed the rules, I asked a question, and I put this situation before the minister at the time, and the minister said that, well, people could just go find a full-time job. And so in this case, it wasn't impossible for these people to find a full-time job. These were on-call part-time jobs. So does the member feel that that kind of response from a minister is reasonable? Can we really ask everyone to find a full-time job? Is that going to solve the solution for be a solution for everyone? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Member for her question. Clearly, it's very important that we work hard together to create jobs, and indeed, within the framework of the Canadian Employment Funds, the provinces and territories reach $500 million, and this allows them to provide support services for workers. The priority was given to the people with no jobs who are not eligible for EI, and people who don't have highly specialized jobs. The government has committed to allowing an extra $250 million per year for provincial training programs to help people who are not eligible for EI benefits and who are in precarious jobs. So with these measures, We think that we will help create jobs for all Canadians who need assistance.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for her excellent presentation. The NDP motion proposes a universal threshold for EI, regardless of regional rates of unemployment. EI has been designed to respond to various labour market changes. For example, the government is sensitive to the ongoing situations resulting from lower oil prices and is carefully monitoring impacts across Canada, and the duration of EI benefits has increased in all 4 economic regions in Alberta. Could the member comment on the need for EI to respond to variable labour market conditions?
Honourable député de...
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Question. Indeed, I think that is a cornerstone of the employment insurance program that is able to respond to regional needs, because we're a big country, we're spread out over many different types of microeconomies, and it's very important to respond accordingly. So the fact that the government is sensitive, for example, to the ongoing situation resulting from lower oil prices, in Alberta and Saskatchewan has allowed the EI program to increase the level of EI benefits in all 4 economic regions in Alberta, for example, so that the number of weeks available in these hard-hit regions for EI has increased by 5 weeks to the maximum entitlement nationally of 45 weeks. And I think that really, again, goes to this idea that we have in our confederation, that there are some times when you're a have province, there are some times when you're a have-not province, but that equation can change at any time, and that is what our program is designed to respond to.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have asked us to do things differently. They want to trust in a government that puts their best interests first, and they expect us to deliver on what matters most to them. And so what does that matter? So what does matter? Well, for almost a decade, the top-of-mind issue for the majority of Canadians has been jobs and the economy. Because this has been a concern to so many for so long, it is our top priority. We are aware of the escalating unemployment rate, and we know that the employment insurance system is not living up to its name. There are Canadians who need it and do not have access to it. Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century, living in Canada, there's absolutely no reason for families to wonder whether they can pay their bills by the end of each month. As Canadians, we rate our country as one of the top 5 best countries to live in the world. It's about time that every single Canadian not only hears about these statistics, but actually feels this is true, and our government is ready to make being in the top 5 a reality for all Canadians. We have made a solid commitment to grow the economy, create jobs, strengthen the middle class, and help those who are working so hard to join it. Our government pledged to improve our employment insurance system so that it reflects the current labour market. An EI system that works to benefit employers and employees. An EI system that works for modern Canadian families. A system that supports people if they lose their job, are caring for a seriously ill family member, or simply need to get skills training to improve their future careers. Our first order of business will be to work towards eliminating discrimination against Canada's most economically at-risk workers. This includes young workers and new Canadians. The platform was crystal clear, Mr. Speaker. No longer will new workers or those reapplying for EI have to acquire 910 hours of insured employment. To tie into this, we have also pledged to reduce the waiting period from 1 week by 1 week and improve service standards and speed the rate of payment. This will help Canadians receive the benefits they deserve as quickly as possible when they need them, and we are determined to beef up the program so even more Canadians can access benefits when needed. We will also improve the compassionate care benefit so that it is more flexible, inclusive, and easier to access. It will lift the burden from those needing financial support when they are unexpectedly called on to care for a seriously ill family member. Mr. Speaker, another one of our commitments is to reverse the 2012 changes that force unemployed workers to move away from their families and their communities to take lower-paying jobs. Workers who have paid into the EI program deserve to be protected. They deserve the opportunity to take advantage of the safety net that they themselves have contributed to. What we really need and what we really are committed to doing is to build more flexibility into EI so it is fair and responsive. We want to help Canadians attain jobs and work towards their long-term career goals, even if there is a time of unemployment along that journey. Mr. Speaker, we know it's not simple, but our improvements will provide the protection that's needed to weather this storm. Each work situation is different. Family situations are often complex, and training and education needs evolve rapidly. This EI modernization embraces flexibility so that it can meet today's realities. Keeping Canadians engaged in the workforce is good for families, and it's good for our economy. At the same time, the government will continue to strengthen and promote existing tools and services to help them return to work. For example, the Canada Job Fund agreements. Through the Canada Job Fund agreements, the government provides $500 million annually to all provinces and territories to support training for all Canadians, regardless of employment status. Labour market development agreements with the provinces and territories also provide nearly $2 billion each year for employment programs and services. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue investing in the future and prosperity of Canadians because we care and because we have initiatives in place to do so. Finally, we will continue working with the Canada Employment Insurance Commission to set the annual premium rate according to the new 7-year break-even mechanism. We will ensure that premiums are set no higher than needed to cover the projected costs of the EI program. As mentioned in our platform, we are committed to reducing the EI premium rate next year to reduce payroll costs for workers and employers. Mr. Speaker, we know that these many commitments can be met, and I am looking forward to the day when we can proudly check them off our list of promises. Mr. Speaker, it's time to implement changes to the EI system to benefit working Canadians for the long term. We have a plan and it will succeed. As of right now, we must act quickly to help workers who have been affected by our unstable economy. Let's do what we can to get money into the hands of Canadians who need it the most. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member opposite for her speech. And one of the fascinating things about this place is how Canadians come together, and for many of the members in this House who don't know this, that the member opposite and I actually went to high school together, and we're in the same grade. And I'm getting a thumbs up from the member over there. Although we don't share the same views on politics. I'm not quite sure what went wrong in high school for the member opposite. However, this is the second time I've heard this morning about reducing costs to both employees and employers. And when you reduce the cost of employment insurance, you run the risk, especially given the fact that the government has talked about enhancing employment insurance. So I'm just wondering if the member can answer how those reductions in cost to employers can meet the demands of her government in improving employment insurance costs, Mr. Speaker.
The member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the aisle. Our government is committed to our campaign promises. And of those campaign promises, it is looking at the sensitivity and the vulnerability of not only employees, but also employers. We have a standing committee currently working on the specific issue of employment insurance that will be making recommendations. I can say at this point we are committed to eligibility being less than 910 hours, being sensitive to regional needs, individual needs, employment needs across this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member and I didn't go to high school together, as is evident from the fact that I'm so much older, but I welcomed her speech. I wanted to draw attention to all members of the House, really, and the member opposite speech talking about fixing the unemployment insurance, or as it's now called, the employment insurance program, is critical. There's been a lot of damage. But I think all members of this place need to know that when we disappear for election writ periods or for Christmas, the wait staff in this place, among other workers, are laid off every single time. They spend Christmas without any income. They have to go to EI if they hope to draw any income over the periods of time that this House isn't functioning. I think it's an outrage, but it was made much worse with the seasonal insurance laws brought in by the previous government, as though those who are hired in seasonal businesses are some form of recidivist when they come back to look for unemployment insurance in the periods in which they're not employed. It's typical in the forestry industry, the fishing industry, the tourism industry, and of great benefit to the employers in these periods of time to have employment insurance. But I think we need to fix the treatment of the employees in this place, in the House of Commons, that if we're not paying them when we're not here, they have access to employment insurance.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the aisle for that important statement. Listening to the other members' comments, I take that with great sensitivity in terms of I live in a riding and represent a riding that is significantly impacted with seasonal employment, with tourism, with fisheries in the area of aquaculture. Recently, as recent as yesterday, we had an issue regarding a lobster plant dumping lobster because there was an issue regarding employment. So we do need much more sensitivity, but we need the flexibility. And our changes to the EI program will be flexible looking at the regional needs. We have to end the time when one size fits all for programs. One size does not fit all for programs. Every region is different, and in many cases, each case is different. So that sensitivity and flexibility needs to be invested in, and our government is committed to doing that. Thank you. Good job.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start off by saying I'm going to be splitting my time with the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. I am proud to stand in this House to speak to this NDP motion, which calls on the government to urgently act on ensuring that benefits are available to help Canadians who have lost their job. Job losses are mounting, and Canadians need immediate action on employment insurance. Canadian workers pay for the program, but access to benefits has become harder over the years. Before the Liberals brought in austerity in the 1990s, around 80% of the unemployed received the benefits that they were owed. Shortly after Liberal austerity, the EI coverage fell to less than 50% of workers who lost their jobs. The Conservatives just continued Liberal austerity, and now we have a situation where only 39% of unemployed Canadians are receiving benefits. The Conservatives also destroyed the extended EI benefits pilot program, which was in place to help areas of very high unemployment. The program helped ensure that seasonal workers would not suffer from a gap from their EI benefits at the beginning of the employment season. Now, I think if I was an insurance salesperson and I had to sign people up to my policies and I had a qualification rate of 40% payout if something bad would happen, well, how well do you think I would do? I'd have to explain to my potential clients, yes, you pay me every month out of your paycheck so that if some tragedy befalls you, I'll help you cover it. The only problem is less than 40% of my clients are actually successful at getting their claim approved. I know that I would never go to that particular salesperson, and I know that most Canadians would not either. Somehow the Conservatives thought they could do this to their people and still stay in power. The Conservatives also made a change that allowed workers to keep 50% of their income received while working and receiving benefits. The problem with this change was the same problem the Conservatives faced while in power. This change largely benefited the wealthiest Canadians, and it penalized lower-income earners. Lower-income earners had the right in the past to keep all of their earnings below a certain threshold in order to help with the inequality. The NDP put pressure on the Conservatives to modify this unpopular change. They accepted and introduced a temporary measure that would have allowed those who had previously participated in the program to pick which method worked best for them on an individual basis. This is why we put the plan to allow workers to choose which formula would benefit them in our platform. The New Democratic Party was the only political party that explicitly committed to reinstating the extended EI benefits pilot program. Of course, this does not stop us from working with the government to re-implement the program, and I know there are sympathetic ears on the government side. You know, I remember the press conference done on Prince Edward Island, where the member from Malpeque stated what he saw was the human factor from the changes firsthand, and I can certainly empathize. You know, he said, quote, "When you have people who come into your office 2 months before the work season begins, they've got no money, and they're wondering how they're going to put food on the table, and they're in tears. We see that human factor firsthand." I know exactly what he feels like. You know, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I spent 7 years working as a caseworker to a former member of Parliament, so I have that experience of meeting people in the constituency who have had problems with employment insurance. And that's something that rookie members of Parliament in this House are going to have to get very used to. Casework is a huge part of the job that we do. You know, you'll often meet people who are 20 hours short of qualifying for employment insurance. They talk about the onerous reporting conditions that they have to go through. These are emotionally charged experiences. Oftentimes, families are really struggling to put food on the table. And when you have an employment insurance program that's only meeting 39% of needs, it is simply not good enough. We can work with the Liberal government to make this program safe and secure for Canadians who lose their jobs and they have the right to the benefits. The issue for a long time has been that we asked Canadians to pay into this system, but then we had Liberal and Conservative governments set up elaborate hoops for people to jump through, even to access the programs that they fund. In order to qualify for EI benefits, there are many different requirements in hours worked as a qualifying period, depending on your circumstance and what part of the country you live in. The difference in hours worked is based on the regional rate of unemployment at a given time. Why do we continue with a system that discriminated between workers who need maternity or sickness benefits and new entrants and re-entrants to the workforce? We think this program should be simplified. The NDP is proposing a streamlined system where a worker must work 360 hours in the previous year to qualify, regardless of where they live in the country. The 360 hours mark was proposed by the NDP after extensive consultations with women's groups, students' groups, labor unions, and anti-poverty organizations. This upgrade to the employment insurance program will cost money from the system, but we are lucky that the EI account has a major surplus, and it will be more than enough to cover this change. That is only going to be true if we put in safeguards to put a firewall around the fund. A big reason why I'm going to be supporting this motion is the importance of protecting the EI fund from governments who put their political ambition before the welfare of Canadians that they represent. For years, Liberals and Conservatives have treated the EI account as a government slush fund. As I mentioned, they slashed EI benefits and then spent the money in other ways. When the Liberals were in power before, they took $54 billion from workers and employers who paid into the EI fund, and they spent it on various programs such as tax cuts and giveaways to corporations with absolutely no strings attached. The Conservatives, who were recently in power, like to tout that they had a balanced budget, which was suspect for many reasons, as we have already debated in this House. They took from the EI fund in order to call it a balanced budget. The Employment Insurance Fund was paid into by workers and employers to fund employment insurance, not to put up smoke and mirrors to look like a particular political party was keeping its election promises. Liberals are now plunging us into deficit, and we cannot allow any government in that situation to be able to steal from Canadian workers to make their numbers rosier for the media. We can work together in this House to make sure that never happens. The 360-hour streamlined proposal can be paid for with the money that is already in there for that purpose. It has been worrisome over these past months, however, about the ability to provide real change. Job losses are happening all over the country, and bureaucratic trials are set up to keep workers from accessing desperately needed help that they are owed. The Liberals used their first bill in this House to help give the wealthy a tax break, some of the highest earning Canadians, including Liberal members of Parliament. They called it a middle-class tax break when it really benefited the top 90 to 95% of earners. Anyone earning between $100,000 and $200,000 is going to get the maximum tax cut. And it really was just a public relations ploy when you look at the details. Time and time again, we blasted the Conservatives when they were in power over their insistence on putting programs that were designed to help the wealthiest among us. So far, the Liberals have been falling into that same trap of leaving regular working Canadians behind. The issue is the Liberals want a mandate to put Canada in a better direction than the Conservatives, but Canadians can count on New Democrats to make positive proposals and work with the government so we do not continue down a road where the government is only there for the elite and the privileged. This motion, which would act on recommendations from those working in the anti-poverty sector, women's rights, students' groups, and labor unions, would allow an equal playing field to access employment insurance benefits. It would also stop the absolutely disgraceful act of robbing the insurance fund to pay for corporate tax breaks or for a short-term image that the budget is actually balanced. We implore Liberals to act on their promises, reverse the Conservatives' damage to our EI program, and accept our motion so that Canadians can get some immediate relief in an economy where far too many are suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments by my NDP colleague, and I can assure him that this government will act on the promises that were made and look forward to the package coming forward. But I didn't catch all his speech. I got the about halfway through, but he was making reference to the working while on claim. And actually, in the last 9 years, there was one thing that the Conservative government did that actually worked out okay for working Canadians. The change in the working while on claim, if an employee works 3, 4, or 5 days, with the new formula that was brought in by the Conservatives, it would actually benefit workers that have the benefit of working 3, 4, or 5 days. But there are many industries where the employee is only able to get that 1 day a week, or maybe 2 days a week, and it's sort of iffy on the second day as to which system works better. So, is my colleague, are you encouraging the move to a hybrid system? What kind of mechanism do you think would work in order to accommodate? Because you're not looking. Let me ask this question: are you looking at doing away with the changes that were made in 2012 to the working while on claim that was brought in by the Conservatives?
I just want to remind the honourable members that I'm not looking into anything, if you don't mind going through me to go to the member. Yes, the honourable member for Couch and Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across the way. I believe I did make reference to that particular aspect in the program in my speech, where I said that we supported a proposal which would allow a worker to choose which system benefited them individually. What we've got before us today is a motion. The real meat of the issue has to come in the form of legislative change. And I would have preferred to have seen that legislative change come in Bill C2. but unfortunately your party had other methods that it wanted to pursue. But a lot of these changes that we're proposing can be brought forward in a government bill. We don't need to be waiting for the budget. If we are serious about immediate action for those who are suffering, bring us a bill, show us what we can work with, and we will look at some amendments if necessary. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my NDP colleague for a typical recitation of left-wing philosophy, nothing but spend, 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 and class warfare, just the two things this country simply does not need. I remember in our first term, I would question the NDP over and over again why they would never talk about how to actually create wealth. It's all, for them, it's all about spending. And by the way, in terms of our government's economic record, we'll take a back seat to nobody. 1.3 million net new jobs. The surplus, I think I saw the fiscal monitor is up to $3 billion now, soon to be spent. I'd like to ask my NDP friend, why does he think he can why does he think Canada can spend itself rich, A, and B, why does the NDP never ever offer any ideas on actually how to create wealth in a free market capitalistic economy?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives on how to balance budget or present fiscal responsibility, that's for sure. What we need to keep in mind here is that what we are talking about is the Employment Insurance Fund. This is not something for general government revenue, and the Conservatives use that fund to balance their books. So I'm not going to take any lessons. And what we have before us today is a system that is broken when only less than 4 out of 10 Canadians are qualifying for benefits that they paid into. It is not an insurance program that is worth the name that it's called. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the recession hit in late 2008, Ottawa enacted temporary measures to stabilize the economy and help households make ends meet. The most important of these was adding an extra 5 weeks to the EI benefits. When the economy is bad, it takes workers longer than usual to find new jobs. This would be especially true when one sector or region is at the center of most job losses, which we have now with Alberta in the energy industry. Another 5 weeks of benefits recognizes this reality and gives workers the time they need to find a good job. Increasing access to benefits will make the stimulus more effective and equitable. The Liberals' EI election promise is slated to take effect in January 2017 would seem to be straightforward, and there are some that have to be done now. The nuances of these changes can be discussed meaningfully as time goes on, but we have what are so-called low-hanging fruit that our motion addresses here today. The first is the promise to eliminate the eligibility requirement of 910 hours of insured employment for new entrants and re-entrants to the labour market. If the federal government eliminated the higher requirement for this group immediately, it would make access to EI fairer, especially for those who are new to the workforce. Second, unemployed workers are facing significant delays in getting benefits approved, receiving decisions on appeals, or even in having their questions answered. Cuts to frontline services over the past few years have been devastating to the EI program. More staff needs to be hired to make sure that the benefits flow without delay. It would also take little time to scrap the 2012 changes to EI, such as reversing the 3 tiers of workers, returning to the previous definition of suitable employment, and restoring the best 14 weeks pilot programs that created a single national standard for determining benefit levels. Finally, existing skills training programs are important to help workers transition to new employment. Another Liberal election promise was an increase of $200 million to fund provincial literacy and essential skills training aimed at those who don't qualify for EI. While it's not part of EI, it would help where it's needed most. We believe these are changes that can be done quickly and painlessly. We salute the new government's commitments to make sizable investments in infrastructure. Liberals have promised to provide much-needed investments in areas of affordable housing, public transit, and municipal water system upgrades over the next few years. And all of these are necessary and will contribute to economic growth and Canadians' well-being. But they won't give the economy the boost it needs now. Employment insurance can help fill the gap, and that's what we're here to do today. In the Windsor-Essex area, within which you'll find my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, the unemployment rate is 9.6%. 9.6%, which is significantly higher than the national rate right now of 7.2%. And these people, like the unemployed throughout the country, have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, and they're at the mercy of market forces they did not create and have no control over. Now, we heard some numbers earlier today in other honourable member statements, and I wanted to know what some of these numbers about unemployment meant for my area. So I did some cursory number crunching as well, and some of the back of the envelope kind of stuff. And just to illustrate my point. So, well, it's not entirely scientific. It's close enough to paint a very poignant picture of the immediacy of the issues that are involved in the motion as it's articulated here today. While the population of the Windsor area, that would be Windsor and Essex County, is around 319,246 people, the percentage of those who are working, who are of working age, is 67.5%, or about 215,491 people. Now, with an unemployment rate at 9.6%, this would work out to around 20,618 people. Okay, but when I look at the number of people, again, according to the government's own figures, who are currently utilizing EI benefits, the number is 5,640. I just said 5,640. Out of 20,618 people without work, that's how many are eligible to collect EI.
It's pretty brutal.
That's pretty brutal, you're right. One's thoughts go immediately to the over 16,000 people who are unemployed and yet, for whatever reason, do not have access to unemployment insurance. I know some of these 16,000 will be students. A small percentage of them will be unable to work. I provide these figures as a broad sense of how many people might be denied access to EI benefits in the Windsor-Essex area. And I know you agree, these numbers are horrifying because we know that numbers are numbers and people are people. I'd also like to add that while a debate such as the one we're having may require a lot of numbers and statistics, yes, we don't forget that unemployment figures are more than figures or a data table or a spreadsheet. These are our family members, our friends and our neighbors. They're our parents raising our children, raising the future workforce. They're the sons and daughters who are providing for their parents that important informal caregiving that we all need as we age. As I alluded to earlier, a series of policy changes over the last 2 decades have made access to EI benefits increasingly difficult. Back in 1990, 83% of unemployed Canadians received benefits, but it took a dive to 42% in 1998 when the former Liberal government redesigned the program to make it far less generous. After further changes by the Harper government, the beneficiaries to unemployed ratio fell below 40% in 2012 for the first time in almost 40 years. Further changes in 2013 drove down the eligibility rate to 37%, a new all-time low. It also became tied to absurd rules, like accepting any job the government deemed suitable, even if it's entirely unrelated to your career, comes with a 30% pay cut or requires an hour-long commute. As job losses are mounting, Canadian families are struggling and they need immediate action from this government. After 20 years of Conservative and Liberal reforms, our employment insurance program is completely broken and it isn't providing the help that Canadian families need. The Liberal and Conservatives have dramatically slashed access to employment insurance benefits, leaving the majority of unemployed Canadians unprotected. Over 80% of the unemployed received unemployment insurance benefits before the Liberals devastated the program with their reforms in the 1990s. And after the Liberals' reforms, EI coverage fell to less than 50% of the unemployed. Under the Conservatives, access to EI benefits fell to historic lows, with fewer than 4 in 10 unemployed Canadians receiving regular EI benefits. In December, the last month for which we have the data, only 38.9% of unemployed Canadians received benefits. Both the total number and the proportion of unemployed Canadians went down compared to November, even though the number of unemployed Canadians increased. Economic mismanagement has also contributed to the low number of Canadians receiving EI benefits. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, many of the Canadians who are not receiving EI have been unemployed for more than a year or were employed in precarious work that made it difficult for them to accumulate enough hours. Currently, to qualify for EI regular benefits, a worker needs to work between 420 and 700 hours in the preceding 52 weeks before they make a claim. The number of hours is based on the regional rate of unemployment in the claimant's region. New entrants and re-entrants need 910 hours to qualify for EI regular benefits. The NDP has long proposed a threshold of 360 hours for workers, regardless of where they live. The cost of this proposal, based on the NDP's calculations during the campaign, would be $1.2 billion, a cost the EI account can easily afford, given the current surplus and assuming that this pool, paid for by workers and their employers, is protected.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John Rothesay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for her speech, certainly a passionate speech. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is a party that joined the election, promised many things to many people, like a $15 a day daycare with no way to pay for it, with a $15 an hour minimum wage, Mr. Speaker, that was only going to be for 1% of Canadian workers. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member opposite is this. Given that her party and her leader promised and committed to a balanced budget in year one, how would they ever begin to pay for the changes that they're proposing in the EI? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I'm very well versed in our NDP platform that was fully costed and included addressing corporate taxation and addressing tax loopholes so that everyone is paying their fair share. And I would like to note as well that the employers are also paying into this EI system, and they are the ones, especially in the resource sector that's currently being championed today, that they are the ones that want a returning workforce when they are ready. I'm very confident that we could implement these changes and they would provide the stimulus that we require and decrease a burden on other social service programs that end up needing to be accessed. The original intent of our employment insurance program was that so that when you got knocked down, you could get up again. Yep. What we have now is a hole that's so deep when you get knocked down, you cannot climb out. This is a broken policy. The intent and rationale needs to be readdressed, and we need to stay the course to be able to do that.
Yep. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her enlightening speech. And while I'm not surprised to see that the Conservatives aren't going to support us, I'm a little bit more surprised to see that the Liberals aren't going to support us. In the previous Parliament, they were on our side when we talked about the 360 hours. They were on our side when it came to debating the Conservative reform, which was, terrible reform. And so the question I have for my colleague is, well, it seems that the Liberals are not going to support the motion. Is the only element that makes the difference between them and us is that they don't recognize the need to protect the EI fund and its contributions to ensure that the service is self-financed.
Minister Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. Being a new MP, I've had to come into this honourable chamber and learn a little bit more about the politics. And one of our colleagues opposite earlier today articulated that there was a definition of the term of leader where you could grab the baton and go to the front. And I know that we have been championing changes to EI, and yes, they do align with some of the changes that the Liberals had wanted to make. And I think, unfortunately, this is just a matter of people taking credit. How we could move forward is to realize that this motion is about the immediate action. It's about the low-lying fruit that we need to be able to set the path and the parameters for the more nuanced changes that the Honourable Minister spoke about earlier today in our debate, and I was very privileged to hear that. And I did feel heartened by it, even though a part of me did accept the cynicism of the politics of it. I really do believe that this program that we have with our EI system has a lot of merits to it, and we do know that these are the immediate changes that do need to take place. And I have every faith that our system will allow, and the debate today will allow some of those merits to come forward, and no matter how it is presented, that it is actually the tenets of this motion that are going to be the first things that we have to do and hit the ground running. Actually, in bringing this motion today, some of us were very frustrated that these things haven't already been done in over 100 days of governance now. These were the no-brainers.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with a member of Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to provide a perspective of our government's one of its significant economic success, which is improving people's competencies in the workplace. Labor development is one of our key priorities as a government. If we wish to grow the economy, we need to be responsive to all sectors of the economy, as well as regions of the country. I know from firsthand that in my riding of Don Valley East, there is 11% unemployment and underemployment. I am concerned about the issue, and I like the fact that our government is taking a holistic approach to improve the conditions for those that are underemployed and unemployed. Our government is helping in a broad perspective to ensure that we develop strategies that are working. For employees, the acquisition of new skills and the development of existing skills means increased contribution to society and greater self-esteem and motivation. This leads directly to a more productive and a more competitive society and better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to provide monetary benefits to people while they are looking for work, but our actions need to go further. We need to offer the tools that will help Canadians get ahead in today's labor market. There are too many stories of people who no longer possess the skills that make them employable. And I am very familiar in my writing of these stories. So our intention is to offer people a path that can lead them to new employment possibilities and work that is in line with the requirements of today's market. We believe that with the right preparation and the acquisition of right skills, a very large percentage of unemployed people can reintegrate into the job market without having to move away from their community or accept low-paying employment. Mr. Speaker, through the Labour Market Development Agreements, the Government of Canada provides over $2 billion each year to provinces and territories for employment programs and services. The primary focus is to help current and former EI claimants prepare for and obtain employment. Our Liberal government will work closely with all provinces and territories to improve skills training. We will ensure that training is better aligned with the needs of the labour market, and we will enhance the tools available to help unemployed workers get back to work. Mr. Speaker, our initiatives complement a large range of programs that are already provided to provinces and territories for this very purpose. As an example, the Canada Job Fund agreements provide $500 million in funding annually to provinces and territories. The purpose is to support training for all Canadians regardless of their employment status through the Canada Job Grant and other employer-sponsored training initiatives. Under the Employment Supports and Services, priority is given to unemployed persons not eligible for EI and low-skilled employed workers. Our government believes in the hard-working people of Canada, and as such, we will continue to strengthen and promote existing tools and services such as the National Job Bank to help the unemployed return to work. We will work with the provincial colleagues to ensure that people get the services and training available to help them with labour market transitions. We all know that the jobs of the future will require a highly trained workforce. We intend on making Canada's workforce amongst the most competitive in the world. For this to happen, we need to adapt to the new realities of the labour market. We are working collaboratively and in partnership with all provinces and territories, and we are ensuring that Canadians have access to the education and training programs they need to be successful in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, the measures that we are putting in place are designed to support both employees and employers in all regions of the country. We are looking at a wide range of changes that will increase the fairness as well as the effectiveness of the program. For instance, we intend to eliminate discrimination towards people who are entering or re-entering the employment market. We are looking at reversing the Conservatives' 2012 changes to the employment insurance system that force unemployed workers to move away from their communities and take lower-paying jobs. These rules have had negative consequences on a large number of workers, notably seasonal workers. In addition, we will provide more flexibility for parental leave under the employment insurance system to better meet the needs of families. Mr. Speaker, one more example in our desire to help the job seekers. We have committed to reduce the waiting period for EI claimants. This will help those workers who lose their jobs to receive their benefits faster. These are only a few of the improvements we are working on towards an improved employment insurance program. And this is the spirit that will drive modernization of our EI programs now and in the future. Our ultimate objective is to help Canadians find good jobs that are meaningful and well-paid and strengthen our economy. And the residents of Don Valley East will be very proud that that's what we are taking. Throughout this important process of change, we will be focused on strengthening the EI program so that it reflects the needs of all Canadians. Employment insurance reaches millions of Canadians, either as beneficiaries or as employers. It is a crucial part of our social safety net. And this is why both EI as well as training skills development are such important priorities for this government. And I hope all members of this House will work with us as we bring changes and consultation to this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Don Valley East for her speech. But and I'm really happy to see that she is for making some changes that the Conservatives done when their reforms. But the Liberals have always supported the NDP motions, and in this House before, for a 360-hour threshold, and calling for the repeal of the Conservative reforms. So in 2009, the Liberal Party called on the government of the day to institute a national 360-hour threshold for access to benefits. So I'm going to ask the honourable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal government in favour of the 360-hour threshold today? And if not, why not?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. In our process of consultation and reform, we will ensure that there is fairness in the system, that more Canadians are able to access the EI when they need it, and we are committed to improving the EI program so that it is responsive to the needs of Canadian workers and employers. We will eliminate the discrimination against workers. We will reverse the 2012 changes. And I hope we can move together to work together in this House and bring about the necessary changes.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciated her speech and her comments today. And I was pleased as a Liberal to see, not just in her platform, but in the throne speech, in responses to questions here in the House thus far, our Prime Minister is steadfast behind reforming the EI program. And I guess coming off the question that was posed by my colleague across the way in the NDP, when we look at 2009, the system is about fairness and balance. And so we've looked at some things that probably better suit Canadians now through support with when we look at changing the number of weeks, the waiting period from 2 weeks to 1. These all have sort of impacts on the broader system. And so we think now we've pledged and we costed in our platform where we are going to reduce, do away with the 920 hours for first-time and new entrants and re-entrants into the program. We're going to go with regional thresholds. I think that will allow far more Canadians access to the program. What I want to ask the member, even beyond EI, and we know that we're a party that's committed to making sure that we're there for the EI. I wanted to talk about, just in reference to this, the government's, the absolute best thing we can do for somebody that's receiving EI benefits, make sure that they're provided for, but to give them some hope and aspirations about employment. and getting on with their lives and work. So, you know, how does this government's approach on developing opportunity, how do her constituents respond to the path set forward by this government?
Member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I agree that EI is a temporary measure. Yes, it is a safety net. However, people want to work because that is their self-pride and their self-esteem. And our labour market development agreements to support training for the unemployed workers, our $500 million agreement that to provinces for the job markets, job fund agreements. There are so many ways in which we can provide hope to the residents of Canada. And to my residents, they would be they're very appreciative that we are taking a progressive way in which we can address the issues from going from an underemployment or unemployment to job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity I've been given to speak to you about an issue that's at the heart of our objectives in terms of jobs and communities across Pontiac and the Gatineau Valley. I'm talking about the implementation of an EI system that is based on justice and compassion, which corresponds to the needs of the job market and supports the Canadian economy, including the economies of our regions. Our EI system represents one of the pillars, or is one of the pillars, of our social safety net. Altogether, this system works very effectively. It accomplishes what is needed to accomplish, which is to support people who are looking for jobs and are looking for new skills. Canadians know that they can count on a certain financial support when they finish one job. They also know that they will benefit from guidance in their search for new employment or the acquisition of new skills and knowledge. Furthermore, the system helps them to find a balance between their personal and professional responsibilities following illness or other family obligations, including the birth of or adoption of a child, or providing care to a loved one. Our intention is very clear. We are going to ensure that our system continues to align itself with the realities of the job market in this country and that it will bring support to those who need it. But in order to do so, it must remain up to date. This means that it must evolve over time. The job market is changing at a frenetic pace, and the skills that are required change over time as well. We know this. A job that one day is considered to be essential can suddenly become obsolete, and the people who are in these jobs can find themselves in precarious situations very quickly. We just think about the drop in commodities prices around the country. The EI system allows us to change quickly. The system divides the country into 62 different economic regions. And when the rate changes in one region, the eligibility criteria is reduced and the length of benefits is increased. So the system is flexible and can adjust to economic conditions that are local and must do so constantly. We have to respond to today's realities and be in line with the needs of workers and their employers. In this regard, our government is firmly committed to offering programs that reflect our values and the needs of our communities. And we recognize that currently there are components of the system that could be improved. That is why we intend to eliminate the discrimination towards people who become or return as members of the workforce. Our intention is to put an end to regulations that discriminate against people who become part of the workforce, and these people should be treated in the same way as other workers in their regions.
In the same vein, the current regulations show a deep lack of respect for seasonal workers. And the reality is that in the Pontiac is that we have very many. And yet seasonal workers are a key component of our economy. Some sectors, such as the market vegetable sector and processing of seafood, tourism, and forestry, rely on temporary labor. That is the nature of things. In this same spirit, we will repeal the changes that were made to EI in 2012 that compelled workers to work far from their communities and accept less well-paid jobs. Mr. Speaker, the measures that we will implement have been designed to support both employees and employers in all regions of the country. And these are just a few of the improvements that we intend to make to the EI system. Here are a few others. For example, by 2017, we will work to reduce the waiting period to receive benefits so that workers who lose their jobs will be able to receive their benefits more quickly. Moreover, we are going to bring more flexibility to parental leave within the EI system in order to better meet the needs of families. Our government is determined to support parents and caregivers by offering them more flexible EI benefits that are also easier to access and more inclusive. This is the spirit in which we intend to manage the EI system in the future. Our final goal, Mr. Speaker, is to help Canadians to find, including the people of the Pontiac, to find good jobs that are of value to them and that are well paid, and to strengthen our economy and the economies of our regions. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. The one thing that I've heard from in his speech, as well as many of his colleagues, is this concern that Canadians are having to leave areas close to their home to go to other places for lower paying jobs. Well, I would just like to point out that it's been a historic part of our Canadian society where people travel from one end of the country to the other for better paying jobs. We're seeing that in Alberta. How many Atlantic Canadians have been in Alberta for decades for high paying jobs in the energy sector? So I would just like him to say, why would they want to discount Canadians having the opportunity, if there aren't jobs in their communities, to go elsewhere where they are needed, and there's great opportunities for employment in sectors that are higher paying? Why would you want to counteract that by eliminating those opportunities?
Here. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
For the question, and it gives me a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak to specific examples in the riding of Pontiac where workers and families have suffered as a result of the changes to the employment insurance regime established by the Conservative government in 2012. If one is working in the forestry industry, but only 10 weeks at a time, 15 weeks at a time, 20 weeks at a time, or if one is working in the ecotourism industry, but only has a spring and summer and an early fall of work, and they're told they won't be eligible for employment insurance, and that they're going to have to move to a new community far away, where they don't have the support from their family, or where they're not able to provide further support to their family because they have to move, that is too difficult, and it depresses regions, and ultimately it can kill communities. There has to be greater flexibility, and we will be bringing that in the weeks and months to come.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member, it sounds like he agrees with our motion as we've put it forth. What exactly is it? What is the bone of contention? Why are you not supporting this motion with everything you've just said? It's very much aligned with the intent of our motion that we've got on the table today.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I think ultimately, really, philosophically, there are many similarities between what the opposition is proposing and where the government is going to go eventually. But this requires study, this requires consultation, it requires an evaluation of what it is that we need to do to ensure that communities are not destroyed by rules that require that people move away to take jobs that are lower paying. But this government will move forward with a budget, and at that time I look forward to the changes that are being evaluated by the Minister of Labour and by the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
In comments, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague from Pontiac on that excellent speech. More so, rather than us not agreeing with the NDP motion, it's more like the NDP agree with the government's throne speech, because that's what we talked about in our throne speech, are making the necessary changes that have to take place within the EI system. But I want to comment from my friend from Foothills, and he is absolutely right about Atlantic Canadians. It surprises me as well, Mr. Speaker. But Atlantic Canadians, and being an Atlantic Canadian, we've always taken great pride in being that mobile pool of labor. And we've worked on some of the biggest, most complex construction jobs really across the world. And a big part of Alberta's success, I worked in Fort McMurray for 9 years, and I didn't contribute too much to the success of Fort McMurray. But certainly, I understand fully that Atlantic Canadians have been a big part of the success of Alberta and being part of that. But what we're talking about here are low-paying jobs and people being asked from one small rural community to go to another small rural community where there's no access to public transit, where there's no access to childcare, for minimum wage jobs. And that's where the difficulty comes in. And I'm asking my colleague from Pontiac, does he as well see the merit in challenging these new rules that were brought in by the Conservative government and fixing these particular aspects of the regulations?
In 30 seconds or less, the honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker. I think it goes without saying that we need to fix the system. It's broken, particularly for small communities, whether one is in Cape Breton or whether one is in the Pontiac. Small-town Canada, when the economy is down, it needs EI's help. It needs that flexibility, it needs that skill building, and it doesn't need to have workers moved out of communities forced to take on lower wage jobs. So I look forward to working with our Minister of Labour and proposing something that works for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the member from Windsor West. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of today's Opposition Day motion brought forward by the honourable member for Jonquière. The motion calls on this place to acknowledge that Canadians need better access to employment insurance benefits and calls on the government to take immediate action. This motion is very relevant to the people I represent in Essex. Over the past number of years and decades, southwestern Ontario has lost tens of thousands of good-paying manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing accounts for 11% of Canada's GDP and employs over 1.7 million Canadians, many of whom live in southwestern Ontario. But over the past decade, under the Conservatives' watch, 400,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs have been lost. Those job losses have impacted communities across my riding, including Amherstburg, Bell River, Essex, Harrow, Kingsville, Lakeshore, and LaSalle. According to Service Canada, the EI region of Windsor, which includes the riding I represent, has an unemployment rate of 9.6%. This is one of the highest unemployment rates in the country and much higher than the 7.2% national rate. In reality, we know that the rate is probably much higher than the 9.6% that Statistics Canada looks at. Statistics Canada has a narrow measure of unemployment that really only looks at those who are actively looking for work. In a region like the one I represent, which has experienced chronic underemployment over the years, people simply stop looking. Or they settle for lower-paying jobs or part-time work, sometimes piecing together 2 or 3 part-time jobs to make ends meet. They may also seek retraining opportunities, as I did in 2008, after being laid off from my auto manufacturing job. When I started working on the assembly line at Ford, we had 6,700 people. 20 years later, we are down to 1,500. People in my riding deserve fair and equitable access to employment insurance. Because when you lose your job through no fault of your own, and there aren't many opportunities in the area you can turn to, you need time to make the important decisions about your future and the future of your family. Yesterday, I published an editorial in the Windsor Star which talks about Neil from London. Canadians were introduced to Neil during the Prime Minister's one-on-one interviews on CBC. Neil's interview embodied more than just a generation concerned about their financial retirement. He reminded me of all the people I've worked shoulder to shoulder with during my 19 years at Ford. It reminded me of the conversations I had at the doors of Essex voters. It reminded me why I'm now working in Ottawa as the MP for Essex. Thanks to Neil, the concerns he raised with the Prime Minister were brought to a national audience. His questions reflected the real anxiety that resides in manufacturing towns across southwestern Ontario. He became the face of tens of thousands of families. His questions were real and they were pointed. Sadly, they largely went unanswered by the Prime Minister. Canadians from all corners of our country face anxiety about mounting job losses. We know the provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan are facing an extraordinary period of slow economic growth and falling energy prices. This has led to tens of thousands of workers losing their jobs, which means tens of thousands of families concerned about how they will make ends meet while trying to secure quality jobs in this economic downturn. When communities face mounting job losses, like Alberta over the past year or so, and southwestern Ontario over the past few decades, workers rely on fair access to the employment insurance benefits they've paid into for so many years. The Premier of Alberta, the Honourable Rachel Notley, knows EI is an important component of supporting families in these tough economic times. She said they're looking for a fast-paced adjustment to EI so they can expand eligibility for the length of claims, which are shorter in Alberta than in any other part of the country. While the Liberals talked a lot about improving access to EI during the election campaign, many Canadians will remember that it was a Liberal government that created many of the problems with EI that we are dealing with today. In fact, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have tightened eligibility criteria and pillaged $57 billion from the EI fund. They've distorted the purpose of the EI program, which is to provide income to workers who have the misfortune of losing their jobs. Looking back into the 1990s, the Liberal government of the day embarked on a devastating austerity program, reducing transfers to the provinces and cities and slashing services that Canadians rely on. Under the Liberals, employment insurance was radically overhauled to restrict eligibility requirements. In 1990, 8 out of 10 Canadians qualified for EI benefits, but after the Liberal government's changes, EI coverage fell to less than 50% of the unemployed. And let's talk about what the Liberal government did to the EI account. To provide a little background, when employers and workers pay into EI, the money goes into a consolidated specific purposes account. These specific purposes are very straightforward. EI premiums are intended to provide relief for workers who have lost their job. They're not meant for any other purpose, like funding reductions in the corporate tax rate or giving subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. EI premiums are meant for unemployed workers. What the Liberals did to the EI account is unconscionable. They rated the fund of about $50 billion. Rather than reducing premiums for small business owners and workers, the government took the money for their own purposes. Rather than increase access to EI for the unemployed, the government took the money for themselves. Rather than provide greater retraining opportunities for unemployed workers or address the serious skilled labour shortage that exists across Canada, the Liberal government took $50 billion out of the EI account and away from Canadian workers. So it's all well and good for the Liberals today to be talking about fixing some of the Conservatives' mess, but let's not forget the governing party's sordid history on this file. Fast forwarding to the 2000s, let's take a look at what the Conservatives did with EI. Faced with deepening recession in 2012, the Conservatives failed to address the economy and instead focused on attacking Canadian workers. They undertook a large series of reforms to EI that were designed to further restrict eligibility, especially for seasonal and lower-wage workers. The number of people qualifying for EI hit an all-time low. Let's remember, in 1990, 8 of 10 Canadians qualified for EI benefits. After the Liberals were done with their changes, this number dropped to about 5 in 10. And after the Conservatives, just 4 out of 10 Canadians qualified for the benefits they had paid into. The Conservatives introduced new rules for forcing workers to accept lower wage jobs that pay up to 30% less than their previous job, or accept jobs that are up to an hour's drive from home. Refusing such jobs meant workers risk losing their benefits. The Conservatives also changed the rules for working while on claim pilot project, which penalized lower income earners, and they killed the extended EI benefits pilot program, which granted 5 extra weeks of benefits to workers in regions of high unemployment. Stealing a page from the Liberal playbook, the Conservative government diverted another $3 billion from the EI account to cover budget holes left by their multi-billion dollars in corporate tax giveaways. Hassan Yousaf, president of the Canadian Labour Congress, put it well. How can you justify accumulating annual surpluses in the EI account when 63% of the unemployed do not receive the benefits? It's time the federal government stops raiding the EI account. Enough is enough. This money can never be recovered, and it's a grievous theft from Canadians who are at their most vulnerable. Today's motion proposes a clear way forward. First, it proposes to create a universal qualifying threshold of 360 hours, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment. Currently, the required hours range from 420 to 700 hours, which restricts EI eligibility for many Canadian workers. Leveling the playing field with a standard number of hours is good for workers, and it's a proposal that has been endorsed by 80 Canadian groups, including anti-poverty, women's groups, labour unions, and students' groups. Second, the motion proposes to repeal some of the Conservative government's harmful EI reforms. Forcing workers to accept low-paid jobs far from their homes puts an undue strain on families and prevents workers from securing the right job for their future. Let's get rid of these unnecessary measures and restore the pilot program to help seasonal workers. Third, the motion calls on Parliament to protect the EI account to ensure that funds are only spent on benefits for Canadians, including training, and never again used to boost the government's bottom line. This is such a critical part of this motion, and I would encourage my colleagues to acknowledge the wrongs of the past and support today's motion as a positive way forward that restores the EI program to its intended purpose. Thank you to my honourable colleague from Jonquière for bringing this motion before us today. On behalf of the people I represent in Essex, I will be voting yes to this motion.
Thank you. Seeing that it's 2 o'clock, the honourable member for Essex will have 5 minutes. We'll continue with the question period. And what the honourable member for Essex will have 5 minutes of questions and comments after question period. Maintenant, déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
Député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Monday was a dark day for freedom of expression in Canada, a right which is, however, protected in both the Quebec and Canadian Charter. When the motion was adopted on the nonviolent BDS campaign, I was very surprised to see the Liberals fall right into the treacherous trap set by their Conservative adversaries. We already know that there will be other traps of this type. At present, all we can do is deplore the fact that the Liberal members have decided to continue the policy of the previous government instead of seeking to build bridges by calling for strengthened dialogue. It's certainly not by condemning a peaceful campaign that the Liberals will achieve that. In the Bloc Québécois, it is clear we have chosen our side. Peace.
Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to bring attention to an event that took place in Newmarket, Aurora this past Saturday. Newmarket's In From the Cold, a local organization that serves people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, held its annual Coldest Night of the Year walk. On this night, local residents and volunteers walked for the homeless, hungry, and hurting in our community. I was proud to play a small role in the event this past Saturday by taking part in the walk with a great team. This annual walk impacts hundreds of lives in a positive way, helping many Canadians who are struggling. This year, I am proud to announce that Newmarket's Coldest Night of the Year walk raised over $63,000, almost double the original goal of $35,000. Newmarket ranked in the top 10 of all of Canada. I want to thank the spectacular team of volunteers who dedicated their time to organizing, fundraising, and walking the walk for an excellent cause. They serve as a prime example of the fantastic people and organizations found in Newmarket, Aurora. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As most of us know, this is Black History Month. 200 years ago, Canada was the final destination for over 30,000 oppressed people fleeing slavery on the Underground Railroad. In Canada, one of the major destinations was the township of Oro-Medonte, where they were given land to farm in the 1840s. The settlers built the Oro African Church on the third line of Oro-Medonte soon after their arrival. It stands today as a National Heritage Site for being the oldest African church standing in North America. Thanks to the leadership of the Township of Oro-Medonte, the MP for Simcoe North, and many local residents, over $400,000 has been raised to restore this national treasure. This includes $90,000 in crowdfunding and a contribution from the former government of $78,000. Restoration is projected to be completed this summer and reopened to help reorganize our collective history and educate those in our community. On behalf of the people of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, I would like to congratulate on this success.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to shine as a beacon of hope for Syrian refugees. The newly formed riding of Vimy and Laval, that I proudly represent, has welcomed with open arms many grateful families seeking to escape conflict from half a world away. I was honored to personally greet some of them at the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport on New Year's Day and hope to welcome many more to a new life of peace and stability. Sa Sainteté le Pape François a nommé Son Excellence.
There is a new Catholic évêque that will be put in place in Vimy. This is an important event for the riding. Canada's contribution to this important event has not gone unnoticed, and I'm very happy to work alongside these other workers to welcome Syrian refugees to Vimy.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Many support the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and welcome the government's pledge to address the 94 TRC recommendations. I was recently reminded of the immediate need for action on both. I met Kirsten at a beautifully painted teepee at an Edmonton Winter Festival. On entering the teepee, I was overwhelmed by the aroma of spruce boughs, then invited to join Indigenous youth reclining on buffalo hides. They told me about their backgrounds in the program Moving the Mountain. Kirsten proudly led me to the teepee she was building adjacent to a moose hide she had stretched. Left with such a strong feeling of hopefulness, I decided to find out more. Moving the Mountain, initiated by Edmonton's iHuman Society, is now hosted by the University of Alberta. It directly supports Indigenous girls and young women wishing to escape homelessness, addictions, and abuse, providing a safe place to learn and seek alternative paths. These next-gen victims of residential schools deserve our support now. I'll be looking to the March budget for expanded support for concrete programs to deliver a ray of hope to these young women and others like them.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to welcome grade 5 students and teachers from Khalsa Community School in Brampton to Parliament Hill. Khalsa School was founded in 1995 by Principal Ripshottam Singh Garewal. The school's philosophy is not only to educate our youth, but also develop a strong sense of civic engagement. Mr. Speaker, these students are our future leaders and will be the foundation for an ever more engaged Canada at home and abroad. They are in Ottawa to watch question period today, to learn how government works, and to participate in a meet and greet with a few of my honourable colleagues later on. Although these young minds are in Ottawa today as students on a field trip, I have no doubt that with the education they receive at Khalsa School, many of them will go on to be CEOs, lawyers, doctors, and engineers, members of Parliament, and even a future Prime Minister. Welcome to Ottawa Khalsa School. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate two elected officials in my riding for their recent political accomplishments. First of all, some of you already know, the former MP for Richmond Arthabaska, the new mayor of Victoriaville, André Bellavance. I congratulate him on his clear victory to succeed me as mayor. As the former mayor of Victoriaville, I wish him good luck and I look forward to cooperating with him on various files. Secondly, Hugues Grimard, another dynamic mayor. He was elected to the board of the Quebec Union of Municipalities. I'm convinced that he will be an important asset for the riding on this organization. In closing, since I'm talking about elected officials at the municipal level, I want to congratulate all of these passionate men and women who are actively involved in their communities. It's through your decisions and your actions that you are contributing, as we are, to improving the lives of our fellow citizens. Thank you and congratulations on your commitment to the people of our region.
The
Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the economic situation in my riding is very difficult. Too many companies have closed down and people could have decided to throw in the towel, but on the contrary, many entrepreneurs in the region, on the initiative of Mr. François Rioux, president of the Bertrand Rioux Group, set up a fund for creating new businesses in the MRC Matania. These 60 entrepreneurs brought in more than $300,000 in funding, and the economic it's important, in fact, to show positive leadership to the community and to help kickstart the economy in our municipality, like Mr. Rioux is doing. We have ambitions for our region. The community is prepared to collaborate and to actively get involved in kickstarting the economy. I count on our government to support this initiative that will create long-term jobs. I salute to Mr. Rioux for this initiative. This is a concrete example of work that's creating an environment that is conducive to economic recovery.
For Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor of the late Boris Nemtsov. When one looks at his photos, you see a man who had a twinkle in his eye, a love of life. However, he had an even greater love, the Russian people. And for this love, he was a fearless fighter for their dignity, for their rights. A year ago, it was peculiar that Boris Nemtsov was not being arrested despite his harshest to-date criticism of Putin's kleptocratic dictatorship and war of aggression against Ukraine. Arrests were not working in Boris's case. Bullets would send a clear message. The Kremlin was chosen as the kill zone, the most unlikely place for an assassination unless the professional killers felt protected. Afterwards, investigators committed the indignity of partially undressing Boris's corpse while filming live for Russian TV with the Kremlin as a backdrop. A gruesome message to what remains of Russia's democratic opposition from a psychopathic killer. This weekend in Russia, people will remember, Герои не умирают.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this Monday, February 29th, will mark 20 years since the first flight of WestJet. From its origins with 3 used aircrafts, 225 employees, and 5 destinations, WestJet has grown into 2 decades to be North America's 9th largest airline by passengers carried. Today, WestJet fields over 142 aircraft, has over 10,000 employees, flies to 100 destinations worldwide, and has carried over 20 million passengers. This company also strives to excel in efficient and clean technology and has significant social investments across communities across our country. WestJet is a Canadian success story, using a unique business model to expand and thrive and create jobs across Canada. I would like to congratulate this Calgary-based company, which has demonstrated that success comes from innovation, ideas, and hard work. And since the debate has been over 4 hours in this place, I'd like to remind my colleagues that the exits are here.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we learned of the stabbing incident in Pickering at Dumbarton High School. As a graduate of Dumbarton, I extended my heartfelt concern for the students, teachers, and community. A 14-year-old girl came to school with knives and injured students and teachers. Thankfully, no one was fatally injured. The incident could have been far worse if not for the bravery and quick action of the students and teachers. I'd like to thank these brave individuals for their quick thinking during what must have been a very terrifying event. I also want to thank the first responders who were there very quickly and acted professionally. I'm extremely proud of the way everyone involved has reacted to such an unnerving event. My thoughts are with the victims, and I know I speak for everyone in this House when I wish them a full and speedy recovery.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform this House that next week, Long Range Mountain will host the Special Olympics Canada Winter Games.
to announce our government joined provincial and municipal counterparts and committed $250,000 to ensure the event is a success and raise awareness of our country's Special Olympians. I also want to thank the many organizers, volunteers and sponsors. Without their valuable contributions, this event would not be possible. Because of them, from March 1st to the 6th, Corner Brook will host over 1,600 athletes, coaches, families and friends from coast to coast to coast. The games include alpine and cross-country skiing, figure and speed skating, curling, floor hockey and snowshoeing. These winters will represent Canada at the 2017 Special Olympics World Games in Austria. The Canadian Special Olympics are dedicated to enriching the lives of Canadians with disabilities through sport. Their spirit and determination couldn't be more inspiring, and I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing all the athletes good luck next week.
The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, in June last year, I pointed out to the House that over 300 lives could be saved every year if defibrillators were installed in all 5,600 RCMP cruisers at a cost of $10 million. I calculated this as follows. For over a decade, the Ottawa Police Service has had a defibrillator in each cruiser. In each of the past 2 years, an average of 1 life has been saved for every 17 installed defibrillators. Multiply 17 by 5,600 RCMP cruisers, and it adds up to 320 lives saved each and every year. I'm not the only person who understands this. In 2013, the President Minister of Public Safety presented a private member's motion M446, which called for defibrillators to be installed in all RCMP cruisers. He is now the Minister in charge of the RCMP. I ask him to follow through on M446. If he does so a year from now, that will be better than nothing. But if he does so today, the lives of 320 Canadians who will otherwise be dead a year from now will be saved. Thank you.
Honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott, Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the province of Ontario and Premier Kathleen Wynne for Monday's apology to Franco-Ontarians. Through this historic gesture, Ms. Wynne acknowledged that Ontario had violated the rights of the Franco-Ontarian community and threatened its long-term survival. I want to pay tribute to the hundreds of thousands of Franco-Ontarians for their resistance who continue to fight and teach in French and transmit their language to their children. Today, the Franco-Ontarian community is flourishing and has more than 600,000 members, hundreds of community organizations, and scores of cultural institutions. Recognizing mistakes of the past is an important step towards a greater appreciation for our 2 official languages from sea to sea to sea. Canada, in its entirety, can be proud of the contribution made by the Franco-Ontarian community to our vitality and our identity.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of sadness and respect that I rise today to mark the passing of Hamilton icon and World War II vet Jack McFarland. He was a hero. Mr. McFarland, who celebrated his 95th birthday in January, was one of the 3 remaining veterans from the 582 Rileys who stormed the beach of Dieppe on August 19, 1942. Along his fallen comrades, Jack was wounded and captured and spent over 2 years as a prisoner of war. After his release, Jack returned to Hamilton, where he enjoyed a distinguished career with the Hamilton Police, retiring with the rank of Staff Sergeant in 1981. As president of the Hamilton United Council of Veterans, he worked tirelessly to have a Dieppe Veterans Memorial built in Hamilton and was able to see that dream fulfilled in August 2003. My colleague from Hamilton Centre and I have had the privilege of many interactions with Jack over the years. Jack spent his entire life serving his country and his beloved hometown, Hamilton. And for that, I and all Canadians sincerely thank him and salute him.
Hear, hear. Well done.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, times are tougher than ever for my constituents in Lakeland and for all Albertans. Businesses in all sectors are shutting down. EI is running out for those who even qualify. Food banks are packed. People are losing their homes, in some drastic situations taking their lives. People move to Alberta or commute from other provinces to work and to live their dreams, and now they're living a nightmare. That hard work has provided more than $200 billion over the last decade to increase the standard of living for every person in every community across Canada. Chris Timbury is a recently laid off young father from Nova Scotia. Instead of enjoying the first years of his baby's life, he's worrying how he's going to pay the mortgage and feed his family. He's trying, but no one's hiring. There are many thousands of Chris's across Canada. Mr. Speaker, government members show much compassion about people struggling in other ways, but when it's about Alberta and energy job losses, it's meaningless robotic talking points, no plan, and hang in there.
Shame.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to bring to the attention of the House a matter of great pride to many of my constituents in Willowdale and indeed to the Korean-Canadian community in general. Next Tuesday, March 1st, marks the 97th anniversary of the dawn of the March 1st movement, also referred to as Sam-il or the Man-Say demonstrations. The March 1st movement marks an important milestone in the Korean independence movement. On this day, we pause not only to remember the ideals articulated in the Korean Declaration of Independence, but to celebrate Korean independence and the Korean-Canadian community. One can only marvel at how far the Republic of Korea has come since then, positioning itself as one of the world's most advanced and innovative societies and a beacon to the rest of the free world. On March 1st, Mr. Speaker, I ask all Canadians to join members of the Korean-Canadian community in celebrating this historic milestone. Day.
Questions orales.
Oral questions.
Questions orales, oral questions. Honorable Chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in only 100 days, the Prime Minister has gone from sunny ways to a cloudy haze, creating complete incoherence. He claims we're fighting ISIS, but then says Canada has no combat role. He claims we support Ukraine, but he wants to normalize relations with Putin. He claims he wants to create jobs, but does nothing but spend billions of dollars he doesn't have. How can Canadians have confidence in the direction of our country when this Prime Minister is so incoherent?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honor and privilege of serving with the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Paul Martin, and he gave $13 billion surplus to the previous Conservative government. And what did they do with that surplus? They turned it into a $150 billion debt. It's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that we have a plan. We've been articulating that plan since the campaign. That plan includes an historic investment in infrastructure and helping reducing the burden for middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're going to grow the economy and create jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Canadians didn't vote for this. During the campaign, the Liberals promised Canadians that they would cap their borrowing at $10 billion, and the Liberals have broken their promise. Now we've learned that they're borrowing $30 billion. And next week's numbers, who knows? Mr. Speaker, after the Conservatives left the Prime Minister's surplus, why is he borrowing money that he doesn't have on a recession we're not in with no plan to pay it back?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and we're very committed to that plan. That plan is to make sure not only do we help small businesses, not only do we help the economy grow, but we have an innovation plan that will make us more productive, that will make us more competitive. And that is why many businesses from across this country are supporting our plan, because they understand that we're making key investments to grow the economy, to create jobs. Not only investing in infrastructure and helping the middle class, the Canada Child Benefit will help hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan, and we're going to remain committed to that plan.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, looking forward to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has broken yet another promise. He said provinces would decide if they wanted a carbon tax. But now he's going to impose a carbon tax on every province, whether they want one or not. Canadians are already struggling, so why is the Prime Minister piling on more taxes when they fill up their cars and heat their homes?
Please. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were very clear when we were elected that we were going to take real action to tackle climate change, unlike the previous government. But don't just take it from me that a carbon tax is the most efficient way to tackle emissions. Suncor CEO, we think climate change is happening. We think a broad-based carbon price is the right answer. Someone else the Conservative Party might remember, well-known Conservative Preston Manning, who said that he wholeheartedly supports carbon pricing. We're going to take action because it's the right thing to
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, well, it's taken just 100 days for the Liberal Party and the Finance Minister to break another election promise. They promised a little deficit of $10 billion. We're going to have a permanent deficit of $25 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have the decency to apologize to Canadians for having fooled them during the election campaign? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, during the most recent elections, Canadians had a choice between a plan to grow the economy or cuts to attain a balanced budget at any price. They chose growth and support for the middle class. Imagine the alternative. The opposition party would be making budget cuts right now at the worst possible time. That would lead to job losses. That would have left to cuts to programs in all the regions of this country. That would even have maybe led to a recession. Canadians made the right choice. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that their plan is to make Canadians afraid. Their plan was to spend $10 billion. Now it's more than $10 billion. They want to spend and bring up Canadians' debt, even though household debt is already at 160% of income. The credit card is maxed out. It's not time to put Canadians deeper in debt. And how is putting Canadians even deeper in debt going to create wealth? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, after years and years of low growth, our government has a completely different approach from that of the Conservatives when it comes to managing the Canadian economy. We are aware that many Canadians are going through a difficult time because of the recent economic slowdown. This economic slowdown means that our plan is more important than ever. We will stimulate the economy. We will create jobs. We will put Canada back on the right track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, we lost another young person in Moose Factory this week. That brings the number of over 600 young people who've killed themselves or tried to kill themselves in the northern part of my riding since 2009, and requests for suicide and depression counseling are regularly turned down by government. This week, Mushkegowuk and Anishinaabe Nation declared a state of emergency. They need action now. I'm asking the government, will they meet with the leaders, Jonathan Solomon, Isidore Day, Alvin Fiddler, and commit to a comprehensive plan to end this systemic discrimination?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
I thank the Member of Parliament for his dedication and his interest in this important topic. our government acknowledges the scope and seriousness of the health and mental health issues faced by our Northern Ontario communities and elsewhere in Canada. Federal, provincial, and First Nations partners are working strongly together to address these complex issues of mental illness and suicide, addictions, chronic disease, and improving access to quality health care needed by everyone in Canada, and in particular by our Indigenous communities.
The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank the member for the answer, but a nation-to-nation relationship needs a commitment from the leadership to meet. Because ever since the government of Paul Martin, everyone in Ontario has received an annual 6% increase in health transfer payments, and First Nations got nothing like that. But what they do have are the highest rheumatic fever rates in the world, Hep C, a suicide pandemic, children with parasite bacteria infections. So I'm asking this government, what commitment will they make to close that gap in the coming budget for healthcare, and why will they not meet with the leadership now and commit to ending this discrimination once and for all?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I thank again the honourable member for his sensitivity to this very important issue. He has heard over the last few weeks and over the last few months this government's commitment to working on a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples in order to make progress on the issues that are most important to them, including health. Our government is again working with our partners everywhere in Canada, including provincial, territorial governments, to provide effective, sustainable and inclusive services for our Indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, far too many of our fellow citizens on First Nations live in terrible conditions. The current crisis in Northern Ontario is just the most recent example. This is unacceptable and intolerable. We have the duty to help them and to repair decades, even centuries of injustice. Will the government commit in the next budget to fund health care services for First Nations at the same level as those of other Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the colleague for her intervention. I recognize her sensitivity to a very important need for our Aboriginal communities. Our government, as you know, recognizes the importance of the physical and mental health issues that our First Nations communities are facing in Northern Ontario and across Canada. Our government is working closely with the provinces and territories, municipalities, and First Nations to improve in a very major and serious way living conditions in Aboriginal communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the former Chief of Staff of the previous Conservative Prime Minister, the former Privy Council leader, unions, students groups, and others are asking the government to put in place a new mode of proportional representation. The Prime Minister committed to that in the October 2015 election, but since then, nothing. The NDP has called for the creation of a committee that would include all of the parties that elected members in the most recent elections. Will the Minister accept my proposal to finally act without partisanship?
And the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to see an emerging consensus on this issue where even our Conservative colleagues agree that the status quo must end. We look forward to engaging in a meaningful conversation with Canadians that ensures that all voices are heard.
The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has told us that there's going to be a cost to the Canadian taxpayer of $1.2 billion for their tax scheme, which gives a Canadian family about under $550. Yesterday, the Premier of Ontario, the Prime Minister's bestie, announced that she's going to put a 4.5 cent tax on a litre of gasoline. It's about $900 a year for Canadian families. So much for the plan. One Liberal government gives, the other one takes away. But my question is this, Mr. Speaker. Does he realize, or is it the plan, that is using the federal credit card in order to pay the Ontario Liberal bill?
Great point. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, this government has a plan for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, already in December, this government committed to reducing taxes for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. We will continue in the next budget making historic investments in infrastructure, in innovation, in productivity. Mr. Speaker, this government is the government of the middle class, and it's on that basis that we were elected, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Thank you.
Honourable member for Milton.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's called a carbon tax. Ontario's bringing it in. It's 4.5 cents on a litre of gas, which means a lot to the people who haul our trade in this country, like the truck drivers in Brampton and Milton, my part of the world. 9 consecutive years of a deficit for Kathleen Wynne's government, and a big tax coming at the end. Is that what we're going to expect from these guys as well, Mr. Speaker? All these deficits leading to nothing but burying Canadians in taxes.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Question. The one thing we will never take is lessons from this previous government about deficit, Mr. Speaker. That's for sure. Let me tell you that. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to invest in the economy, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But, Mr. Speaker, we were clear with Canadians in October. We will do that responsibly. We will continue to reduce our debt-to-GDP ratio throughout our mandate, and we still have the goal to balance the budget. That's a responsible government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, those are nice words, Mr. Speaker, because despite everything that we've heard, this government has no plan to stimulate the economy and create jobs, and they're ignoring those who do have plans. For example, the Reeve of the Appalache MRC and the Mayor of Thetford Mines are unable to meet members of this government. They want to present a project to expand the natural gas network that would keep 1,300 people at work, Mr. Speaker. Can they tell us when they will meet with them, and where is their plan to develop the regions of Quebec?
The Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, we're an open and transparent government, and our doors are always open. We will work with anyone who has a plan to grow the economy and create jobs. And that is why we've made investments in different sectors, not only in Quebec, but across Canada. Let me name a few, Mr. Speaker. Aerospace, automotive, business services, chemicals and plastics, digital media, financial services, food and beverage, medical devices, mining industries, oil and gas, renewable energy, retail and software, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to invest in the economy, we'll continue to grow the economy, and we'll make sure we have good quality jobs.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Liberal government spends billions of dollars outside of Canada on the Prime Minister's vanity projects, hundreds of thousands of Canadians are losing their jobs right here at home. And to make matters worse, the Minister of Environment is proposing a punishing carbon tax grab which will raise the price of everything, including gas, groceries, housing. Provinces and territories like Saskatchewan and Yukon have resoundingly said no to a carbon tax. When will the minister finally listen and abandon her foolish plan to tax Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, we were elected to tackle climate change. The previous government did nothing. 80% of Canadians currently live or will live in a jurisdiction where the provinces have taken leadership to put a price on carbon. But once again, don't take it from me. Mark Cameron, who you might remember, former policy advisor to Prime Minister Stephen Harper. The most effective way to reduce emissions is to price them through a carbon fee.
Order. 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 There are some former Prime Ministers we can mention by name, but not those who still are in this House, as the member knows. The Minister of Environment has a few more seconds for her answer.
Sorry, the former advisor to the former Prime Minister, as most free market economists recognize, the most effective way to reduce emissions is to price them through a carbon fee or carbon trading system and let the market find.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the mining sector is a major source of
jobs for Canadians, especially in rural and remote communities, and especially for Indigenous people. But this important sector is being hit hard by low commodity prices, and now more than ever they are counting on the mining exploration tax credit, something our government proudly supported and renewed each year for 9 years. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell the people whose jobs depend on the mining in Canada if the mining exploration tax credit will be continued and expanded by the Liberal government? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, you can imagine how warmly I welcome a question on the mining industry and how much I'm looking forward to an upcoming meeting in Toronto to meet with the prospectors and developers and with Canadian companies who are leading on the global stage, particularly on sustainable practices in mining. Our government recognizes the important contribution of Canada's exploration and mining sector to our economy and to communities. Industry groups have stressed the importance of renewing the mineral exploration tax credit, and we are considering it as the upcoming budget approaches.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal platform attempted to raise revenue by taxing gains on stock options as income rather than capital gains. However, they forgot that doing so would allow corporations offering those stock options to deduct them, something they can't do now. Economist Jack Mintz said the net result would be a reduction in revenue. Mr. Speaker, has the government actually found an innovative way to reduce government revenue while raising taxes?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the members asked this question a few times, and I've told them that through our initiatives, we've been engaged with the different businesses. But when I talk to those businesses, they are very supportive of our innovation agenda. They appreciate the fact that not only are we investing in startups, but we're helping them scale up. We're creating an environment for SMEs to succeed not only in Canada, but globally. And that we're doing so through investments, through R&D, through our Industrial Research Assistance Program. These are the commitments we made in our platform when we talked about our innovation agenda. These are the commitments we're going to honor to grow our economy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, since the election, the Liberals have been creating all kinds of confusion with their promises concerning marijuana. Yesterday, the BC Federal Court declared that a rule on cannabis put in place by the former government is unconstitutional. The Conservatives took away the right of medical marijuana consumers to grow their own plants at home. My question is simple. Will the Minister of Justice respect this decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision that came down yesterday from the courts only concerns medical marijuana, and it's very important to assist the member opposite in clearing up some of the confusion they're apparently experiencing, that this ruling in no way affects the existing criminal prohibition on the possession, production, and trafficking of marijuana for non-medical purposes. The decision was delivered yesterday, is being reviewed by staff from both the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice, who will be advising this government shortly.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
This government is sowing confusion left and right on marijuana. They promised to legalize it, but they offer no timeline. When the chiefs of police complained this was creating uncertainty, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice helpfully cleared things up. He said, well, the current approach of criminalizing people for possession is failing, but the government's still going to continue the current approach indefinitely. Why doesn't this government clear up the confusion and simply decriminalize personal possession of marijuana immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for Victoria for his question and the opportunity to clear up his confusion. The government has been very clear and unequivocal. We have a very clear plan to legalize, regulate, and restrict the access of marijuana. And we want to remind all Canadians that until that important work is completed, the only control that is in place is the current criminal sanction for the production and the trafficking of marijuana, and those laws remain in effect.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Health Canada spends hundreds of millions of dollars every year to encourage Canadians to stop smoking. Now the government wants Canadian kids to have access to a drug to smoke, marijuana. Now, parents are scared and concerned for their children. The government is sending out mixed signals. On the one hand, they claim that they want to enforce the law. But on the other hand, they've not appealed the BC decision to allow marijuana in the hands of children. I'd like to ask the Minister of Health if she'll take responsibility for this action and compel her colleague, the Minister of Justice, to appeal this decision. Will she step forward with me to protect Canadian kids from this mind-altering drug?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is vitally important that those who need marijuana for medical use, as prescribed by the medical professional, must be able to have access to it. And I would like to quote the court case specifically. In Section 1, Paragraph 2, it states, "The case is not about legalization of marijuana generally or the liberalization of its recreation or lifestyle use, nor it is about the commercialization of marijuana for such purposes."
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are making a mess out of the marijuana file, and it's just one more example of Liberal incoherence. They say the pot is illegal, but it should be sold in liquor stores. Police chiefs across this country are asking for clarity on whether or not they should enforce the law. Now, we know marijuana is dangerous for kids, but yet in Vancouver there are now more pot shops than there are Starbucks. Mr. Speaker, what is the Liberal plan to keep marijuana out of the hands of our children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to have another opportunity to clear up some of the confusion and apparently this hazy fog that has descended over the members opposite. The science and the evidence is overwhelmingly clear that the best way to protect our kids, to get organized crime out of the business of selling marijuana in our communities, and to ensure a robust public health response is through strict regulation. That's what we're doing. We have a plan to consult with the provinces and territories, with scientific experts, and based our regulations on evidence and fact. We have been
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, seniors are among Canada's most important groups. They've helped shape our country, build our country, but those suffering near the end of their lives and with dementia are some of the most vulnerable. The Liberal doctor-assisted suicide plan will put our seniors at risk, especially seniors with dementia. Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Health doing nothing to protect our vulnerable seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the committee for their dedication in consulting with Canadians and key stakeholders on this complex issue. This is something that is extremely important and deeply personal to every Canadian. We will be examining this report closely as the government crafts an appropriate legislative response to the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling and the Carter versus Canada case. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, medical assistance in dying is a very delicate issue, and the Prime Minister has always been proud of the merits of the Quebec law, and I voted in favour of the law in Quebec. In Quebec, end-of-life care, and this is a very important point, is available only for adults aged 18 and over. It's not allowed for minors. Today, the Parliamentary Committee opened the door to allowing minors access. The question is simple. Will the government open the door to medical assistance in dying for minors? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question, but also for his work on the committee. The committee's work is very, very important, and it will be very important in the process that we will follow in trying to find the right balance between personal dignity, the rights of doctors and nurses. There are many other steps to follow. The debate here, the debate in committee, and the debate in the Senate. There will be many opportunities to debate this.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Prime Minister accused the Conservatives of being, quote, unreasonably or unhealthily attached to the F-35. But now it seems it's the Liberals who are unreasonably and unhealthily attached to the F-35. Why is this government spending $45 million taxpayer dollars to remain in the Joint Strike Fighter program if it isn't going to buy the aircraft? Or are the Liberals about to break another promise?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. To be part of the program, as the member knows, the previous government, the industrial benefits that it also brings. But while our government remains in the partnership with this program, it does not commit Canada to buy the F-35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the leader of the Liberal Party was categorical. If he was elected, Canada will not buy the F-35 stealth fighters. Now we learn that the government is preparing to pay out $45 million in order to continue its participation in the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. I'd like to understand, why is the minister spending our money for F-35s that he doesn't want to buy?
For National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think I answered that question just earlier, is that being part of this program, it brings industrial benefits for Canadian companies, and being part of this program, it does not commit Canada to buy the F-35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, seniors in my riding of Surrey Centre who rely wholly on old age security and are struggling to make ends meet have not received an increase in their old age security in years. They are wondering if the Government of Canada plans to provide any relief. Will the Minister of Family and Social Development update this House on this government's efforts in helping to provide seniors the much-needed assistance?
Minister of Family and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank sincerely the member for his very important question. I am delighted to remind the House that this government is committed to providing seniors with a very secure retirement. We will restore to 65 the age of eligibility to old age security, well before the planned increase by the previous government. This will put an average of $13,000 back into the pockets of our most vulnerable seniors, and will ensure that our seniors stay out of poverty.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, with every passing day we realize how difficult it is to get answers from this government on ethics. Tuesday, once again, they avoided questions regarding the Minister of Justice and her husband, who's a lobbyist for the First Nations Finance Administration. We'll try again, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Justice confirm to this House that she will recuse herself from all discussions dealing with Indigenous programs? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm for my colleague that the Minister of Justice will follow very carefully all of the advice that the Ethics Commissioner will put in place. And I'm pleased to inform my colleagues that these measures are now in place and she will follow them rigorously as she has always done.
Mr. Speaker, before her election, the Justice Minister was the chair of the First Nations Financial Authority. They've just hired her husband to lobby the federal government. The FNFA receives monies from the federal government, approved by the federal cabinet, and is governed by federal statutes that she oversees. Her husband's lobbying on this file clearly puts her in a conflict. This isn't a matter for the Ethics Commissioner, it's a matter of common sense. When will the Justice Minister do the right thing, stop the excuses, and put an end to this obvious conflict of interest?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what would be helpful if the members opposite put an end to the drive-by smears. What we've said from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Justice proactively raised this issue with the Ethics Commissioner, as somebody of her high integrity should do. The Ethics Commissioner has now provided a structure and advice to avoid not only a conflict of interest, but the appearance of a conflict of interest, and that's the advice that she's always going to follow.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually deeper than that.
In fact, the Justice Minister was the chairman of the First Nations Financial Authority until she was elected and ascended into cabinet. As she stepped out, her husband stepped in as a lobbyist. How can the Liberals continue to defend this minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to proudly continue to defend a minister of such outstanding integrity. The member is clearly struggling with a very basic concept. When an issue like this arises, the appropriate thing to do is to ask the Ethics Commissioner, an independent officer of this Parliament, for her advice and to follow that advice. It's something that the member opposite is struggling with, and I would advise him, as I did earlier this week, to meet with her and she could explain to him how it actually works.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the cozy ties between the Government House Leader and the Irving family run very deep.
Yes, they do.
We now know that the Government House Leader appointed his good friend Kevin Fram as senior advisor in his office. Conveniently, just a few short days after, Mr. Fram was lobbied by Irving. When it comes to dealing with the Irving family, it's clear to everyone that the Government House Leader's so-called ethical screen is full of holes. How is this not clear to the House Leader?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems to be a fan of Phoebe Gilman's book, Something from Nothing. Yes. The first 100 days of my mandate, I was very busy, Mr. Speaker. I traveled from coast to coast to coast and had meetings with many key stakeholders. These individuals included provincial territorial ministers, Indigenous leaders, conservation and fisheries stakeholders, as well as industry. Mr. Speaker, at the time of these meetings, this fine individual was a public servant for my department and was attending these meetings as my acting chief of staff.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's inflation rate rose 2% in January, the highest rate increases in more than 2 years. Gas prices were the biggest contributor to this raise. Even the Bank of Canada has noted that falling oil prices haven't been matched by lower prices at the pump. The government has a role in preventing price fixing and collusion. So will the Liberals agree with our proposal for an oil and gas price ombudsman and a petroleum monitoring agency like they have before so that we can finally end this gouging at the pumps?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his thoughtful question. This is a concern that during the campaign, when we're knocking on doors, we heard from different constituents. I look forward to working with the member opposite to finding a solution to make sure that consumers do not get gouged, that we make sure that we have a fair process, a competitive process, where consumers have good choices to make, and I look forward to finding a solution with the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Fisheries Committee approved a study on the imminent closure of the Comox MCTS. Yet the minister seems to have already made up his mind. By implementing the Conservatives' reckless policy on closing MCTS centres, this Liberal government is putting the safety of boaters, shipping, and the environment at risk. Will the minister do the responsible thing and wait for the findings of the committee before deciding on the future of this vital centre?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, the Canadian Coast Guard has modernized its Marine Communications and Traffic Services Centre with 21st technology. We are moving forward with that plan. That equipment is working, and the committee will do its work, and I look forward. I'm sure that they'll come to the same conclusions that we have, that this system is working and the coverage is exactly the same as it was before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Mr. Speaker, it's worse than just one meeting. The government's House Leader's new advisor isn't really new at all, especially when it comes to dealing with the Irving family. Kevin Fram has already been in hot water for trips he accepted to the Irving fish camp. Now he's working for the senior New Brunswick minister who's supposed to have no dealings with the Irvings at all. Mr. Speaker, how can this minister have an ethical screen for the Irvings when both he and his senior staff are so closely tied to them?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's another fan of Phoebe Gilman's book, Something from Nothing, on the other side there. Mr. Speaker, these two meetings, I attended one of these meetings on the 17th of January with Mr. Fram, and it involved a not-for-profit organization called CAST, or Collaboration for Atlantic Salmon Tomorrow. The other meeting, Mr. Speaker, involving my acting chief of staff, Mr. Fram, was on January 20th, where it was a high-level meeting on shipbuilding that I asked him to attend on my behalf because I was in meetings in Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we already knew that the government advanced a new phase of their plan to fight against ISIL every day. This plan is scattered from Lebanon to Jordan and Syria to Iraq. Yesterday in the Senate, the Minister of Defense stated that this war plan now extends to Africa. Can the minister tell us in what country our soldiers will be fighting and how to justify that without the approval of Parliament?
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, as we clearly stated about our plan for mission in Iraq, it was not just to take it in Iraq itself, we were taking a regional process, and that's why it was a comprehensive plan. And my comments, I'm glad that the member listened to my statements in the Senate, because we would have realized that I was talking about that we will also always consult with our allies for the threats that are around the world. And that's exactly what we are doing right now. And we know a decision will be made. And when a time comes, we will always take an open and transparent process to consult Parliament and move forward with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence is a champion of improvisation. After having had a discussion with the Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs in Brussels, now he's moving his efforts to discuss ISIS and Libya. In Washington, a senior official from the American government explained that it wasn't a good idea for Canada to go to Libya because of the presence of another terrorist group, Boko Haram. What are Canadian soldiers going to do in Libya, Mr. Speaker?
Defense. Mr. Speaker, our government and our security forces will always look at threats around the world, not just Libya and other places, because this is what responsible security forces do, and we'll continue to do that. And I look forward to all those conversations that I myself will have with my counterparts from around the world to look at the threats, to making sure not just that we as keep Canadians safe, but also to keep our allies safe as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, more than 350,000 international students spent over $10 billion in Canada and generated 90,000 jobs for Canadians. In my riding of Sudbury, Laurentian University is an important job creator and allows the community to benefit from the presence of students from around the world. Can the Minister of International Trade tell this House about initiatives to keep Canada's status as a hub in terms of education? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An important part of my mandate is promoting the Canadian trademark around the world. That's why I was so proud to welcome this new mark as EduCanada. It was designed alongside the provinces and the territories with a goal to attract the most brilliant international students who will act as ambassadors for Canada. We will continue to boast about the high quality of Canadian education.
Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, transportation is fundamental to Canada's economic performance. For a government that is lacking in policies and standing in the way of job creation, the Canada Transportation Act Review provides a clear opportunity to leverage our national transportation systems into a strong economy. The Minister has had this report since December 21st. With the review now tabled, how is the Minister going to use it so that industries across Canada can create jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the question, and I was delighted to be able to table the Canada Transportation Act review this morning. In fact, it was initiated by the previous government, and we're glad to put it out. I made a special point of getting it out there so that stakeholders could look at it as early as possible, and that is what they are going to be doing. And we will also be consulting stakeholders throughout the rest of this year, and we will come forward with recommendations that we decide that are appropriate for the next 20 to 30 years for Canada's transportation system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, this week we welcome to Parliament creators, artists, people who are working tirelessly so that our television and films are in our image and that there are stories. But with the new CRTC rules that come into effect next week, thousands of jobs are at risk. The Conservatives had promised that these changes would be made without changes to jobs, but the Liberals are suffering from a sort of acute consultitis after having chatted for months. What tangible steps will the Minister take to protect our workers and artists in television? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I'm happy that he had the opportunity to meet with people from the industry. I also had the opportunity to meet them, and I'm very sensitive to their issues because I understand, my team and I understand very well that technological changes will have an impact on many stakeholders in the industry, and that's why we need to ensure that we understand how to do this transition from the analog model to the digital model well under the circumstances. So that is why we are going to reinvest in our creators, and we're also going to consult to...
Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's preparing to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation. In her mandate letter, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage was given the task of championing government-wide efforts to celebrate this important anniversary. Can the Minister share with this House some of the steps her department is taking to get ready for Canada's sesquicentennial?
Hey, well done, Julie.
Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. My team and I are working very hard, of course, on the 150th anniversary of Confederation. And, of course, we are using a whole-of-government approach that reaches out to Canadians in every community across the country. Different projects have already been announced. The Tall Ships, for example, and another project in Sesqui. And over the next few weeks, I will have other announcements in terms of initiatives that we will undertake in order to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation together.
Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Transport Minister just stood up in this House and he says that we're going to have consultations and to make recommendations on recommendations based on consultations. Mr. Speaker, at some point, this government is going to have to stand up and actually do things. The reason that we had the expedited review of this act was to ensure that grain could move. What we saw is that it wasn't moving. Now, if the minister only commits to more recommendations and consultations and consultations and recommendations, farmers want to know, when will they finally have access to rail services?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, my honourable colleague is a little bit confused, so let me clarify it for him. The grain is moving, by the way, but at the moment, what we are going to do is to present to Canadians and about 300 important stakeholders what this report looked at for the past 18 months. We will ask them what their opinion is, and we will make the decisions later on this year how to go forward on Canada's national transportation system. So stand by, it's coming soon. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Berchères. Mr. Speaker, 1,800 lost jobs at Avios, 2,400 at Bombardier, 1,000 at Bell Helicopter, and 300 others at CAE. And that doesn't count all of the suppliers that are concerned and are worried about their survival. The government rushed to support the auto industry in Ontario a few years ago. This week, they raced out to help in Alberta. But in this case, how can the government justify its lack of haste when it's the Quebec aeronautical industry that's suffering?
The Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the importance of the aerospace industry. We are engaged in dialogue with Bombardier. We're taking the necessary time to make a decision of this importance. The Honourable Member
Bécancour.
For Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Air Canada. Under the Air Canada Act, the company's entire fleet must be maintained at home. That represents 408 aircraft, of which several require heavy maintenance now. By changing the act, the minister wants to trade these guaranteed jobs for a hypothetical maintenance center that will take care of perhaps 45 planes, when they'll need to be fixed up in 10 years' time. Rather than repeating to us that this is a good piece of news, can the minister enforce the act that we have right now? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said many times, we're delighted about the fact that Air Canada has decided to buy 45 Bombardier planes, and with an option to buy more, and also that they have decided to build a center for excellence for the maintenance of these Canadian planes, and that will be done here over the next 20 years at least. That will create jobs. It's good for the aerospace industry, for Quebec. Quebec is delighted about it. Ottawa is delighted about it. We should applaud this initiative.
I have a point of order for the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think it's obvious now that Canadians know when we're talking about our finances that they were better off with that Conservative government. The department knows that they were better off with the Conservative government. The fiscal monitor shows it, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to be able to table the fiscal monitor that shows that we were better.
Is there unanimous consent? I do not hear unanimous consent. I also have a point of order from the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order concerning the report called the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying, tabled earlier today. Page 3 of the report lists me as a member of the committee representing the House of Commons. I was not appointed a member of the committee. While I did attend virtually all of the committee's public hearings, as any member can, I was not part of the deliberations that resulted in the report, and I certainly do not endorse the content of the report, so I ask that the record be corrected.
I thank the honourable member for for advising the House of that issue. We also have a point of order, I believe, Honorable Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member.
Je vois que l'honorable député.
See that the honourable member from Montarville is rising on a point of order. Once again, that certain fanatics have launched another campaign concerning Quebec bashing, and notably the Premier of Saskatchewan. So I call for unanimous consent to table the motion that says that the Premier of Saskatchewan has made deplorable comments against Quebec, and this should be deplored.
The unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. No, I do not hear unanimous consent. The honourable member for Malpeque is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, I'd just like to point out that the fiscal monitor is just a snapshot in time and doesn't really give the fiscal situation.
The member knows that this is debate. We don't need any debate during points of order. And now we can go, I think, to the usual Thursday question. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Before I ask the serious question, I just would point out to the member from Malpeque that if he doesn't have a problem with it, he could allow us to table it. But anyway, I'll keep to the matter at hand. I know next week is a week in which we'll all be hard at work in our constituency, meeting with constituents and various stakeholders, but I was wondering if the government House leader could update the House as to what business will be deliberated both tomorrow and when we come back from our ridings.
House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will be continuing the debate that we began this morning on the opposition motion.
Day of debate at second reading of Bill C4 concerning unions. I'd like to note that the votes relating to this bill will be deferred to the end of the day on Monday, March 7th, pursuant to an order adopted earlier today. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank my colleagues in the House for their cooperation in finding an agreement on this matter and also on the ISIL motion, which was debated earlier this week.
Next week, as my colleague clearly indicated, the members will be working in their constituencies, and on March 7th, Monday, we will resume a study of Bill C2 concerning a tax cut for the middle class at second reading stage. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to announce that next March 8th, a Tuesday, will be an opposition day. On Wednesday, we will commence debate at second reading of Bill C6 concerning citizenship, which was tabled by my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, this morning. On Thursday, we will commence a study of Bill C5 concerning public servants' sick leave.
I know you've been looking forward to this. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I would ask that an order of the day be designated for the Minister of Finance to present the budget at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Avant de passer à l'ordre du jour,
before going to orders of the day, I would like to draw the attention of the House to Bill C-222, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Canada-Barbados Income Tax Agreement, standing in the name of the member for Joliette.
Is intended to amend the Income Tax Act by including in the definition taxable Canadian business any business that is entitled to a special tax benefit conferred by Barbados under the Canada-Barbados Income Tax Act Agreement 1980. The purpose of the bill is to put an end to the tax benefits that certain companies currently enjoy under the income tax regulations. If the bill were adopted, it would increase the tax payable by these companies. Essentially, it involves eliminating a tax exemption.
As members know full well, any measures of this type raise questions about the need for Ways and Means motions. As it states on page 900 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, the House must adopt a Ways and Means motion before it can introduce a bill that imposes a tax or other charge on the taxpayer. Historically, this was referred to as charges against the people and, like today, required the adoption of a Ways and Means motion.
As described in the 24th edition of Erskine May at page 761, quote, charges upon the people may be summarized as A, the imposition of taxation, including the increase in rate or extension in incidence of existing taxation, B, the repeal or reduction of existing alleviations of taxation, such as exemptions or drawbacks, unquote. Further, at page 763, it states, quote, the requirement for a Ways and Means resolution also applies to any proposal for a change in tax law or the administration of tax collection, which may lead, albeit incidentally, to an increased or accelerated tax burden for any class of taxpayer. A Ways and Means resolution was accordingly needed to authorize the Treasury to vary the way in which certain taxes have effect in relation to a transfer of property, rights, or liabilities, unquote. Maintenant, pour la présidente.
The question before the chair is whether this is the case with Bill C-222. It is clear that by obliging certain entities to bear an additional tax or charge by eliminating an exemption, the bill, standing in the name of the member for Joliette, would mean that the entities would pay more tax. As a result, C 222 should have been preceded by a Ways and Means motion. The rules in this respect are clear. Such a motion can only be introduced by a minister.
Similar situation, on November 4, 2011, my predecessor ruled that the legislative steps completed, namely introduction and first reading, had not respected the provisions of the standing orders and were therefore null and void. The circonstance actuelle.
The current circumstance is the same, and, as a result, the Chair must order that the second reading of Bill C-222 be deemed null and void, and that the bill be discharged from the order paper. The honourable member is not without recourse. He may make use of a motion if he wants to ensure that the House debate this question. I therefore invite him to consider this option. I thank honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, reprise du débat sur une...
Doing debate on a motion standing in the name of Ms. Jonquière, unemployment insurance.
Remaining for questions and comments on this. No, excuse me. We're going to continue then on debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Talk today about employment insurance and the effect it has on the Canadian economy, the Canadian citizens, and most importantly, the most vulnerable in our community. You can always measure a community and a country by how we treat our most vulnerable citizens. And sadly, Canada hasn't done a good job, not with our Aboriginal nations, not with persons with disabilities, and of course, through social programs like employment insurance. So the motion today takes in effect a number of different issues. The first is about acknowledging the mounting job losses. Now, in Windsor West, we are not unfamiliar with this, having sometimes and most usually for the last 12 years that I've been in the House, 14 years, that we have had amongst the highest, if not the highest, unemployment rate in the country. And we have witnessed workers in the past that have paid into the system far too often, all the time, on a regular basis, then to find out later they don't qualify. And that's a shame, Mr. Speaker, because when you pay into an insurance system, you would expect that you get something back. You would expect that the terms and conditions of that policy also wouldn't change by others in this chamber, and this chamber over here with regards to the Conservatives, that have happened. So say, for example, you sign a personal insurance policy for your house. They are at least notified to you if they're going to change the policy. Sometimes you'll get a discount, so if it's going to increase, you're at least notified and you have an option to get in or outside that product. Here in the House of Commons over those years, no, we've seen unilateral majority-type changes that have changed the input that somebody have put into employment insurance, sometimes 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and when they finally need it, they then find out that they are not eligible. That's unacceptable. That's unfair. That's a breach of contract and trust from the most important decision body that you make is your government. Your insurance agency doesn't take that for granted like that, but our own government does it to our own population, and they do it with the focus on the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable being part-time employees, being employees that don't calculate the amount of hours and times, and, Mr. Speaker, employees that have a disability that still work part-time when they can and when they're able, and then end up not being eligible for employment insurance. And it's not their fault. They're in precarious work, which means part-time, means seasonal jobs, it means temporary employment. And I have to tell you, coming from a community that has faced this, we have gone from regular mainstream employers being the #1 employment to actually now having employment agencies as the #1 employer in our region. A shame, Mr. Speaker. I used to work on behalf of persons with disabilities as an employment specialist. And what we did, and thank goodness we actually had support for to do this, is we worked to help get people off of disability support, be it provincial or federal, because I was a support caseworker, an employment specialist that went out made contact with employers, trained the employee, and we got them some wages through their job. Now, sadly enough, the province at that time, first the Conservatives and then the Liberals, clawed back the Ontario Disability Support Program payments to up to 75% of what they earned on this program. Up to 75%, Mr. Speaker. So people went to work. They went to work every single day without a problem because they were proud to have a job. They were proud to contribute. They made friends. They made other contacts that they normally wouldn't else have had. But they worked at 25% of the wage of everybody else that they worked in there. These unacceptable practices are ingrained into our political system, and my appeal today is to my colleagues is let's stop being part of that. Let's stop being part of a matrix of issues that end up costing our workers so much. Part of this campaign that we're working on, Mr. Speaker, is making sure the Canadian economy and all the Canadians have immediate action taken on this file. We can't wait any longer. We see what's taking out with Alberta right now and other places and jurisdictions. It's one of several. We've seen what's happened in the East Coast before. Very significant. My good friend Yvon Godin was here. He would certainly give highlights, and they would be proud to carry the flag for them and their region. He started out talking about employment insurance, and he actually talked about it to get his message out. He got on a truck, got on the roof of the truck, excuse me, and the back of the truck, and used a bullhorn to actually talk to people in parking lots and grocery stores and other places, and people would come to hear Yvon speak. He took it on the road all over the place. We miss his voice in this debate, but it is here in spirit with us as New Democrats, and we're proud of that very much. Another part of this issue that we have with regards to unemployment insurance in the qualifying periods is there needs to be a base minimum national acceptance level that you have to qualify for employment insurance. Employment insurance right now is a system in place where it's a gigantic puzzle where you in your most stressful times, losing a job, being laid off for a job, you don't know your future for your family, for yourself, excuse me, and your colleagues around you are doing the same thing, and you wonder about where the next mortgage payment is going to come. So you submit into a process, and it becomes a crapshoot as to whether you're accepted or not. So we have proposed a minimum of 360 hours. 360 weeks, sorry. No, that's actually hours. Sorry, I had it right. I know. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's actually giving me 3 for 3 minutes, and I'm actually on the 3s that are making you all wrong at this point. But, thank you. Yeah. At any rate, Mr. Speaker, we feel that's a stable level because in a region like mine, in my certain areas that I have, the general region is over 400, but we have people in areas and pockets it's hard to get work, and it's hard to get even up to the 360 that's available. And so you wait around, Mr. Speaker, for something to happen, and you don't know. There's a 2-week waiting period, which is painful for people to do. And then on the other end, we spend valuable resources on casework and programming that's ridiculous. And I'll give you an example. When the Chrysler plant in my region needs to go on retooling, they plan this well in advance, up to a year. They know that the jobs are coming back. They know that they're going to have those positions return in a matter of weeks, well planned out. So what do? They send those laid-off workers from retooling to employment insurance school to learn how to get another job, even though they're going back to a job. It's a waste of resources, Mr. Speaker. It's a waste of resources that we could work on with other people that don't have a job, period, and we know they're going actually back to an effective, proactive job that actually pays benefits and is good for the community. The other thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, excuse me, I apologize for coughing, but the reality is the surplus from EI Fund has been purged by both the Liberals and Conservatives, and it needs to be protected. Stolen is actually the right word, because let's go through really what employment insurance is. It's your contribution as a citizen, an employee, and the employer's contribution for that other insurance aspect. There's no government money involved in that. Nothing at all. We run the program. So, Madam Speaker, that has to stop. Number one, $56 billion stolen from workers. Return it now.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Cape Breton Council.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And much of what my colleague shared with the House here, I can agree with a fair amount. Maybe I'll disagree with him. You know, our former friend and colleague, Yvon Gaudin, I wouldn't think that Yvon would need any kind of voice amplification if he was standing on the back of the truck. Certainly in this House for many years, he was very passionate and well-informed on issues around EI, and brought that issue to the House on many occasions. And certainly our colleague from Acadie Bathurst is doing the same from this bench. One thing that much of the motion today does align with promises that we have made and promises that we intend to keep as a government going forward here. But, you know, there are choices where we do differ in a couple of areas. The one that one of the main issues is that we had indicated that we were going to reduce wait times from 2 weeks to 1 week, and there's a certain cost involved in that. You know, my question to my colleague is, does he agree? It's not in this motion, but does he agree with the reduction of the waiting period from 2 weeks to 1?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and his comments about Yvon Gaudin are very germane, actually, because the only reason he needed actually a bullhorn was because the crowds were so large. There was such an interest in the subject matter that even Yvon needed help. So anybody who knew Yvon knows how loud he can be, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention on his work and knowledge of that. That's very kind and generous. Now, with regards to the 1 week to 2 week issue and no weeks, it's not our money. You qualify, you get your money. I don't know why we have to keep 1 week's wages and earnings that they've put in as themselves, as an employee, and the employer has put in. I say give that money back.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Windsor West. And given there's been so much reminiscing about a former colleague in Yvon Gaudin, I'd say it was good to see former colleague Jeff Watson, the former MP from Essex, last night in town. I know he mixed it up on occasion with my friend from Windsor West, but he was a tremendous advocate for working people, particularly in Windsor. And I agree with a couple of the comments my friend, the colleague in the NDP said. You know, certainly the stress of the waiting period and uncertainty related to EI is something all members of Parliament see in their office, and if there's a problem, we all like to try and help people access this program. But where I disagree, and where it seems this Opposition Day motion is really missing the mark, is this program is an insurance program. And as he said, it's their money, but you have to pay into a program to then receive from it. And to set a threshold of 360 hours, that ends up being 45 days of work. And that would not be a positive incentive for an insurance program that is to be there for when you lose a permanent job, and you've paid into that insurance program for that. So I'd ask the member how that helps our economy and how it helps the sustainability of the EI program to have a threshold that is really far too low.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Member for the question and intervention. First of all, putting any money back into poor people's pockets is actually a boost for the economy. They're talking about saving their homes. They're talking about making sure they have money for food, groceries, and the basics, and also looking for another job. And if you don't believe it from me, believe it from a person that we have from my riding who wrote, Michelle Baldwin. She had an attack on her, as well as a back injury. I have not received a dime from ER, although I have provided all the necessary time. She worked a part-time job for about 6 months, lasting until October, and was the reason for the delay, and then was no longer provided any support system. So she paid in to her capabilities, to what jobs were available and what her physical condition could be, and she was totally nullified for what she was paying in for, even though it's a part-time job, which part-time jobs don't pay a lot of money normally. Nullified. We made somebody with a disability and somebody who's on the poverty line pay into something they'll never get. That's a shame. And this government over here also is part of taking from the employment insurance money. It's their money, not yours.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to join in on this debate on this motion. And I'd like to inform the House that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kenora, and happy to do that. Madam Speaker, this is a debate. It's funny, we just had a conversation, myself and the member from Kenora, and his insight, he's been in the House quite a few years prior to this. He had said that this is probably more about the fact that the NDP, they want to be seen as pushing the government to make change. And I shared with the House earlier, you know, my great love and appreciation for that famous American philosopher, Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson talks about leadership, and his definition of a leader is when you see a whole group of people going in one direction, grab a baton and jump out in front. And I think that that's sort of where we are today. You know, we have said in our platform that we take the changes that had been made to EI by the past government. We know that they've hurt workers. And we were very clear in our platform that that's what we were going to change. We were going to take on the responsibility and show some leadership on this. And in the throne speech, and certainly every day in the House, when either the leader of the NDP, because there haven't been any questions from the Conservatives, but when the leader of the NDP asks the Prime Minister is steadfast that we're serious about this. We made the promises. And I know that our minister is seized with this. The minister is very much engaged on this, and I'm looking forward to when she comes forward with a tranche of changes. But I think it would be helpful for the debate just to sort of peel back a little bit and at least go back to 2012 and see some of the changes that had been made at that point, because there were very significant changes that hurt many areas of this country, hurt many sectors in the economy. Coming from Atlantic Canada, seasonal workers in Atlantic Canada, seasonal industries in Atlantic Canada contribute to 53% of the regional GDP in that area. And those industries, whether it's tourism, the forestry, the fishery, construction, whatever it might be, they need a skilled labor force. And what we saw with the changes made by the last government, they chased people out of rural communities. They villainized seasonal workers in particular, even to the degree, Madam Speaker, some of you might remember back then, the satirical show, This Hour Has 22 Minutes. They were chasing EI recipients around Prince Edward Island. They come up with the skit, PEI, EIPI, where they were chasing people down and hiding behind bushes, you know, to see whether or not people were really out looking for work. That's where, this government, people saw this government sort of turning over those rocks. And we believe that there has to be integrity in the system. We absolutely believe that. I don't even think the NDP believe anything less than that. There has to be integrity and trust in the system. But this went beyond, Mr. Speaker, and we heard it from provincial officials, we heard it from municipal leaders. And when you speak to a councillor in a rural community, or you speak to a warden of a county, and he knows that the main job provider in his community is having trouble finding workers because they're being scared out of seasonal industries, Mr. Speaker, they're hanging on by a shoestring now. And these changes did nothing to enhance those opportunities. And we see that they're up against it right now. A lot of those sectors are up against it and trying to find qualified help and qualified workers. So very much these changes did have an impact. They also tried to starve the beast. They tried to frustrate. It was almost like it was on purpose. They cut 600 jobs out of EI processing centers and call centers. In 2008, they had a service standard. Service Canada had a service standard. If you phoned a call center, 95% of the time, that call was answered within 3 minutes. When they cut the jobs out and they sent those people home, when they closed those call centers and processing centers in everybody's riding except Peter MacKay's and Gerald Keddy's, just, I don't want to be cynical about this, but maybe that was just a coincidence. When they closed those call centers, they lost those people on the phone. By the end of that year, they had to downgrade the service standard from 95% of the calls being answered in 3 minutes to 80% of the calls in 3 minutes. By 2014, they weren't hitting that, the 80% in 3 minutes. They had to downgrade it again. 80% of the calls in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. Speak with some young, we had testimony at the committee, and speaking with some young apprentices, and they said they had to quit their apprenticeship because when they go back to school, they receive EI benefits, and they were waiting so long for their benefits, and they'd phoned it, or I asked them, I said, well, why don't you phone the 1-800 number, knowing very well what the answer was going to be. They had 3 stages of answers, what you could get. Number one, the first stage would be actually get a warm body to say, yes, I'm here, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you.
Bad words.
Second one would be, please hold, and a representative will be with you shortly. And the third level was, could you please phone back later because of calls, because of the number of calls, please phone back, and it would be a drop call. 52% of the time, they would get that third level. 52% of the time. I mean, if you got the first level, go out and buy yourself some Instapix. Your planets are aligned, Madam Speaker. So, and what it did, you've got these people who work at low-wage jobs, who had finished off their, finished off their work, made application, were deserving of the benefits, paid into the plan, and were deserving of the benefits, but they were being frustrated and scared, really, when you got to make a decision between, do I put fuel in the tank, oil in the tank, do I put food in the fridge, or do I fill a prescription? That's a tough call at the kitchen table, Madam Speaker, and that's where a lot of people were. And the anxiety level within those households just went through the roof. So whether it was a tactic or whether it was an outcome that the government hadn't intended, I'm not sure, but that's exactly what happened. We hope to make those investments. We hope to fix those problems with the slate of changes that we're going to come forward with, and certainly the changes that have been identified in today's motion. We understand and we respect the intent of that aspect of the motion. We are committed to making the program more accessible. We believe that the 920 hours needed for new entrants or for re-entrants into the program is a detriment. We find that that is punitive. And so we believe that if we go back to the different regions of this country that have unemployment rates, if we abide by them and make those the qualifying hours for first-time or re-entrants, we think that that will certainly increase the number of Canadians that are that have access to the program, and that levels the field in many cases. That will be a great help, and that's what we heard during the campaign as well. That's what they believed was necessary to fix this program. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the other aspect, I think, when we talk about Canadians that are working for low-wage jobs or in precarious employment, quite often there are concerns around numeracy, literacy, and certainly the cuts that were made by the past government to the LMAs, to the various provinces, they impacted directly. Now, I know the minister at the time said, well, you know, we're not running these programs, but provinces relied on those dollars, and they were delivering numeracy and literacy programs, and these are our most vulnerable in society. So, Madam Speaker, if I could summarize here, I see a great deal of merit in today's motion. I probably agree more so with the member from Kenora. I'm very pleased with their Prime Minister and the Minister coming forward with a solid slate of progressive changes that will help support a modern workforce in this day and age and help Canadian workers. So, Madam Speaker, we look forward to the time when we can present the government's approach to change to EI. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member. I always enjoy hearing him speak in this place. All 8 years I've been here, it's been a pleasure. But he didn't come up with a rhyme on this one. We'll await that. I thank the honourable member, Madam Speaker, for his comments. And again, we keep hearing from the government side the commitment. We hear it from the minister that they are working on. But what we are looking for in my province, what my premier is looking for, what my mayor, Mayor Iveson, is looking for, is a change more quickly on the specific to Alberta. And as the member knows, I can empathize with the struggle for employment in the Maritimes. Certainly the resource sector in Newfoundland Labrador has been hit, just like in Alberta. But in the Maritimes, you can claim with far less hours, and you get much longer benefits. Is it not fair that Alberta be treated better now? And it is possible for the government to move expeditiously on simply changing the eligibility and the length of benefits for Albertans.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe next time we'll just go with parliamentary secretary. But listen, I appreciate the question, and I know that many Albertans are having a very difficult time. You know, Atlantic Canadians who have been part of the success of Alberta have. You know, they've worked rotations. I came out to the airport the other day. Usually there's 10 rows of Ford F-150 stretch cabs parked at the Sydney airport. I parked in the middle of the second row. So, you know, Alberta's pain is being felt across this country. It's been the engine, it's long been the engine that's driven the economy of this country. And so we're there. But I know that the minister is absolutely engaged on this. I know that the question around the time of period and those qualifiers, as your unemployment rate rises, there are natural triggers within the system. So, you know, for qualifying, for the period of time that you receive benefits, those things are you know, they're coming. I know that our officials are in constant contact with the Alberta officials, and I'm very much hoping that they will come sooner rather than later. But I thank the member for her question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And we spoke earlier today as well, and I want to appreciate, and you spoke again just now about his appreciation for what's going on in Alberta. It's very welcoming to hear that we have some support on that side of the floor. I hope you talk to the rest of your colleagues about the support that we need, but you're right. The Atlantic Canadians have had a very significant impact on what's gone on in Alberta, and you see that with the number of flights leaving Fort McMurray and Grand Prairie have decreased to almost nothing in the last several months. But my question to my Liberal colleague is, they were talking about agreeing with almost everything in the NDP day motion, but one of the things that really concerns me with this motion is the thought of a 45-day work year. When I first entered this House and the 45-day work year was discussed, I honestly thought somebody misspoke. I cannot believe that we're supporting a 45-day work year. This is something that I truly believe is unsustainable. That leaves 320 days of the year that the government or other taxpayers are going to be subsidizing that person. They've only put in 45 days into their EI. They're going to claim for an entire year. I would like the member, if he can explain to me how he finds a 45-day work year to be sustainable long-term for the Government of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my colleague from Foothills. That would be the most concerning aspect of the motion as it came from the NDP. The fact that that was never in our platform. That was something that we hadn't talked about. 360 hours. It was something that we ran on a platform that we heralded the importance of increasing access, and we think we accomplished that by reducing from 920 down to regional standards, and we think that can be done, and we expect that to come forward. Certainly, when the package comes forward from the minister, we anticipate that very shortly. But of course, the 360 is of concern to this side of the House as well.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's as always a pleasure for me to follow my esteemed colleague and to enter a debate that is extremely important to all Canadians. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that coming from a region like Northern Ontario, where, on the one hand, we've been debating a lot because of the opposition's concern of the unemployment rate in Alberta. Madam Speaker, I've been living with unemployment under the Conservatives of 13% for at least a decade. And it's gotten so used to 13% unemployment that people sometimes in our region think it's normal. And so, that's why I'm in this debate, Madam Speaker, is because when we talk about employment insurance and the different programs and services we as governments work with Canadians to supply, we have to remember that there are lots of parts of this country who struggle on a continuous basis just to survive out there, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when I talk about this, I speak to it from the perspective of what government is supposed to do on behalf of Canadians. And of course, we always suggest in this place that our role as government and as parliamentarians is to protect the most vulnerable. And how do you protect the most vulnerable, Madam Speaker, or how do you categorize that? Well, for me, of course, it's the poorest people in our society. It's the seniors that are struggling just to make ends meet. And, of course, it's our veterans who we should always be supporting, who have done their share to defend the democratic interests of our country. And so those are vulnerable people that we here in this place speak about on a regular basis of the kinds of programs and services that we want to make sure that are available to those Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, there are also people who are vulnerable in the workplace, whether they be part-time employees, whether they be people making basically minimum wage, which is not a working wage in this society, needs to be looked at in a very serious way. And we need to think about the unemployed from the perspective of regions of the country like mine, where you have a lot of seasonal employees who have no choice but to accept the fact that there are periods of the time in that year where they will be unemployed, Madam Speaker, and we as governments have put in place, we think, programs that help those vulnerable people. Well, Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why I'm on my feet here today and interested in speaking on this motion is not so much that the NDP has put this motion forward, because I think they've done it for reasons that I don't think are very genuine. They know darn well that this government is within days of making some serious announcements about some of the major changes that we want to make, that we ran on, that are committed to. And I know that they know that this is going to happen because they've heard it from all of us day in and day out in this House. And of course, they've heard it from the Prime Minister. So, Madam Speaker, let me just repeat some of this for the members opposite, because now one of the things, Madam Speaker, I've been fighting the NDP in my region for decades now, and I've beat them pretty much every time I've ever run against them, because I'll tell you why. Because they're not real. They're not realistic in the way they approach their campaign. Here's an example. The NDP ran in the last campaign telling everybody that they were going to balance the books in the first year, in the second year, in the third year, and the fourth year, and we all knew that that was never going to happen. So it was easy on the hustings to talk about the NDP and some of the policies that they bring forward. Those policies have to be real, Madam Speaker, if we're going to be able to convince Canadians to vote for us. I had the great pleasure of running against the ex-NDP leader in Ontario. Enjoyed my time on the hustings against him because he's still talking as if he's in the 60s, not talking as if he's in 2015 and beyond. So, Madam Speaker, I tell you that because it goes to the motion that we're being presented with. We'd love to support the motion on this side. Mr. Eastrup, the member from Malpeque, and myself, we were just talking about that. If they had a realistic motion, we'd be on our feet supporting it. But because it's been crafted in such a way we can't possibly support it, Madam Speaker, then of course that plays into their hands that we don't care about EI or the unemployed. And in fact, that's not the case. Madam Speaker, in the short time I have, I'm just going to give you a quick list of what this government is prepared to do within a matter of days, Madam Speaker. So, to that end, we're going to eliminate the discrimination against workers that are newly entering the workforce or re-entering the workforce. That was mentioned by the Parliamentary Secretary. Reversing the 2012 changes to employment insurance system that forces unemployed workers to move away from their communities and take lower-paying jobs. Madam Speaker, as you know, I represent a third of Ontario's landmass. Moving away is a serious matter. That's like moving from one end of the Atlantic to the other, and you're still in my riding, Madam Speaker. So when people say you're moving away to take another job, I hope they don't mean the folks that I represent are moving to Toronto, which would take them 22 hours non-stop driving just to get there. And so, Madam Speaker, we have to be realistic about these kinds of things that the Conservatives brought in that just don't work. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, this rationalizing and expanding the intergovernmental agreements, which is the Labour Market Development Agreement. I want to get a chance to speak about that, and supporting training for unemployed workers. I'll just stop with that list because it's exhaustive, but I want to speak to the real important commitment of this government. Those are going to be changes that we can make relatively quickly in this House, but the real interest from my perspective, Madam Speaker, is the undertaking of a broad review. If you know, as I do, that employment insurance is so important to our constituents, and you know that 40% of your constituents can qualify and the rest can't, you do know that that means that we have a system that's broken, that needs to be looked at, that needs to be reviewed, that needs a broad review by government as to how we are going to get the other 60% of the people that are not part of this system into play if they need our help, from government to employees and employers. Madam Speaker, keep in mind, this is a program that's funded by employers and employees. And so, keep in mind as well that we have a Canada Employment Insurance Commission. And we should be looking at the mandate of that commission. The commission shouldn't have just the one job, the one role of looking at what the amount that each employer and employee pays into the system. We should look at the Commission's role and responsibilities from the perspective of making sure that this plan, this program, really does help Canadians. Because if it doesn't, then we're just relying on the provinces to basically give these workers social assistance, when in fact they may just need a step forward on skills development, on training, on opportunities for them to improve their lives and then move on to potentially another job. So, Madam Speaker, when we made the commitment that we wanted to move from $500 million a year to provinces and territories for workers who are not eligible for EI, to increase it to an extra $200 million, so $700 million a year, I think that's a good start. Because, in fact, Madam Speaker, that's the people we're talking about here. We're talking about the 60% who don't qualify. And where do they get help? They get help under that tool that part of the EI system. And so, in fact, the more we can do in that area, the more we can help those folks, I think it makes a big difference. And then, of course, the whole issue of the LMAs and the $2 billion of labour market programs, that's just a small amount, Madam Speaker, in the system towards building the training structure, moving beyond the economy we have today and look at productivity and look at how people will work in the new economy. Madam Speaker, I don't enjoy representing a region that has 13% unemployment. I'm here to try and make a difference. When I left politics in 2004, the unemployment rate in my region was at around 10%, and it had dropped from about 17% during the major recession when the Mulroney government was in power. And when I came here, we worked very hard to start moving towards an unemployment rate that might be a little more realistic for a region like mine. But so what that tells me, that this program that the government has announced, that we're going to see in a few days, is the right approach to improving a system that all of us think needs to be improved. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I come out of the building trades, and many people who are out of work across the country right now are tradespeople, and it's frustrating for them, having paid a lot into the EI system, to now not be able to access those benefits when they need them, and their frustration increases in proportion to the amount that they learn that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have taken out of the EI fund to use for other purposes, often corporate tax breaks, in fact, Madam Speaker. And the member for Kenora said that there were aspects of this motion that he thought were unreasonable, and we'll have to agree to disagree on those. But certainly he can't think that the aspect of the motion that calls on the government to protect the EI fund from the whims of government and dipping into it and taking money out of it and using it for corporate tax cuts and other purposes is unreasonable. So I just would like him to stand up, Madam Speaker, and to let us know that he believes that's reasonable, and he'll be calling on his government to ensure that the EI fund is protected.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Speaker. And again, I go back to what I said earlier. The NDP already knows that that's a commitment we made in the last platform, that in fact we are moving towards a structure in 2017 where the government will not be able to use those funds in their general revenue. Now, everybody in this place knows that, but they pretend like it somehow never happened. And in fact, that is a commitment that we've made very clearly. The minister has made it, the parliamentary secretary has made it. We've all made it on this side, Madam Speaker. Now, I do agree with the member that there are some components of the motion that I think are good, and that's important. One of the things I don't like, what's in the present structure, is that the fact of the way the training structure works, and I hope in the larger review we'll look at how the training process works for those skilled tradespeople who are doing apprentices and things like that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am happy to hear that the Liberals will also not be supporting this bill. And my colleague from Kenora was mentioning earlier in his speech about one of the big issues that we have is we're forcing Canadians to leave and go find employment somewhere else at a lower paying job. But the key to that statement is they're employed. And that is what we're really trying to seek here, is to take people off EI and make sure they get a job. When I was 17 years old, I left Saskatchewan, NDP government, went to Alberta, Conservative government, to find a job. That's what we do. We go and find jobs where they are. So I would like to ask my colleague, why does he see this as an issue when to keep unemployed people on social assistance for long term, when the key should be trying to find them another job?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, see, this is the issue with the Conservative. They think that you should uproot a whole family for a job that's minimum wage or just above minimum wage. Can you imagine saying to a family who's on EI, who's been structured and working in seasonal employment, which is what they were trying to accomplish, Madam Speaker, until everybody figured it out, and that's why they're over there. The reality of it is that you don't move a whole family for a low-paying job. If you can get a job that that pays a high wage, then in fact they will make that move, Madam Speaker. They don't have to. The problem that they put in this program was that they were trying to make people who are on seasonal employment move to places for a low-paying job, move their whole family, when in fact that wouldn't work, Madam Speaker. So thank you.
I just want to remind the members, if they want to ask further questions, all they have to do is stand up and try to be recognized. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque. Very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Kenora talked about his region and the high unemployment rate, but I know his region's like a lot of Canada. There's a lot of diversity in this country. And in his area, there's certainly a lot of seasonal industries, mining, tourism, and other such industries. I wonder if he could spell out to the House how important the changes that the Liberal government is proposing are to the seasonal industries and their health and prosperity in this country.
A very brief answer from the member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. These changes, Madam Speaker, and the larger review will allow us to look at the productivity and the opportunities that regions like mine have. We are a very successful mining region. We have been in the past successful in forestry and will be again when we move to new products and new structures. And so this analysis and this work that's being done by the minister responsible will give us the opportunity to see just how the new jobs in the future will be developed through the training, through the role that we have with the provinces and the territories. And so that's why we're excited to see these changes coming forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for North Island, Powell River. Madam Speaker, while it is an honour to rise in this House today in support of this motion, I can't say that I'm happy. Rather, I'm concerned and disheartened, and I'm angered by the repeated abuse and neglect of one of Canada's key social programs and a cornerstone of our social democracy, an important part of our social safety net, our employment insurance program. And that abuse and neglect makes this motion by the member from Jonquière necessary, very necessary. Madam Speaker, we have experienced nothing but lip service and empty promises on the part of Liberal and Conservative governments who conveniently forget their promises as soon as they're in power. By restricting access to benefits for vulnerable Canadians and using the funds built with workers' and employers' premiums like a cookie jar that they can raid in order to continue corporate pandering and give, the illusion of a balanced budget. Let me remind you of the proud social democratic roots that are the foundation of our country, the foundation of programs like employment insurance in Canada that were created to ensure fairness and equity and that no one is left behind. A social democratic society provides balance in a capitalist economy with the recognition that some core values, access to decent employment, health care, affordable housing, education, pensions, food, union representation, among others, are not commodities to be marketed away at the whim of corporate or government elites. In fact, it was a Canadian, John Humphreys, who drafted the UN Declaration on Human Rights adopted by the United Nations in 1948, a declaration that was subsequently enshrined in international law in 1976. A law, I should add, Madam Speaker, that was and is endorsed by every province in this country. In his autobiography, Humphreys was clear about the centrality of social and economic rights to the lives of ordinary people, and he stressed that without them, other human rights have no meaning. This is the proud legacy we hold as Canadians and the foundation of institutions such as our employment insurance program was created in the spirit of that legacy. Don't let them tell you, Madam Speaker, that it can't be done. In a lecture on the future of social democracy by the Right Honourable Ed Broadbent in November 2015, he pointed out that the most stable and robust economy that the U.S. has ever experienced was in the 1960s, a period in which social programs were strongest in that country. And when you think about it, Madam Speaker, this is truly what trickle-down economics should be. Because that economic stability, a period in which the U.S. GDP was strongest, was the result of progressive policies and social programs implemented by Franklin Delano Roosevelt following the Great Depression and World War II. Equal societies improve outcomes for everyone. A strong EI system in Canada not only benefits those whose employment has been interrupted, it benefits dependent family members and children who are able to remain well-fed, clothed, and adequately housed. It benefits the local economies because even unemployed workers have money to spend in their communities. Madam Speaker, our motion today calls upon the government to honour its campaign promises and throne speech commitment to strengthen the employment insurance system by taking immediate action to, 1, create a universal qualifying threshold of 360 hours for employment insurance, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment. 2, immediately repeal the harmful reforms of the previous government, including those that force unemployed workers to move away from their communities, take lower-paying jobs, and those that eliminated the extended EI benefits pilot program to help seasonal workers. And 3, protect the employment insurance account to ensure that funds are only spent on benefits for Canadians, including training, and never again used to boost the government's bottom line. And we certainly saw that from Conservatives and Liberals. In my community of London, Ontario, the unemployment rate is 5.8%. This is a bit of good news for a region that has been very hard hit in the last 5 years. But we can't forget that this region has long been hard hit by the loss of well-paid and stable manufacturing jobs as a result of government's historic refusal to insulate our economy from globalization. It's becoming harder and harder for those who have not found a stable, lasting job to get help when they need it. Madam Speaker, currently in London, workers need a staggering 700 hours to qualify for employment insurance benefits. That amounts to more than 4 consecutive months of full-time work. But sadly, in a world where precarious, temporary, or short-term contract jobs dominate the job market, many people find themselves in jobs that only last 90 days, leaving workers a full month short of eligibility for EI. Let me tell you about the situation faced by one of my constituents. Steve completed his training program last year, having returned to school to retrain as a machine operator. He successfully secured an apprenticeship and put his newfound skills to work over the summer and through the fall. He was laid off recently and did not qualify for unemployment because he fell 17 hours short of qualifying for EI benefits. Steve has always been a hard worker, Madam Speaker. He contributes to society. He pays his taxes. Now, as he has been unable to find any sort of job, he's left to live on social assistance. $590 a month, Madam Speaker, much less than he would have been eligible for on employment insurance. Madam Speaker, Steve is an example of why we need a 360-hour eligibility standard. If Steve is lucky enough to locate work, there's a good chance in today's economy that it will be a low-wage, temporary or contract job. When even apprenticeships are precarious and all the retraining possible doesn't help workers who have taken the initiative to retrain themselves but remain ineligible for EI. Another constituent, Chris Jarrett, wants this House to know about his wife, whose employment was interrupted because she required 2 major surgeries in the past year. She went back to work between surgeries and as a result has been left without an income since August because she wasn't able to work enough hours between surgeries to qualify for further benefits. These people, Madam Speaker, are contributing to the EI program. In both cases, They have contributed for many, many years before needing to turn to EI for help, only to find that that help wasn't there when it was needed. These are the people our current system is failing, and this is the reason we stand here today in this House calling for reform. The sad reality for Canadian workers today, Madam Speaker, is the erosion of full-time, permanent and well-paid work, and the need for people to work 2, 3, even 4 jobs in order to make ends meet. More and more Canadians must contend with precarious work conditions because our market cannot or will not provide better. And we can't ignore the fact that an intersectional analysis of this phenomenon reveals that subsections of workers such as women, young people, seniors, immigrants, Indigenous people, and disabled people are most vulnerable to the effects of precarious work. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, many of the Canadians who are not receiving EI have been unemployed for more than a year or were employed in precarious work that made it difficult for them to accumulate enough hours to qualify. Madam Speaker, the New Democratic Party of Canada believes the higher levels of employment, gender and economic equality, social rights, civil liberties and environmental economic sustainability can be achieved in a system where government plays a major role. That role, Madam Speaker, is to strengthen social programs, ensuring their sustainability in order to fuel a thriving, robust economy. Sadly, the legacy of Liberal and Conservative governments has been to weaken social programs such as EI. The systemic disregard of previous governments also ignores the reality that social programs provide infrastructure for a healthy economy. We've seen Liberals and Conservatives drastically slash access to employment insurance, leaving a majority of Canadians without benefits. This is simply not acceptable, Madam Speaker, and I hope that this new government is listening and is ready to act instead of giving, promises. I've seen promises, Madam Speaker. I remember red books of the past.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. I had the opportunity to meet with her voters a few years ago, and I can tell you that when we hear my colleague today, I'd like the people across the way to listen, because we're talking about people who are on EI, and those are people who are in trouble. But when you're waiting for IE, it's even worse. And that's what's appalling today. It's completely absurd. All those people have contributed to a system that they don't have access to. So, and my colleague named people. She knows them. They're real people. And I know how close she is to her voters. So doesn't she find it deplorable to see that today the Liberals say we're going to go ahead? Of course we're going to go ahead with the reforms, but we know that they signal left, but then they turn right.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. When I talked about the fact that I remember Liberal promises of the past, I remember the Red Book of 1993, 97, 2000, 2003. They promised all kinds of things. In 97, they promised pharmacare. Pharmacare was going to be there by January of 1998. They promised childcare. They promised all kinds of supports for workers, and they never delivered. And I have this very, very terrible feeling, Madam Chairman, Madam President, that as this budget unfolds, we're going to see a pulling back, like we saw in the 13 years of Liberal government, a pulling back from the promises that Canadians depended on and believed in. As my colleague says, they signal left and then turn right.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from London, Fanshawe. As the representative from London West, I agree that people are suffering. People are hurting and struggling, and changes need to be made. And this government is working to fulfill commitments made in the campaign and in the speech from the throne on employment insurance. and it is being reviewed, and changes are coming very soon, as the Prime Minister has stated many times in the House of Commons, and I state that again today. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I must say I do respect my colleague from London West, but I have to tell you a story, Madam Speaker, and I perhaps have told this story before. In 1997, the then Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, gave a speech at a $250 a plate luncheon to the very well-placed in society, business, corporations, the industry sector. And he said, "You have slain the deficit. You are wonderful. You have slain the deficit that this country had." Well, that wasn't quite true, Madam Speaker. The deficit was certainly lower, but it wasn't that bunch that slayed it. It was the workers of this country, because $54 billion was stolen from the employment insurance account that those workers and their employers had diligently put aside so that workers could benefit. So I would say, Madam Speaker, I have some concerns, and this motion is directed absolutely toward the government, and we are saying live up to your obligations and help the people of this country.
I just want to remind the member that you can't directly or indirectly say something like stolen. So I would just say be very careful on using that in the House, so we can't accuse somebody of stealing something. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? We have a time for a very, very brief question. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend the motion put forward by the NDP because the Bloc Québécois has been active for the EI fund to be a standalone and to not be increased by government revenues, and I know that this opinion is something that my colleague shares. But we also heard about the Liberal promises, and there were NDP promises during the campaign as well. And so should I understand that they have changed position with regard to the $57 billion? Are these official apologies to the people who have lost their jobs?
For London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you. We in the NDP stand by what we believe is going to be the solution for this situation. And in terms of the government acquiring $54 billion by the Liberals and $3 billion by the Conservatives, this money is owed to workers, and we'd like to see it returned.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to be standing here in this House to talk about this very important motion, and I would like to thank my colleague for bringing this motion forward. This is an important issue across Canada and in my riding. It is about fairness and equity for members of all of our communities when facing the challenges of a changing economy. For this reason, I am very happy to speak in support of this motion. In my riding of North Island Powell River, we have faced multiple hits to our economy. With a large resource-based economy, the jobs have changed, and this has increased the mobility of our communities. Many people having to travel far away for work while leaving their families in our region. With the lack of flexibility of accessing EI, the stress of families has increased, leaving them struggling financially or forced to travel great distances for work. EI should be a tool for people to use when work ends, to support new training to find work in their community, and to stop the growth of poverty during hard times, thus providing families with the security they need to move forwards in towards a positive outcome. Before the Liberals desecrated the then unemployment insurance benefits program, over 80% of unemployed Canadians received support. After the Liberal reforms, cover fell to less than 50% of those same Canadians. This was tremendously hard for the people in my riding. The people in my riding work hard and are proud of the work that they do. They are committed to their communities and work hard to remain there. This means taking work as it comes, and in such a beautiful riding, tourism is a large part of this economy. But with this sector, often seasonal work is a reality. Now these hardworking people are faced with increased pressures. Some are left with just under the amount of hours required to be eligible for EI. Some are working jobs that do not pay well, and when they are left waiting for EI to start, face serious concerns with paying their everyday bills. People should not have to lose their homes, power, or go without food because they are waiting too long for the resources they required. Then, in 2013, the Conservatives introduced harmful reforms that had long-term impacts on our communities. Seasonal workers have limited opportunities for short-term work when it is out of their normal work season. Working while on a claim has also been dangerously changed to limit flexibility for families. Low-income workers used to be protected and be able to earn an amount to keep their families from poverty. This means families could survive, people were encouraged to work, and continue to build their networks for future opportunities. Once the Conservatives changed the rules to have workers able to only keep 50% of their income across low to high income earners, low income workers were penalized and higher income earners were able to make more. Madam Speaker, this is shameful. Low income earners are getting further and further behind, and people are struggling, and negative outcomes for health, well-being, and stability are increasing. People are asking for help and need to be treated with respect during these hard times, not treated as if they are less than. The Conservatives added to this, and fewer than 4 out of 10 unemployed Canadians were receiving regular EI benefits. The tool was largely destroyed, and the protection for Canadians during hard times continued to be reduced. No wonder income inequality is growing and Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, Madam Speaker. In my riding, I received complaints about the accessibility of EI, the lack of a voice on the other side of the phone to support them while filling out forms, of being provided a lack of information to make informed decisions to support their next steps when their work ends. Families unable to feed their children because of the long wait times, and as one constituent said to me, I am made to feel like a person begging for a handout rather than a person who has paid into the EI system for years and now needs help. This is simply not right, Madam Speaker. Immediate change is required. The number of insured hours workers have to log before they qualify for EI benefits have sharply increased in the past years. The qualifying period is one of the major contributors in terms of limiting access for workers on this account. Today, the number of hours based on the regional rate of unemployment in EI claimants region can vary between 420 to 700 hours in the preceding 52 weeks before they make a claim. In my region, the number of insured hours required to qualify regular benefits is 560 hours. This is simply too long. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, many of the Canadians who are not receiving EI have been unemployed for more than a year or were employed in precarious work that made it difficult for them to accumulate enough hours. Instead of ostracizing workers, the NDP has proposed a threshold of 360 hours for workers, regardless of where they live. The 360-hour threshold has been endorsed by 80 Canadian groups, including labour unions, anti-poverty groups, student groups, and women's groups. This includes the Canadian Labour Congress, Unifor, and the Vancouver and District Labour Council. Based on the NDP's calculations during the campaign, the cost of this proposal would be affordable. The government committed to strengthening the employment insurance system by eliminating the new entrant and re-entrant rule. The Liberal government needs to honour this campaign promise. In today's job market, new entrants and re-entrants need 910 hours to qualify for EI regular benefits. The government also needs to take immediate action to protect the EI account so that the premiums Canadians pay are only used for the benefits and for training. Employers' and workers' premiums should never be reallocated to general revenue. Yet this is exactly what has happened. According to Justice Louis Lebel, employment insurance was effectively transformed from a regulatory scheme into a payroll tax. The Liberals spent $54 billion of EI premiums on various programs and on tax cuts for corporations with no strings attached. When the Conservatives came into power, they picked it right up where the Liberals left off and diverted another $3 billion from the EI account. Then they made the theft official by closing the old EI account and wiping out the accumulated balance. In 2015, the Conservatives continued with this plan by using the EI account surplus to give benefits to wealthy Canadians instead of improving access to benefits. Workers saw it for what it was. As Jack Layton said, it was the biggest theft in Canadians' history. This needs to be stopped. Will the government take a principled approach and never treat the EI account like a government slush fund? Canada's precariousness of labour market is resulting in more and more unemployment being left out in the cold. Let's not continue this Robin Hood in reverse scheme. Let's look at another of the pilot projects that the Conservatives cut, the extended EI benefits pilot. This provided the addition of 5 weeks of EI benefits in regions where there was high unemployment. Without this pilot program, seasonal workers like the ones in my riding no longer have the income to fill this gap. In 2010, 2011, some 313,000 workers benefited from this extended EI benefits. Today, this is having a real impact on rural communities. The Liberals promised during the campaign to repeal all of the Conservatives' 2012 reforms, but their costing did not include extended the EI benefits pilot program. Will they confirm this funding? The government needs to act swiftly during these hard times to support communities and families in accessing EI to prevent growing income inequality. EI is a tool, a savings to provide people a hand when they need it, a tool which allows people to have a sense of stability during times of economic change. This is why I'm encouraging all the members here to support this motion. This motion will make a difference for Canadians as we go through these trying times. It is a practical solution for all. Today we are trying to deal with the most urgently needed changes. I hope we will stand together in this House in support of this motion and all Canadian workers.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed most of the members' remarks, and in fact, I agree with a lot of the motion that's before us. However, there is a glaring problem, and that relates to the 360 hours being universal. The member in her speech said that the 360 hours, according to the NDP, it is affordable. I have looked everywhere in terms of the calculations behind the cost of that 360 hours to the system. Will it mean increased premiums? What will it mean? Could the member opposite, as she claims it's affordable, could she give me the exact cost figure for what that 360 hours would mean to cost to the system as a whole?
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I'd just like to remind him that we are entering a time of increasing precarious work. Short-term work, part-time work is increasing, and families are struggling, having to work 2 or 3 jobs, up and down all over the place. So when we look at a number like 360 hours, this is really about giving a hand to those families that are facing those challenges. And it's making sure that they get the needs that they meet. And it is affordable in the sense that it will support those families to move towards their goals and have a positive family life. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've sat through this debate all day, and I keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again. And I want to remind all members of this House that EI is meant as a temporary measure to overcome circumstances. What Canadians want most is employment, Madam Speaker. They want to work. They don't want to be on EI. And the way the NDP motion reads says that for 360 hours, which is a short period of time, people can collect employment insurance for 50 weeks a year. What people want is they want to work for 50 weeks a year. They don't want to collect employment insurance. So I'm asking the honourable member Provide us with a jobs plan. Provide us with some ideas on how we can get Canadians working as opposed to putting them permanently on EI, as the NDP would propose with this motion.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much for the question. First, I'd like to start by saying that it is offensive to the people in my riding to assume that people would work for a short period of time just to happily sit on EI. The people that I represent are hardworking people. They want to work. They want to get out there and do good things in their communities. So I think the plan is about supporting people when they need a hand up. It's not about creating a handout.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member.
De Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
For Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. She is serving her second term now, and we've heard the Conservatives talk about increasing job opportunities, but when they were in power, they cut EI benefits in the Maritimes and elsewhere where there is seasonal work. They didn't do anything to extend the season of work. All they did was just cut the benefits. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments.
Thank you very much for the question, and I just want to say it's my first term, but thank you for thinking I'm doing such a good job. It feels like I've been here a while longer. You know, for my community, one of the biggest hardships has been the forestry industry and the changes around manufacturing and seeing all of those raw logs floating from our communities, and we're not able to process them, and all those people that were proud workers no longer able to do their jobs. So we did see a huge decrease during the Conservatives' time in government of jobs in our riding, and we were faced with multiple challenges, and we continue to strive, and I look forward to seeing jobs increase across this country for the hardworking people of Canada.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Jonquière, Canada Post. The honourable member for Elgins, Middlesex, London, taxation. The honourable member for North Island Powell River, fisheries and oceans.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Madam Speaker, it's really my pleasure to. Thank you. Geez, I don't know what I did today, but obviously something good. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak against the NDP Day motion. And before I start, I'd like to tell the Speaker that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Carleton as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I've listened to a lot of the debate today, and there are a few things that concern me with the NDP motion. And the top of mind is asking Canadians to subsidize a 45-day work year. I think this is something that is irresponsible, unsustainable, and I haven't heard in any of their speeches how they could possibly come up with any costing on how much this is going to cost a Canadian taxpayer, how this is going to be sustainable long term. But before I get into talking about some of the concerns that I have with the NDP Day motion, I would also like to highlight, this motion would repeal a lot of the good work that the previous Conservative government was able to achieve, and I want to make some of those highlights. For example, after we came into power in 2006, we emerged from the Great Recession with the strongest economy in the G7. We created 1.2 million net new jobs. That's 20% higher than most of our G7 counterparts. Those were incredible achievements, and it's a little frustrating when I hear that the New Democrat Party wants to negate some of those great successes that we had of a conservative government. Our Conservative plan was working, and it worked. What we focused on was something that has not come from the NDP members or some of my Liberal colleagues on the other side either, that one of the most important aspects of employment insurance is creating jobs. Having policies in place where employers and Canadian businesses can grow and create jobs. And I think that's really what we should be focusing on, not making it easier for people to go on long-term EI. That's not what Canadians want. They don't want a handout. They don't want to have a disincentive to work. They want to have a job. And I think that's really the element that's missing from a lot of the debate here today. And for example, I just wanted to go over a couple of the projects that we had done as a Conservative government that were incredibly successful. Pro-growth measures such as the largest infrastructure plan in Canadian history. We legislated and had the federal gas tax, the infrastructure investment program. This gave municipalities long-term stable funding for the first time in Canadian history. We had more paid internships for recent graduates, cut red tape for small businesses, ensured that EI premiums were low for Canadian business owners, for them to invest in their business, in innovation, to grow their business. And when they grow their business, that means that they create jobs. And I think one of the concerns that I have with the 45-day work here is that's also increased costs on the business owners. And I think that's one thing that we haven't really talked a lot about here today, is the impact that this would have on business owners. This is in a time when our Liberal government is talking about increasing the CPP tax on businesses, following the model of a very dangerous provincial Liberal plan. They're also talking about a federal carbon tax. So we're going to be adding yet another cost, another tax to our Canadian businesses. And what this does, this is much further funds available to a business owner to invest in his own company. And what happens when he invests in his own company? It grows. What happens when a business grows? It creates jobs.
Exactly.
It creates jobs, which is the fundamental thing that we should be focusing on, is job creation. We were also focused on a few other things that helped Canadians, and that was by keeping taxes low. And by 160 times we cut taxes. And what that resulted in is the lowest tax burden on Canadian families in 50 years. And I think that's something that gets overlooked, that what happens when you have low taxes is you have a strong economy. You have a strong economy, again, you're creating jobs and less of a burden on the employment insurance system. Yeah. Now, we did make changes in 2013 to the employment insurance program. We focused on job creation, removing disincentives to work, while at the same time still supporting unemployed Canadians and helping them match workers to jobs. And one of those programs that we implemented last year in Economic Action Plan 2015 was the Canadian Apprenticeship Loan Program. And I think that's really where we should be investing taxpayer money. When there are problems in the employment sector, that there is investments in programs available to those who have lost their jobs in retraining and getting them back to work. Programs like the Apprenticeship Loan Program. We saw last year, speaking to men and women across the country, more than 50% who had entered an apprenticeship program were unable to finish that program due to financial constraints, paying a mortgage, putting groceries on the table when they were taking the training program as part of their apprenticeship training. Through the Apprenticeship Loan Program, it was a $4,000 interest-free loan for every learning term as part of that program. That was widely applauded by the trade sector, many of the schools, and those who are looking at a trade. What this does is it gets them back into the workplace, or those who are in the workplace, it allows them to better their situation, get a higher paying job. Last year when we were doing a study, for example, on getting women into the skilled trades, what we had heard is, for example, that women who go from let's say a sociology or a psychology career, not that there's anything wrong with that, but sometimes it's difficult to find a job in those sectors, especially in Alberta at that time. They go into a highly skilled trade, welding, heavy-duty mechanic, truck driver. They go through these apprenticeship programs, and they see an average salary in the six figures, $120,000 a year or more. So these aren't minimum wage jobs that we are putting programs for them in place to train and find some better opportunities. And what this really comes down to, Madam Speaker, is Canadians do not want a handout. They want a job. And that's really what we should be focusing on here is putting policies in place and structures in place to provide them with the best opportunity to find that job. Certainly, we have to have that social structure, that social safety net in place for when someone does lose their job. But the safety net is there, and we've heard from my colleagues today, the safety net there is for a temporary solution. This is not intended, employment insurance is not intended to be a long-term fact of life. And unfortunately, with the NDP day motion, that is what it is. For me, it states it is a disincentive to work. If I only have to work a 45-day work year, and I know I'm going to get a year of employment insurance, I'm not too sure how hard I am going to look for that job. And we've also heard from both sides of the floor, Liberals and NDP, that for some reason it is a hardship that sometimes you have to move to go find a job. The key to that statement is you're finding a job. And that's what the most important part of this is finding that job. Certainly, you may have to move. Like I said earlier, when I was a young man, I left Saskatchewan to go to Alberta to find a job. That's what many thousands of Canadians have done over the years. Look at Alberta. We've talked about this a little bit today. Alberta companies have had people from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, coming on a regular basis to Alberta. Why are they coming there? Because there's jobs there. They go home when there's breaks in the season, when there's breakup in the oil industry, they'll go back to their homes in the Maritimes in Atlantic Canada, and when they come back, there's jobs. And we also heard from the NDP today that they're very concerned without these programs in place that we'll lose, when people are unemployed, we'll lose those skills. Well, to keep those skills there, and that's what we're seeing in Alberta right now, is a real concern that with the downturn and 125,000 Albertans who have lost their jobs, there's a real concern that they're going to go back to Atlantic Canada and never return. So I don't think that argument works, that they're not going to have those skills. What the best option is to find those people from Atlantic Canada jobs so they can continue to work, not have to collect EI. But really what I want to say, and I see my time is running out, Madam Speaker, and really the focus that I want to get to today is, the NDP are claiming that with this motion is going to strengthen the employment insurance program. But what I'd like to say is a 45-day work year is asking the Canadian taxpayers to subsidize unemployment or employment insurance for those other 320 days of the year. I don't find that to be sustainable in any way. I would like the NDP members to tell me how much this is going to cost, and what it comes down to is the Conservatives made a real effort to create jobs. That was our plan, and we did it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. In my riding of Jonquière, I have a lot of seasonal industries. There are many workers who have trouble making ends meet between seasons. One good way to help them in our regional economy, we have a lot of isolated small locales where there's just one industry, such as forestry, for instance. So I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts. Why is it that his government removed those additional 5 weeks of benefits? In our region where work is scarce, that was important. It removed that black hole. It allowed people to continue to buy groceries and feed their families. It was very important for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, and that's really the essence of my speech and my debate today is we cannot have a system where someone only has to work 45 days, 360 hours to collect a full year of employment insurance coverage. I certainly sympathize with some of the situations in sectors across the country. I come from a very rural riding, very agricultural based, very energy based, where certainly there are some seasonal workers. But the whole focus of our changes to EI was to provide incentives for people to find work, to get a job. And if they do have to move to a community to find that job, then those are things that Canadians have done for generations. And I understand that certainly some people don't have those opportunities, but the social safety net is there for them when they need it. But the most important thing is for them is to find the job.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his intervention here today, his question today, and also for recognizing the hardworking people of Atlantic Canada. My riding is in New Brunswick, and we certainly have faced some employment issues in the area. I do ask you, though, the reality is that we not only have, it's not a matter of seasonal workers, it's a matter of having seasonal work in Atlantic Canada. And I want to know how you propose that businesses in our area find and maintain their workforce if we don't make some allowances for the fact that there is a time of the year when these people will not work, and we do need them back when the work starts again. So that's my question, and I'd appreciate your perspective on that.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that. And again, I'd like to say what an impact Atlantic Canada has had on Alberta, and we've talked a lot about that in this House over the last couple of weeks. The downturn in the energy industry, the energy is not an Alberta alone problem. This is something that impacts constituencies across the country, and I'm glad you asked that question. Energy East, for an example, diversifying the economy in Atlantic Canada. I'm fairly certain that my colleague across the floor voted against our motion to support Energy East. A project like that would certainly benefit New Brunswick in terms of the employment opportunities in your province.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Foothills for his remarks and his passionate advocacy in this House. One of the hardest working members and one of the by-election club that a few of us belong to. And I had the privilege of working with some of his constituents years ago as they recovered from the horrible flood in the High River area, and his constituents are a passionate and hardworking folk. He mentioned the social safety net, and a lot of NDP members in their speeches here today talk about people with accidents and a whole range of things. And there are programs, including CPP disability. There's a whole range of social safety net, both at the provincial and federal level, whereas the EI program is about job insurance for long-term jobs and then losing it. Could he speak for a moment on how some of the people are talking about programs that help other circumstances, and that EI should not be the catch-all, and at our level, the NDP is proposing it would change the system?
The honourable member for Foothills, a very brief answer, please.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague. We talked a lot about him coming to High River and helping in the flood, and my community appreciates that greatly. Exactly. You know, there are other programs that are available. Employment insurance is meant to be a temporary solution to losing a job, problems with a family member, caregiver support. Those things are there. But there is a multitude of other programs that are available to those who are in times of need.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member from Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A great pleasure to rise here to discuss an issue which I'm very passionate, as the former Minister for Employment, had some occasion to work on these subjects in the past. And today I'd like to address the motion before the House of Commons to bring in a 45-day work year in Canada. Now, let me unpackage how we come to that 45-day or 2-month period for which people would be required to work under the proposed changes that the NDP has put before the House. The NDP has suggested that we should lower the entrance requirement, or the qualifying period, to 365 hours for Canadians right across the country, regardless of the labour market in which they find themselves. Now, 360 hours in qualifying time, based on a 40-hour work week, equals about 9 weeks or 2 months. In other words, under the proposal before the House right now, people would work for 2 months and then they would collect employment insurance for 10 months. And that would be available in every region of the country, regardless of the unemployment rate. In other words, even in places where there are labor shortages and employers are having difficulty recruiting workers, we would be paying people not to work. The result of this is an increase in the cost to the employment insurance program. That would be evident by virtue of the fact that in order to fund the additional benefits under this proposal and to compensate from the fact that fewer people would be working because more people would be on EI, the government would have to increase premiums. All the benefits paid out from employment insurance come from the premiums paid by employers and employees. The estimates for the cost of going to a 45-day work year or 2-month work year range from about $1.5 billion to $4 billion a year. As you can imagine, all of that burden would need to fall onto the shoulders of taxpayers, both workers and the businesses that employ them, through increased premiums. Now, you increase an employment insurance premium, you make it more expensive to hire and discourage hiring. You also punish people for the work that they do, particularly low-income workers, because employment insurance premiums are a regressive tax. They don't raise in percentage terms based on the income people take. So this would be a very regressive tax increase that would disproportionately target small businesses and low-income workers. And it would detract from the government's stated goal to help the middle class and those who, quote, want to join it. Furthermore, it would impose new burdens on the Canadian workforce. Imagine if in every place in the country you had large numbers of people who worked only 2 months out of the year and then used the employment insurance system for the remaining 10 months. What would that mean for our workforce? I will let the House use its imagination. I suggest to you that instead of taxing people who work and the people who hire them in order to pay people not to work, we should encourage job creation. So I have some practical suggestions for the government and for the NDP on that score. First, we have a growing surplus in the employment insurance account, and the NDP is quite right in suggesting that that money should not belong to the government. I propose that we use it to cut employment insurance payroll taxes by 21%. That reduction in taxes was laid out in last year's budget. It is booked as part of the fiscal framework, and it can be afforded based on the surplus that had been growing in the account when the Conservative government left office. That would make it less expensive for employers to hire, and it would reward workers by letting them keep more of what they earn. Second, we need to continue to reprofile our training program. For too long, we trained people in this country for jobs that did not exist. I was able to work with the previous government in order to re-engineer some of those training programs in order to connect people with available jobs. We worked on a labour market development agreement that was signed by British Columbia and Saskatchewan. Other provinces supported the agreement. And that would have seen the employment insurance training dollars, of which there's about $2 billion a year, directed towards connecting people with jobs that actually exist. So when they come into an employment office, a provincial or territorial employment office, their training is not funded until there's an employer with which they are matched up. So instead of having someone come in and say, listen, I'd like to study accounting, and having training dollars immediately available, the employment worker at the job training center would say, before you do that, I want to check our local hiring registry and ascertain if there's someone hiring accountants in your market, because we don't want to send you to the training program until we know that this is going to result in a job. And by involving employers at the front end and ensuring that the unemployed train up for an available opening, then you increase the success rate. We created something called the Job Bank in this country over the years, and that Job Bank is available to help people ascertain what openings are available. Now the goal should be to match the employer seeking the employee with someone who's unemployed, and to use EI training funds to bridge the gap between the two. The money is already there. We just need to deploy it in a more targeted and precise fashion. In addition to training, though, which is great for developing credentials, we need to do a better job of recognizing credentials. That's the case in the professions, mostly for newcomers, but also in the trades. When I was in British Columbia meeting with business leaders there, I actually met several very well-trained tradesmen who had been in the workforce for 20 or 30 years as welders and electricians, but who had never received a Red Seal ticket or any occupational designation to go along with their work because their work had always been informal. Those types of people have difficulty moving between provinces and opportunities because they don't have their ticket, even though they're equally skilled to many people who do. So one of the things that the government should work with the provinces on is to quickly recognize the credentials of long-tenured tradespeople who have not done formal apprenticeships and therefore have not received their formal ticket. And that would allow them to get a certification that would permit them to move between provinces. Finally, we need to complete the work of apprenticeship mobility. The Atlantic provinces signed an agreement that allowed their apprentices to move around the region in the middle of their apprenticeship program. But because apprenticeships vary, even within occupations, they vary from province to province. Oftentimes, a third-year apprentice pipe fitter, for example, who might have been working in Alberta under an employer, under a journeyman or journeywoman there, but has lost their job because of the downturn, can't then pick up and move to a new opportunity that might have opened up in, say, Ontario, because the apprenticeship systems in the two provinces are different. So we need to do across Canada what the Atlantic provinces have done out east, which is to try to harmonize completely the apprenticeship program. We've done so for ticketed tradespeople. In other words, under Chapter 7 on the Internal Agreement on Trade, a tradesperson with a ticket in one province is recognized in all provinces. And that is also the case for most professions. So if you get yourself certified in, say, Alberta, but then you need a new job in another province, you can use your certification there. We need to finish that work for apprentices now that it has largely been done for journey people. And finally, we need to streamline the process for recognizing the credentials of newcomers, particularly professionals from abroad. Madam Chair, we have an enormous number of foreign-trained professionals who come to this country. If we could get them licensed to practice more quickly in their field, they would fill important needs in our workforce at very low cost to Canadian taxpayers, and it would allow them to fulfill their extraordinary potential when they get here to this country. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
Honorable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to correct certain things that were mentioned repeatedly by the member, who should know because he was Minister of Employment, as has the member for Calgary Foothills and others. When they say that we want to reduce the threshold to 360 days, he should know that that's equivalent to about 9 weeks. Those 9 weeks entitle you to 21 weeks of EI, not the rest of the year as they've been claiming. Moreover, he gives the impression that people will take advantage of the system by working only 2 months in order to get EI. Well, if somebody quits their job, they're not EI. If they're fired for incompetence, they're not eligible for EI. So there's a lot of disinformation here, and I'd like to take this opportunity to correct the record, as the Prime Minister says so often. The honourable member for Carleton.
What I'm trying to tell the member is that we're trying to encourage people to work. That should be the goal, and there are many ways to do so. First of all, I said that our skills training tries to match people with the jobs that are available. Second, we must recognize and acknowledge the skills and qualifications of workers by helping them to obtain their certificates or work permits in regulated professions. And third, we need to reduce taxes for those who are hiring workers, people who create jobs. And that would be my preference, rather than creating a system where people work for 2 months in order to collect EI for the rest of the year.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell my colleague on the other side of the House, well, in fact, he mentioned 3 very important things. He mentioned assistance to return to work, he mentioned training, and he talked about working with the provinces as well. And that's what we have committed to do on this side of the House. We said that the government pledged to improve the EI program in order to better reflect today's realities. Our government is also going to continue to strengthen the tools and services that exist already. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to take the existing services and improve them, always by using the employment desk to help the unemployed to get back to work. So what is my government not, and how is it not responding to what you have proposed? Well, first of all, the government said that it wanted to eliminate the tax reductions that we already announced when we formed the government. The previous Conservative government wanted to reduce EI taxes by 21%, thereby allowing small and medium-sized businesses to hire more people. The current Prime Minister said that he was going to repeal that tax reduction for small and medium-sized businesses. And that's an error. That's a mistake. Secondly, recognizing qualifications and credentials of workers and professionals is something that will never stop. That is something that started a few years ago, and that has been progressed upon. And Madam Speaker, I think that that should continue to be done until such time as new arrivals to Canada can be recognized for their skills. Because every month I meet an extraordinary professional from elsewhere who is an immigrant to Canada and who has trouble getting his skills and credentials recognized and therefore must work in a job that is not suited to his qualifications. For example, a doctor or an engineer who comes to Canada should be able to work as a doctor or an engineer. And the recognition of their credentials and skills should be a priority for all governments.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette and Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, I would like to say that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I have risen in this House on many occasions between 2011 and 2015, especially in 2012 regarding EI. And that is very simple because the reform that was put in place in 2012 by the previous Conservative government was extremely harmful for many regions in the country, and I would say particularly for Eastern Quebec and also for Eastern Canada as a whole, that is the Atlantic provinces. If you recall, the reform that was put in place in 2012 put in place frequent claimants. There was a frequent claimants regime, and when those people went on to EI, they had to salaries that were up to 70% lower than what they used to earn. And those frequent claimants also often included seasonal workers, for example, who are mostly, or for a large part, in Eastern Canada. Also, there was the definition of suitable work. So before, people were allowed to refuse work if it was not part of their sector or not part of their skills, but the Conservative government eliminated the definition of suitable work. So if people refused a job that did not correspond to their training or their sector, then their EI benefits were often suspended, could be suspended or refused. The previous government forced workers to accept any job within 100 kilometers of their residence. 100 kilometers? Now, that has a variable definition depending on whether you live in a city or in a rural region, because often 100 kilometers is an hour, means driving an hour for a job that is often pays 70% less than someone's former job. And many workers were forced to move, especially away from a rural region. And the rural regions thus have been terribly impacted by this decision. And we also saw in a number of publications that were published that there was a system of quotas also that was imposed. The public servants were forced to achieve certain quotas. They had to achieve this quota, and that meant that they had to check up on people, check up on claimants. And most public servants were not in agreement with such a measure, so they had to conduct very intrusive inspections. They had to catch people out on a technicality in order to refuse their benefits, in order to deny them their benefits. And often that meant that the people who were the most vulnerable in our society were the ones who were targeted. Something else that was very harmful was the elimination of the arbitration councils. So those were the representatives of employers, unions, and the government. And there was one for each region to take into account regional realities. So people could turn to this claims tribunal, the people who were receiving benefits. If they were denied benefits, they could go to these tribunal. And in its place, a social security tribunal was implemented, and so far it has been a pathetic failure. Once again, the reform of 2012 was imposed by the Conservative government. It was the end of the pilot project that allowed them to fill in the 5-week black hole, and I urge my Conservative colleagues to listen, because this is important. Often, if you take the Lower St. Lawrence, for example, as a region, people had to work for 720 hours to be eligible for EI. So that's 18 weeks. For seasonal workers who work in forestry, agricultural, tourism, once they had worked 18 weeks, they could receive EI for 21 weeks. That's a minimum. Not for the rest of the year, as many of the Conservatives claim, but for 21 weeks, which is the minimum. So it's 18 weeks plus 21 weeks, that's 39. So therefore, there were 13 weeks during which these workers who were laid off because it was seasonal work had no pay, no revenue, no earnings. The pilot project sought to fill in this 5-week black hole where there was a large proportion of seasonal work, and that is the case, as I would like to repeat, in Eastern Quebec and Eastern Canada. Now, I would want to see the economy in my region diversify so that we don't have to depend so much on seasonal work, but right now that's the reality. There were local consequences that were extremely serious, and I toured my riding to organize information sessions in Rimouski, Desjely, Lac des Aigles, Poëginamook, and each of those informations drew between 300 and 400 people who had undergone the negative impacts of this reform. And what we heard from these people is that the reform wasn't only affecting the unemployed, it was affecting people who had jobs as well. We heard about the member of Carleton and from Foothills talk about innovations and improvements that could be made to training programs. But currently, the reform that was implemented in 2012 is also harming employers because they are the ones who have to pay the training costs for their employees. For example, a logger, someone who earns $10,000, it's a seasonal job. Those people are forced, when they're offered another job, to go away, to move away from their region. So then their former boss has to hire someone and train them again. So, and from their own pockets. I've heard stories about this in agriculture, forestry, the maple syrup industry. I heard about a cabinet maker who had to close his doors for 2 months. It always closes down for 2 months because there's no work during that time. But in addition, they had to pay those people not to work because he wanted to keep them, because this is very specialized work, and those are things that the Conservatives simply deny. They don't want to face reality, and therefore skills training budgets, they think, well, that's a miracle solution. But we're talking about regions where seasonal work is the norm. So this reform was implemented wall to wall across the country because there was a shortage of workers in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but this was to the detriment of other regions in the country where the reality was simply not the same. Another example, Mr. Speaker, which affected my community, is the fact that in small municipalities which do not have the means to pay for a director general, for example, on a full-time basis, they need to employ them for perhaps 4 or 5 months a year. And obviously, after that, they claim EI benefits until such time as they can resume their job because the budget is not sufficient. Well, I have examples of small municipalities who had to, their director general had to move to, or rather had to accept jobs in Rivière-du-Loup or Rimouski because it was within 100 kilometers. So all this... This institutional memory for these small municipalities was drained away. So people have to be trained again, and then they leave again. So it's a vicious cycle. Now, I can tell you that since the 2012 reform, the employees in my office in Rimouski, they had to accompany 500 people in their claims against the government, in appealing to the government because they've lost their benefits. So we can see how the public service works very rigorously. In the case, for example, of Mr. Pierre Bérubé, because he had decided to leave his seasonal job to start a business. He wanted to buy a truck so he could become a trucker. So EI asked him for $5,000. So the capital investment that he had made on his truck did not allow him to start up his business because EI had claimed $5,000 from him. So he's trying to start up his business, and yet he had a penalty of $5,000. So that's the kind of abuse that the Conservatives have imposed upon us. Now, the Liberals made a great many promises with regard to EI, the reduction of the waiting period, for example, but they pledged to reverse the EI reform that was imposed by the Conservatives in 2012. And I fear, Mr. Speaker, because I'm seeing hints from this, whether it be from the Minister of Families or the Minister of National Revenue, who is also a member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine, which is also very hard hit by this. We are thinking that we don't think that between now and 2018 they are going to make any major reforms, but the needs are here now. The pledges have been made, no need for consultation. The reversal of this reform can be done now, and I urge the government to do so, and to start so by starting, they should start by voting for our motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the members' opposite remarks. But I really want to, through him, go back to a point that was made by the Conservative member from Carleton earlier. I was sitting here almost fuming listening to his remarks, I will say, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Carleton, in talking about the 360 hours, and I disagree with that setting within the NDP motion, but remember for Carleton's remarks were nothing but disingenuous to workers in this country. To claim that the NDP proposal of 360 hours would be paying people not to work. They'd work 9 weeks and draw 50. That's malarkey, Mr. Speaker. But what it goes to show, and I'll ask the member this question, what it goes to show is that it comes from a mentality that existed within the previous government, that if you penalise people enough, you'll force them to work. If you leave them without income, you'll force them to the work. And that's not the mentality that I know the NDP has or this party has. We believe in incentives, and I ask the member opposite, does he feel the same way, that that party over there is disingenuous to workers in this country and that
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. I totally agree. He said malarkey in English, I say baloney in French. So, yes, it's very dishonest of the Conservatives to say that they're collecting EI for 2 months and then sitting back for another 10 months. So, first of all, it's entirely false because people know that we're talking about 360 hours, 9 weeks. So, they won't receive 100% of their salary. It's already just 58% for 9 weeks. And they won't even have the full 55%, in fact. So already what the Conservatives is saying is nonsense. It's misinformation. And what they're trying to do is portray these unemployed workers as lazy people who want to stay home, and that's insulting. With regard to the 360-hour threshold, I think that it's a very reasonable limit, and I might remind him that the Minister of National Revenue pledged during the election campaign to diminish that same threshold to even less. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, allow me to tell you that I am delighted to hear that the second opposition party is coming to its senses with regard to employment insurance, because during the campaign, they talked about taking out $7 billion out of the EI fund, and if they don't have a copy of their platform, the Bloc Québécois can provide them with a copy. So I'd like my colleague to explain the circumstances as to why they flip-flopped. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think she probably knows our former member, the Yvan Godin, who was a staunch defender of the EI fund. And obviously, that was the bogus argument of the Bloc Québécois as to that we wanted to dip into this EI fund, which is false. The EI fund is actually incorporated into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, the Treasury, and we wanted to. We did not want to use that surplus. So what the Bloc Québécois did not understand, and what it doesn't want to understand, is that we tabled a bill to institute a standalone EI fund, and it was proposed by Mr. Chisholm, who unfortunately was defeated, and that was clearly set out in our election platform, and that was not the case for the Liberal government. There is time for a very brief question and a brief response. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have a very brief question for my colleague. I was wondering whether my colleague would he underwrite an insurance policy that insures only forward of 10 people in the private sector? Would that be an insurance policy that, in his opinion, would suit most citizens? And could he put that into context with regard to employment insurance?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, obviously, that kind of insurance wouldn't help very many people. If you lose your job, and I've seen that, people in the riding have paid their premiums, and then when they lose their jobs, they don't get the benefits, either because the public service responsible for employment insurance is being excessively rigorous, or for some other reason they get rejected. Often people have to wait for 6 or 8 or 10 months if they go to the tribunal before there's any decision on their appeal. So we would hope that they would reform the system. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bigot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I support this movement, or rather this motion, because after this Conservative government's work over 10 years, the system needs to be reformed. The government needs to work quickly to deal with issues like the EI account and eligibility. They need to make changes by repealing the changes made by the Conservatives. We know that this kind of insurance account is in trouble when the employees don't get the benefits they need. The Union of Quebec Municipalities adopted a resolution calling on the federal government to suspend the reform of the employment insurance system until economic impact studies were carried out. The reform, said the chair of the group, is very important for workers in the rural areas who otherwise will go elsewhere to urban areas. We've been working for years on policies and ways to keep people in the regions, and we therefore need the Government of Canada to suspend the reform until we know its economic impact. In the 1990s, over 80% of people who lost their jobs received benefits. The Liberals destroyed the program, and only 50% of people who were jobless got benefits. It was at that time that I decided to get involved to help the jobless in Saint-Hyacinthe with a group there. And we now see that only 38.9% of Canadians who contribute to the fund receive benefits when they need them. I want to talk about the consequences of the 20 years of reforms brought in by the Liberals and Conservatives in my region. I am proud to represent the riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bigot, which is the most important agricultural area in Quebec. Agriculture, of course, means seasonal jobs, and it is those jobs that have been targeted by the Conservatives and Liberals. When people don't have work after their seasonal job comes to an end, they have to accept what is available within 100 kilometers. Saint-Hyacinthe is growing and will be probably up to 100,000 people by 2020, and people are having to leave to find work elsewhere. When people are unemployed, they are supposed to find permanent work, but often that work is less well paid. When they are called back in the spring to work in the agri-food area, these people don't tend to come back unless they get laid off. They are penalized for doing so. So we are continually losing experienced workers in the agricultural area. Employers are now complaining about these reforms. In my region, the horticultural organization has said that they recognize that seasonal workers have to be defined as such and need to be acknowledged for their contribution. This group is based in Saint-Hyacinthe, and it says that the employees are considered second class. These people have been trained for the work they do, and they want to stay where the work is. There is also a Market Gardeners Association that has said that it is already difficult to hire local workers, and with these reforms, it is even harder to find them because seasonal workers come back year after year to do the same work, but the new rules penalize them. It is clear to us that the universal eligibility quota would be the best way to go in a region like mine where the unemployment rate rather is low. People are penalized. 60% of those who lose their jobs are ineligible, and that has a very significant regional impact. People who receive employment insurance benefits spend that money locally. When workers don't have any income, then the local businesses lose these customers and clients. We have lost the referees board and now have gone to a tribunal. And as a result, most employees can't find their way through the labyrinth involved in the legislation and the appeal process. There have been huge delays in implementing the Social Security tribunals. As a result, the workers have often had to wait a year or so before getting their benefits. And what I wonder when I see this situation is, what do we say to a worker who is laid off because of a restructuring exercise in a company where he or she has worked for 25 years? It takes months to get approval for benefits. The employee has to continue to look for work and may have to accept work that has nothing to do with his or her qualifications and may then have to try to find a better job. So such a worker will not get any benefits, even though he or she should be able to receive them, because this kind of worker is considered as a repeat applicant by the employment insurance officials. It is a very difficult process, and often the benefits will only come 3 to 6 months after the layoff. People are not being dishonest. This could happen to anyone, ourselves or a neighbor or a family member. The unemployed group feels that they need to have a better process, and they have little access now to real appeals because the boards have been abolished and they have to deal with the Social Security tribunals. It takes a great deal of time to be able to be heard. There are major delays during the process. Only 4 of 7 cases have been heard and reached the stage of being reviewed in the past few months. And people need help in this process because if they try to do it alone, they just can't manage it. The Employment Insurance Commission rules are very difficult for seasonal workers. If workers apply for EI benefits more than once in 2 years, they are labeled, they are penalized. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the direction that is being taken by employment insurance officials is going to actually aggravate the situation in my riding.
Comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just listening to the tenure of the discussion and the debate today on the opposition motion, I thought maybe it might be just appropriate just to highlight the fact that for many, if not all, of the Liberal caucus members can recall going through the last federal election where we talked a great deal about reforming and making changes to the program. Employment insurance has been, for years, very high on our agenda. A member from Cape Breton has been a very strong advocate for the program. We have brought it and incorporated it into part of the election platform. And we have a minister that has really taken it on and said that we are going to be coming forward with changes, reforms to improve the program. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is a wonderful thing to see. Canadians from coast to coast to coast, I believe, would get behind the project. We recognize the differences in the different regions. We've had, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister, visit province of Alberta and others, concerns in regards to where the commodity prices, whether it's Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, Labrador. I think that we should anticipate that we will see some very positive changes. And I'm wondering if the member might want to make some comments about the changes that I know that she's aware of that are not that far down the horizon that will, in fact, improve the program.
Deputy de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear that the Liberals want to correct the problems that they caused in the mid-1990s. I hope that they will make positive changes to the EI system and support our motion, and I would invite them to support it because we need to be more fair to all the regions. We need to have an independent EI account. We need to make sure that employees and employers pay into the account and receive benefits so that employees who are laid off receive benefits and training. The Conservatives made reforms that penalize workers. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know that she talked about her riding, and it was difficult to hear what the Conservatives who have spoken today have said about employment insurance. The former Prime Minister, to give you a bit of background, used to use certain terms and expressions, and we've heard them here again today. I think that people, they say that people should just find work, they should just get a job. Some people have said that it isn't very lucrative if we just pay people to stay at home, and that we shouldn't protect people who are doing the wrong thing. A former member has said all these bastards that are just sitting on the sidewalk should get out and find a job. So I would like my colleague to comment on the Conservatives' attitude and the unfortunate tendency to use this kind of language in the House and elsewhere. The Honourable Member. I would like to thank the member for his question. I am very conscious of the damage caused by this kind of language. I used to work with an organization that helped young people with difficult family backgrounds integrate, into the labor force and to be rehabilitated, but they were penalized continually by the EI process. They had to accumulate enough hours to be able to get the benefits, and that was very difficult for many young people who had part-time, short-term work. They were often on call. These are young people that want to improve their situation, but the EI process and system doesn't help at all.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Central Nova. I'm quite pleased to speak on this motion, Mr. Speaker, that suggests certain changes be made to the employment insurance system. And indeed, I agree with many of the changes that are in the motion, with one major exception, and that is the 360 hours component of the NDP's motion. I asked earlier, and I tried to find out from a number of sources what that 360 hours would cost the system. Because if you're going to govern and make decisions, you have to do it in a reasonable and responsible way. The members opposite I asked the question to didn't have an answer, haven't been able to find it in any of the material related to the NDP's motion. Maybe somebody can get up later and give us the numbers, because stating 360 hours without having the numbers to go along with it is just not the proper way to change legislation. But beyond that point, many of the points they make in their motion were in fact in our election platform, and they're in fact, Mr. Speaker, some of them are in the mandate letter to the Minister of Employment, and we will indeed move on those points. You know, Mr. Speaker, people who have to use the EI system, they want it to be as efficient as possible, and that's why I'm opposed to just the 360 hours. In our discussion with workers, Mr. Speaker, the concern on hours was really related to the initial qualifying hours, which was over 900. And we will be moving to allowing regional rates, which are lesser hours and dependent on the regional EI or job rate, to be the qualifying areas, and that way workers will be treated more fairly. The difficulty, Mr. Speaker, that the economy is facing at the moment has put a lot of pressure on the employment insurance system. We're seeing the new numbers announced by the Minister of Finance in his mini economic update. And so we know the energy crisis, the energy difficulty in this country is certainly putting pressure on the system, and therefore there is a greater need for the employment insurance system to operate and get basically a social and economic safety net into the hands of workers. And we're hearing calls from Alberta, which is really unusual, on the need to have that employment system work and work effectively. So I want to turn to Alberta for a minute, Mr. Speaker. The duration of EI benefits has increased in 4 economic regions in Alberta, and the number of weeks available in hard-hit regions in Alberta has increased by 5 to the maximum entitlement nationally of 45 weeks. If you compare December 2014 to February 2016, qualification for EI regular benefits in the Northern Alberta EI region has dropped, while the maximum entitlement has increased to 45 weeks, matching the highest level of support in the country. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that the House and everyone knows that the energy difficulty in Alberta, the falling of prices caused by many global factors, and in part the fact that we're landlocked in terms of getting our energy to market. That is imposing greater difficulties on workers in a lot of regions of Canada, in particular mine. There's a lot of people from Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, Alberta, Newfoundland, and Labrador that work in the oil industry in Newfoundland and Labrador and Saskatchewan and Alberta and up in the Peace River area of BC. And they're all impacted as well as a result. And they do need to qualify for employment insurance. And when you look at the Alberta numbers on EI, you really have to factor in the cost to workers in this country is just not in that threshold of numbers. Our numbers of people without work in Prince Edward Island and other areas of country of people who travel to work in Alberta and elsewhere are in the other regions' numbers. And it's important that we do everything we can, and that's what the Minister of Employment is trying to do with bringing in the changes that we will bring in, many of them in the NDP motion. We've said in the platform, and I could go to the mandate letter, but Mr. Speaker, we've said in the platform, we will reverse the 2012 changes to the employment insurance system that forced unemployed workers to move away from their communities and take lower paying jobs. We'll change that. We'll develop more flexible parental benefits. We're easing access to EI support for caregivers, and the list goes on. But there's one point I want to make with regard to my region that was an absolutely pathetic move by the previous government. And that was to try and support one of the regional minister at the time from my province. They created 2 EI zones in Prince Edward Island. That has to be fixed too, Mr. Speaker. And I'm encouraging the government to fix that along with the rest. It's not in the mandate letter, I note, but it has to be fixed. Because I'll give you an example of what happens, Mr. Speaker, in a situation like that. We're a province, we're a country of seasonal industries. And you know, some talk about, well, the need to work year-round, it'd be great. But you know, we're in a country that it snows, it freezes up, it gets too cold for some industries. And so they have to shut down for a while. And for the employer of those industries, you need those workers to come back and start when the season kicks in again, because they're the skilled workers that are trained and know how to work in your field. You want them back. And so the employment insurance system that these workers pay into is there to give them the safety net so that they can have income and can provide for their families and spend their money in their communities in the off-season. That's what the employment insurance system is there for. It's not, as the Conservatives try to pretend, because people are lazy and don't want to work. There's people lose their jobs for many reasons. When business is shut down, you need that safety net as well. But they're very important in terms of the seasonal industry. And I'll give you an example of the 2 zones, Mr. Speaker. On the Riverdale Road in my riding, one worker is in the Charlottetown zone, needs more hours, get less benefit. A worker on the west side of the Riverside Road is in the rural zone. What happens? They both work at the same plant. They both work in a seasonal industry in New Glasgow. One qualifies for EI, the one on the rural side. The one on the Charlottetown side doesn't. That is a sad situation that the previous government put in place, that I'm saying to my government, to my party, fix it. Get back to one zone in Prince Edward Island. So let me close, Mr. Speaker. I know my time is limited, but I would go to the Progressive Economics Forum. There's a lot of labour groups a part of that group. And they're basically, in their point 1, they're saying this: repeal the 2012-2013 EI changes. This includes, but is not limited to the punitive and discriminatory job search rules, a detrimental best weeks calculation for low-income workers, removal of the extended benefit pilot period, erosion of the working while on claim benefit for those taking casual work while unemployed, and the politically motivated addition of the new EI region in Prince Edward Island and Canada's North, end of quote. And that includes a list right across the country, Mr. Speaker. They're asking the government to do most of what we said we would do in the election. The NDP motion doesn't even go as far as what we said we would do in the election, but it puts in that 360 hours, which is a mistake. Otherwise, I could support the motion. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can't support the motion, but I support the principle of it, and I think you will find, as we move forward with this party and this government, we will indeed make the changes that we were committed to in the election and that are outlined in the mandate letter. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the benefit of my colleague, well, yes, the 360 hours was computed. It's $1.2 billion, something that the EI fund can absorb given its current surplus. The threshold of 360 hours has been approved by 80 groups of Canadians, unions, anti-poverty groups, student groups, women's groups. I'm pleased to hear my colleagues say that our proposal doesn't go as far as what he wants. So it would be very simple to support this and then go even further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, we get the numbers. But I do know, or maybe, but I do know sometimes the NDP's math leaves a little bit to be desired. But I think in the context of the 360 hours, $1.2 billion, and this is something that the Minister of Employment is going to have to grapple with. When you look, as I said, about the number of things that we've said we would do under the Employment Insurance Act, the parental leave, the caregivers, the doing away with the 5-week pilot project, and the list goes on. The minister and the government have to not be locked into hours when you start. We said we'd go to the regional hours for qualifying, but you don't want to be locked into that because you want to be able to do all the other things that we've committed to do, and you have to prioritize those. So for that reason, I still cannot support the 360 hours.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague quite rightly mentioned the economic difficulties that Canada and many other countries are facing right now. For the Bloc Québécois, employment insurance have a stabilizing influence at a time where there are economic difficulties for the country. It also preserves certain purchasing power for those who lose their jobs. But as my colleague said, a social safety net is just that. In order to keep this social safety net, the EI fund has to be used for workers who lose their jobs, and the best way to do that is to make it autonomous. Will the government make a commitment to remove the EI fund from the Consolidated Revenue Fund so that it can really be used for that?
Quick as I can, Mr. Speaker. The reason it was put in the Consolidated Fund in the first place is because that was a recommendation by the Auditor General, and we had to do it. There is a book calculation as a result following that, but we are here for the workers. We're here to try and create growth and prosperity in the country, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and his remarks. I wanted to ask my colleague to speak a little bit about the 40% threshold, the fact that we have an employment insurance program that just benefits literally close to 40% of men and women who are working out there who could use a program like this. And one of the commitments made by this government is on the issue of dealing with those who are not part of the labour force, but in fact could be on welfare, could be on some form of social assistance, and the skill development that would go with that and the training. And I'm just curious as to how the member sees us developing a strategy to deal with those people.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a very important question, because part of our strategy outlined is for that in the election campaign is for those people who contribute to the employment insurance system. And I thank my colleague from Kenora for the question. For those people who contribute, there has to be we have to try and strive to increase the number of people who qualify, who some can't for various reasons. We have to do that. But beyond that, when you look at the total package that the Liberal Party ran on, you will find that there is greater advantages for skilled training, and the list. I see I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on in terms of trying to find other means and other ways of ensuring that those people that do not fall under the system have the social safety net and the economic means of which to be able to look after their families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on today's motion. The employment insurance file is an important one across our entire country and is of particular significance in the small towns and rural communities in my home riding of Central Nova. Now, there's some common ground between the motion that's been put forward today and my own views. In fact, I campaigned on a number of the points that found their way in today's motion. But I need to raise two preliminary objections that are going to prevent me from supporting the motion that's been on the floor today. The first is that there are ongoing efforts by the Minister and by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disability to conduct a review of the employment insurance portfolio. I fear that a rushed process is going to lead to an incomplete result that's going to undermine these positive initiatives. It's in the best interest of Canadians and my constituents to allow the government to deliver on its ambitious campaign commitments after a proper and fulsome review is complete that considers how Canadians can derive the maximum benefit from the program in communities all over our great country. In addition, the imposition of a universal qualifying threshold of 360 hours will not create regional equity that recognizes nuances that exist within regional economies in Canada. Now, EI is a critical program to support Canadians faced with job loss or challenging life events. In my own backyard, we've got an economy that was historically built on primary industry, such as fishing, forestry, and farming. Being on both the Eastern Shore and the Northumberland Strait, the riding naturally relies on tourism as well. Each of these industries relies on a talented group of hard-working seasonal employees that need a strong EI system to protect these historic economic drivers of our region. The disrespect that these workers receive when seeking benefits can be astonishing at times. They form the backbone of a regional economy that supports year-round workers and should be treated with the respect that they deserve. Moreover, when seasonal workers are forced to leave their jobs or leave their area, it causes an increase in the cost of business because of the requirement for employers to train new employees who may only be around for one season. Now, the timeliness of this discussion is also very important to me in light of some recent developments at home, because one of the historically largest employers in my community closed just a week ago. These economic challenges may be present in my own riding, but I know that Central Nova does not have a monopoly on difficult economic circumstances. Different regions have different challenges, but all Canadians depend on a strong safety net to help workers deal with changes in their careers and their lives during difficult times. Mr. Speaker, the EI program is specifically designed to respond to economic changes like this. There is flexibility built into the program that allows it to respond to deteriorating economic conditions and changes in our local labour markets, as measured by regional unemployment rates. When a region's unemployment rate rises, the entrance requirement is reduced and the duration of benefits increases. There's built-in flexibility, but we know we can do even better. We can do more to make the program more relevant and responsive to the needs of Canadians today and in the future. In addition to reacting to changing life circumstances, a strong EI program can help employers avoid layoffs and protect the jobs of local workers through proactive measures such as the Work Sharing Program. The Work Sharing Program under the EI system is in place for precisely this purpose. It's an adjustment program designed to help employers and employees avoid layoffs when there's a temporary downturn in business that is beyond the control of the employer. The program provides income support to eligible employees who agree to work a temporarily reduced work week while their employer regains financial footing. The goal is for all the participating employees to return to normal levels of working hours by the end of the work sharing agreement. Mr. Speaker, work sharing allows employers to retain valued skilled employees and avoid unnecessary rehiring and retraining costs when their business returns to normal levels. At the same time, the program helps employees keep their jobs and maintain their skills as well as their income during difficult economic times. Now, I'm very proud to support the government's agenda to improve the quality of service that Canadians have come to expect and will receive from the EI portfolio. Our government is committed to improving access and flexibility in the EI program to better support the needs of all Canadians. We're moving forward with initiatives such as the eliminating discrimination against workers that are newly entering or re-entering the workforce by changing the requirement that new employees work 910 hours before accessing benefits. This policy has a disproportionate impact on young people, those that are recovering from serious illness, and women who more often than men make professional sacrifice to raise young families before re-entering the workforce. The appropriate threshold needs to be responsive to the regional realities that reflect the needs of people on the ground in their day-to-day lives. And of course, we are committed to reversing the prior government's 2012 changes to the EI system that forced unemployed workers to move away from their families and out of their communities to take lower-paying jobs. These challenges have a dramatic impact at home for my friends and neighbours. In Central Nova and much of Atlantic Canada, out-migration of youth and working-age community members is a major social demographic problem. Out east, we love our communities as much as anyone in this country. The previous government's policy would exacerbate this negative social trend by kicking people when they're down, by demanding that when they lose their job, they have to leave their home as well. When young people back home are told they need to leave their communities, they often leave the province or the country instead in search of greener pastures, rather than leaving their hometown to take a lesser-paying job 100 kilometres away. This phenomenon leaves fewer tax-paying and hard-working workers in a region with an aging population, which has the effect of putting an additional social strain on the province's healthcare systems. Mr. Speaker, the government's agenda has also contemplated how the program can help Canadian families. Now, we've pledged to develop more flexible parental benefits and to ease access to EI support for caregivers through the compassionate care benefit when a family member is suffering from a serious illness. We also plan to reduce wait times to assist families who experience the stress of not knowing where the next rent check will come from when faced with difficult changes in their lives and in their careers. In addition, we plan to reduce EI premiums to allow employers and families to keep more of their money to promote a more efficient and fairer Canadian economy. Now, improving the EI system is not an easy task, so we want to give it the attention that it deserves and get it right the first time around. It is important that any program changes be founded on a sound analysis of the evidence and that careful consideration be given to labour market impacts and the costs of individual measures. The government is planning to evaluate the success of the EI system, and it will assess if it is delivering its core mandate to provide income security to workers in an ever-changing labour market. My constituents and Canadians across our country deserve a policy that is informed by the Honourable Minister's thorough review of this important file, so they can access a system that effectively identifies and responds to their needs to help build a strong economy that works for all of us. Mr. Speaker, We want a better future for the economy and the country. I look forward to working with my colleagues from every party in this House to develop a policy that works for all Canadians. If we all work together, we can build on the work already underway and ensure that all Canadians have a real and fair chance at success. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He says the NDP's motion concerning the 360-hour threshold for admissibility, for eligibility, which would really help out in my region, for example, where we have many isolated municipalities. I'd like to know from my colleague concerning the 360 hours, what is the program that his side is going to propose with details if the 360 hours is not acceptable?
Nova.
I thank the honourable member opposite for the question. I can't stand here and say that 360 hours is absolutely inappropriate either. I think one of the points that I tried to emphasize during my remarks was that there's positive ongoing initiatives that are conducting a review of the system at present, both through the Minister's Office and through the applicable standing committee. What works in one region and 360 hours may be determined to be an appropriate qualifying threshold in your region, but it may not in mine. And I think after a thorough review with the Honourable Minister and the applicable standing committee, we'll have a better idea of what the appropriate qualifying threshold should be in all regions across our country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Central Nova for his address. The NDP motion is a good one, and I certainly will be voting for it. But I think we ought to also look at the larger issues of income inequality, and I've been encouraged to hear that the Minister for Families and Children and Social Services is showing an interest in what we really must do to ensure that we eliminate income inequality and eliminate poverty in Canada, and that's moving to a guaranteed livable income. I wonder if my friend from Central Nova has any thoughts as to that as really the next major plank in protecting our social safety net.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much for the question to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, who I'll note has some experience in Central Nova as a candidate in a prior election as well. Income inequality is one of the major economic problems that our country and in fact the developed world in the 21st century is facing. The notion of a guaranteed basic income is one of the most exciting potential social reforms that is being discussed. At this time, I don't know that there is enough information through proper studies that have been conducted to say the time is now, the place is here. But I think we're certainly at a time and place where we should be chatting about it. We should be exploring more information, because with more information we can make a better educated decision. I'm looking forward to what exciting reforms that the minister you referred to may propose, and I look forward to working with them so we can help the most vulnerable people in our country, whether it's through that program or another that would have severe administrative savings on programs like EI if we chose to go a different route. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely thrilled with the valuable debate that we've had in the House. And I would like to ask my colleague if he's given some thought about what people in his riding are looking at for those individuals that are not in the system, what are now called vulnerable workers, the growing number of people that are choosing to work part-time, that are the seasonal workers, that have fallen outside of the parameters of the existing EI program, and where he sees Canada moving towards supports for people who are not the typical 9-to-5 full-time worker, which is a growing trend, and it looks like it's going to even accelerate more and more. So I in general, want to thank the House for some very insightful debate and appreciate your well-thought-out comments. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Minister. I appreciate the question. You've identified a key sector of the population that's present across our country, and certainly within my riding as well. One of the pieces of the greater EI program that I find quite exciting is the fact that there's a focus on skills development in addition to helping people who've come across difficult times. This is going to help people help themselves. We're going to be investing in programs like labour market development agreements with the provinces and territories that are going to provide over $2 billion in funding to the provinces and territories to support programming for skills development and employment services such as counselling and job searches. In addition, the Canada Job Fund agreements are going to invest $500 million a year to support training for all Canadians, regardless of employment status, through the Canada Job Grant and other employer-sponsored training initiatives, as well as employment supports and services, with priority given to unemployed persons.
Just a reminder, we are out of time, and just a reminder to honourable members to address themselves to the chair. That does actually help us to give the time signals and so on to help members stay within the time allotment. Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, I'll let her know there's approximately 7 to 8 minutes left in the time remaining for the debate on the business of supply this afternoon, but we'll get started. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, others have eaten into my time, and I will do my best to squeeze what I should have had into a shorter time period. I would, if time allowed, be sharing my time with the member for Regina Leuven, but it's sounding like we've been cut short, sadly. I would have loved to have heard him. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada has reported Alberta in 2015 lost 51,000 full-time jobs, the worst loss since 1982 recession. Alberta's unemployment rate has almost doubled to over 77%. And the layoffs have continued, in large part in the resource sector. The huge majority of these are well-paid professional jobs impacting middle-class families. The number of Albertans receiving EI has doubled in just 1 year, from over 31,000 to more than 62,000. The very purpose of employment insurance is to assist workers who have paid into the program when they lose their job through no fault of their own. Regrettably, over several terms of Liberal and Conservative governments, changes have been made not to the obligation to pay into EI, but rather to limit access to the fund. We've been told that only 4 out of 10 workers who pay into the system are qualified to file claims. In a letter to the Finance Minister, Gil McGowan, President of the Alberta Federation of Labour, pointed out that only 37% of employed Albertans qualify for EI benefits. Alberta workers must work 630 hours to qualify, compared to 420 hours in Newfoundland and Labrador. It may be noted, both regions are experiencing significant job losses in the resource sector. Mr. McGowan also expressed concerns that over the past decade, accessibility by Canadian workers to EI benefits declined from 50 to 38%. He reminded the minister that they campaigned promising EI reforms and respectfully suggests unemployed Canadians can't wait a year for a review. As my colleague, the MP for Trois-Rivières, pointed out, surely no one in this place would agree that only 4 out of 10 Canadians should qualify for universal health insurance. Then why support only a small percentage who pay into EI to claim? He also reminded us of past misappropriations of the EI fund to pay down deficits. Employment insurance has historically offered greater benefits to the jobless in regions the most economically challenged. Benefits have been less generous to workers in Alberta or Ontario who are prospering. There's growing support for reform of the program to establish a single, universal, national standard for access to claims. During the election, the Liberals committed to support this change and now say they're studying the program. We'd prefer an action verb.
Hear, hear.
But increased access to workers, including those hard hit in Alberta with the massive cuts in the resource sector, could easily be expedited in advance of a complete overhaul of the system. As pointed out in a recent Globe and Mail editorial, quick action was taken in 2009 in response to that economic crisis. Why not now? In response to the significant downturn in Alberta's economy, both Alberta's Premier Notley and Edmonton's Mayor Iveson have called on this government to intervene to revise EI eligibility rules to ensure more equitable access by unemployed Alberta workers. The Premier has requested this government to make two adjustments to the EI program. One, to offer a longer period of EI benefits for Alberta workers. Two, require a shorter period of eligibility for Alberta workers in line with other Canadian workers. Mayor Iveson, in a letter February 16th to the Finance Minister, raised concerns with the current eligibility rules. In quotes, he said, which places the unemployed in our city at a considerable disadvantage in accessing the EI program and exacerbates the personal and social distress associated with job loss. Mr. Speaker, I received a letter just today from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, who told me that their younger members are experiencing extended periods of unemployment as previously not heard of and are struggling to make ends meet. An immediate extension of EI benefits and a lowering of the eligibility hours in Alberta would certainly help in relieving stress and anxiety, not to mention increased divorce and family breakdowns. This is a serious matter, Mr. Speaker, requiring action. Yes, some new jobs have been created, but by and large, they've been part-time positions paying minimum wage. As my colleagues have pointed out, part-time employment creates a major disadvantage for workers in accumulating working hours. This must be considered. Would Alberta workers, as with all Canadian workers, prefer a job? Absolutely. Are they welcoming the promised infusion of dollars for infrastructure and housing projects? Yes. But in the meanwhile, federal action is needed to address the inequity in accessing EI, and the distress for families who've been laid off through no fault of their own. So, Mr. Speaker, in summation, we've heard all throughout this debate today that the Liberal government is thinking, consulting, proposing, maybe sometime in the future will bring forward a reform of EI. But at this very moment, we have workers across this country, and certainly also in my province of Alberta, who are suffering through no fault of their own. And many of them have been working in the resource sector, which has been filling the coffers of the federal and provincial governments across this country. I think, my Premier thinks, my Mayor thinks, the workers of Alberta think that it's time that the government step forward, took expeditious action to treat Alberta workers who have worked hard, who have contributed for many years to the EI fund, that they deserve a break, just like occurred in 2009. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. You talked about Alberta quite a bit. We understand, the government understands the situation and understands that plummeting oil prices are one of the reasons for that situation. And we also see this in Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador. It's a very particular situation. It's disastrous for those regions. But we also have a platform that we have rolled out across Canada. We're a responsible government that has to look at all of the requests that come in. So it would be illogical to make a hasty and unstructured decision. So should we amend the EI system only for Alberta or for all of Canada?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, which I find quite untoward. I am a representative of Alberta. I'm speaking for all workers in Canada, but I feel an obligation to speak for my constituents and Albertans. Our Premier has spoken out. She has written to the Minister of Finance. My Mayor has spoken out and written to the Minister of Finance. This government has said that they would reform EI and make it more accessible to workers who have lost their job through no fault of their own. Yes, the oil price, the plummeting oil price, has greatly hurt my province and this country. Many of the workers who used to commute from the Maritimes, from Ontario and so forth to Alberta have, of course, had to go back to their province because they can probably claim greater EI. Some of them would probably like to stay because they own homes in Alberta and have the opportunity to equal access to the benefits that they paid into.
Order. It being 6:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Madame Trudel, appuyée par...
Ms. Trudel, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moves that the House A acknowledge that mounting job losses combined with a lack of access to employment insurance contribute to growing income equality and a situation where too many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet?
Call on the government to honour its campaign promises and throne speech commitment to strengthen the EI system to make sure that it best serves both the Canadian economy and all Canadians who need it by taking, shall I dispense? Taking immediate action to, one, établir une...
Create a universal qualifying a threshold of 360 hours for EI, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment.
Full reforms of the previous government, including those that force unemployed workers to move away from their communities, take lower-paying jobs, and those that eliminated the extended EI benefits pilot program to help seasonal workers. And three, protect the EI account to ensure that funds are only spent on benefits for Canadians, including training, and never again used to boost the government's bottom line.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, we ask that the vote be deferred to March 17th, 2016, at the end of government orders.
En conséquence,
accordingly, the recorded division is deferred to March 17th, 2016, at the end of the time provided for government orders.
And I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you were to canvass the House, you would see the will to call it 6:30 at this time.
And canvass I shall. Is that something that the House would like to do? Okay. Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à...
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and adopted. Accordingly, the member is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to be able to discuss the question concerning, rather that I put to the government on February 28th concerning Canada Post. Obviously, we know that during the year, a number of community mailboxes were installed. A number of towns and municipalities have seen a complete halt to home mail delivery, and we've seen these community mailboxes mushroom across the country with no consultation. Neither municipalities nor citizens had anything to say about it. We saw during the election campaign, we saw the Liberal Party make a number of promises saying that they would reinstate home mail delivery. But currently, what we're seeing is the Liberal Party, backing down on their promises. They've talked about instating a moratorium, and now we're wondering what's going to happen. Again today, in my riding office in Jonquière, I talked to a citizen who had trouble accessing his community mailbox. This is a person with limited mobility, and he was unable to get to his mailbox because of weather conditions. So this is unacceptable, where we should be able to provide home mail delivery services to our citizens in 2016. Canada Post is a public service. It's profitable, and we are the only G7 country that does not provide home mail delivery. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. There are many ways to make mail delivery service profitable. We could make them part of banks. We could talk about mail delivery, which can increase revenues for Canada Post. and we should be able to provide this home mail delivery service to our citizens. There were a number of concerns that the public has raised. For example, there is a lack of safety and security because sometimes the mailboxes have been installed actually on hills. So I'm talking about people with reduced mobility. Think of young families as well. For them, it's hard to get out sometimes and go and pick up their mail. There's also a question concerning services. We are wondering, because earlier the government mentioned establishing a moratorium because they're going to consult. But this is my question for the minister today. How are these consultations going to be carried out? How will this consultation strategy be devised? This is a big question for me because I want to know how Canadians are going to be consulted. Is it going to be on a random basis, or will the government go directly into cities and municipalities? Will they consult with mayors, hold face-to-face meetings? And will they reach out to people? How about people with reduced mobility? How are they supposed to pick up their mail?
Already, it's difficult for people to get out and get their groceries, go to the drugstore, and at least they should be able to get their mail delivery like they used to right at home. Before, people knew that the mail would be delivered, and it was comforting to know that there would be someone coming to the door that way. So the government has made a commitment, but I would like to know how the government is going to consult people. Are they going to talk directly with all these groups, with the municipalities and the mayors of our towns and cities? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to continue this evening in this debate for the future of Canada Post, and I'm inspired by the enthusiasm of the engagement of Canadians on this subject. During the election, we committed to end the further installation of community mailboxes that began under the previous government. We also committed to conducting a review of Canada Post to make sure that it provides high-quality service at a reasonable price to Canadians, no matter where they live. This is what we're doing. 1 week after the election, Canada Post announced it was suspending the conversion to community mailboxes pending the review. Voilà qui nous amène à l'examen.
And this is the review that we've talked about. We've made a clear commitment to reviewing Canada Post to make sure that the organization is providing high-quality services that Canadians expect at a reasonable cost. This is the mandate that the Minister of Public Works and Government Services has received from the Prime Minister. We are setting up this process, but tonight I can announce 3 more aspects of the review.
Together all the pertinent facts around Canada Post in line with our government's commitment to evidence-based decision-making. 2, these facts will be shared with Canadians because our government has set a higher bar for openness and transparency. And 3, through this review, the opinions and views of stakeholders, groups, everyday Canadians right across this country will be sought. This is in line with our government's commitment to consult widely and to pursue goals collaboratively. In other words, Canadians will have a say in the future of their postal service. Their concerns will be heard through what will be a thorough, evidence-based process. I hope all parliamentarians will encourage and be part of this national dialogue, and I look forward to working with my colleague on this important subject.
Canadians place great value on Canada Post and have done so for a long time. It helps us connect our country throughout its vast regions. We are working as a government to make sure that Canada Post delivers good service, and we want to make sure that Canadians understand the challenges and the situations faced by Canada Post. The review will help us make sure that Canada Post's decisions will be made clear to Canadians, and the process will help to clarify the situation for Canadians and for the government, and we will therefore ensure the future of Canada Post. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. There's something else that concerns me, and that is this notion of having consultations directly with people about the situation, but also what about the new technology, these new mailboxes, and especially the loss of jobs? Will she reassure me that there will be no loss of jobs? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Plan to convert door-to-door delivery has been suspended since last fall, pending the outcome of a review of the corporation. And this government is, in fact, committed to an open, transparent, evidence-based review that covers all aspects of the Canada Post and will allow Canadians to have a say, all Canadians, in the choices that are made concerning Canada Post. L'examen permettra de s'assurer.
Review will ensure that Canada Post provides the services that Canadians expect and at a reasonable cost. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise this evening to discuss my question from December 9th regarding the Prime Minister's use of taxpayers' dollars for 2 nannies to care for his 3 children. But before I begin, I would like to thank my wonderful colleagues for sticking to me tonight, for all of their support and encouragement. Merci, mes amis.
Thank you, my friends.
I want to state that at the outset that I do understand the Prime Minister's needs for childcare, and I do not want to negate that fact. However, throughout the 2015 election, he campaigned against the universal childcare benefit, and he said he would donate any monies received through the universal childcare benefit to charity. He stated numerous times, both in this chamber and during the recent election, that the childcare benefit should not go to rich families like his. Then immediately after the election, without consultation with Canadians or Parliament, he backpedaled and decided instead that a rich family like his should indeed have childcare paid for by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Prime Minister has a special budget to pay for these types of household expenses, and I do respect that. But throughout 2015, he constantly carried on about the universal childcare benefit and how wealthy families shouldn't receive it. And then moments after the purse strings are handed over to him, he doles out the money for nannies. In fact, many Canadians contacted me after my question to support these concerns. One comment in particular specifically asked that I never stop fighting these outrageous spending with no regard for Canadians who cannot afford to pay for their own Canadians who cannot afford to pay for this spending. As a member of the official opposition, I will continue to hold the government to account for the spending and misspending of taxpayer dollars. I will continue to work on behalf of my constituents and all Canadians to ensure that this government is held accountable. As members of Parliament, we must not waste taxpayers' money. Just because a benefit is available to an MP, or in this case, to the Prime Minister, doesn't mean we should take advantage of tax dollars and spend Canadian taxpayers' hard-earned money. Even when running my own household, I know that a few extra dollars here and there should not just be spent for the sake of spending. It should be money spent well, not just spent, as we see in this situation. The Prime Minister's lack of accountability is more apparent each and every day. Whether it's his campaign promise that deficits would be no more than $10 billion per year for the next 3 years, which we now hear may be $30 billion for this fiscal year alone, or that we should balance, or he'll have the balanced budget balance by 2019, or the debt to GDP ratio would go down every year, or that the promised refugees resettlement plan that has not now ballooned to $50,000, the Prime Minister is clearly unable to keep his promises. How can Canadians trust this government and this Prime Minister to manage the country when they have proven that they will say and promise one thing and they will do something completely opposite. We as elected officials must respect taxpayers' dollars. Promising and campaigning on one thing, then doing another is totally in disrespect of the taxpayers' dollars. As my colleague, the member for Battle River Crowfoot, asked earlier this week in the House, why is the Liberal plan to spend, spend, spend? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand in the House this evening to respond to my colleague's question. The Prime Minister and his wife have 3 young children. As such, the needs of his family are very different from those of the former Prime Minister's family. The roles of the staff who support the Prime Minister and his family have been altered to better suit their needs and priorities. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that the changes to the staffing structure will not result in an increase to this household budget. Mr. Speaker, as a mother of 3 myself, I am proud to be a member of this government. We have committed to helping Canadian families who need it most. In the upcoming budget, the Minister of Finance will introduce the Canada Child Benefit, which will put more money into the pockets of 9 out of 10 families and help them raise their children. It would also help lift more than 300,000 children out of poverty. Unlike the previous government's unfair policies, which favored higher income families, the Canada Child Benefit is larger, monthly, tax-free, and tied to income, so it will provide the greatest support to low-income families and single-parent households. Mr. Speaker, I also want to stress that ensuring all families have access to affordable, quality childcare is the priority of this government. In case the member opposite is unaware, I would like to inform her about the meeting that the Minister of Children, Families and Communities had earlier this month with his provincial counterparts to move forward on this important issue. This government understands the needs to work with our provincial and territorial partners to design a framework for childcare that meets the needs of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In the absence of past federal leadership, the provinces have been required to move forward with crafting their own childcare programs. I am proud to say that they now have a partner with this government. Mr. Speaker, like the Prime Minister, I am a parent and understand all too well the pressures of raising children while juggling a busy career. I hope my colleague across the aisle can agree that we can and must do more to support modern Canadian families, and I invite her to join us in this important work. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank you very much, and I totally respect where this member is coming from. I, too, am the mother of 5 children, so I, too, understand the balance that you need to have as not only the mother, but as a family member to make sure that everybody has this. My point here, though, is the actions of the Prime Minister were extremely hypocritical, and I find that if it's somebody I need to entrust running this country, I need to believe his words. And I believe his words were empty, or that the Prime Minister's words were empty at the time when he is just criticizing the previous government on our universal childcare benefit. As I indicated earlier, it's not just about the funds being there, it's about the funds of taxpayers. It's about the Canadian taxpayers who are funding this, and it's about money being used wisely and respecting the Canadian tax dollars. And that's one thing I have a concern with. If this was something that all Canadians had, I would fully respect it. But my biggest issue, as I said, is the Prime Minister's lack of respect for the universal childcare benefit that he constantly criticized, yet when the opportunity came for him to dole out money for himself, he was able to do so. I respect the needs for childcare, especially with hardworking families, and I respect the Prime Minister, but at the same time, this is not due action.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the changes in the structure of the Prime Minister's household staff reflects the needs of his young family. and I could say that the Prime Minister values the Canadian taxpayer. As such, they will not result in an increase to his household budget. As I said before, I am proud of the work our government is undertaking to better support Canadian families. The Canada Child Benefit will give more money to 9 out of 10 families and lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We are also working in partnership with our provinces and territories to address the critical issue of providing high-quality, affordable childcare. As a parent herself, I am sure the member opposite agrees that it is our responsibility as elected officials to do all that we can to support Canadian families. And I would repeat my invitation to her to join us in this work by supporting the Canada Child Benefit. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Comox MCTS is the third busiest marine traffic centre across Canada, handling an average of 900 marine accidents and emergencies per year, behind only Victoria and Halifax. When this government talks about consolidation of the Coast Guard, don't be fooled. They are talking about cuts. Cuts to people's livelihood, cuts to safety, cuts to service that would impact smaller communities across the beautiful riding of North Island Powell River and the BC coastline. When you make such a drastic change, I would assume you do your homework. You make a plan, you consult your stakeholders, you take into account personnel challenges, and assess risks. I want to take a minute to talk about the associate risk and the necessity of risk assessments in this case. Prince Rupert and Victoria, the two projected remaining MCTS centres, both lie in tsunami hazard zones. Mr. Speaker, the Comox station is in a safe zone and during an earthquake would not face an evacuation due to a tsunami. The Liberal plan would leave the two communication centres being evacuated during a major earthquake, potentially leaving the entire BC coast without any Coast Guard communications coverage. The risk assessments are generally simple calculation of two components: the magnitude of the potential loss and the probability that the loss would occur. The coast of British Columbia is on the ring of fire, Mr. Speaker. Earthquakes happen frequently up and down the coast. Being prepared for the potential of a large earthquake and the resulting likelihood of a tsunami is part of our makeup on the coast. British Columbians know that there is a huge probability of a tsunami. Within this context, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure the government is doing its homework. The Comox MCTS base should be staffed for the emergencies inherent in a seismic event. When the Conservatives decided to admit risk assessment, common sense went flying out the window and voters voted them out. Will this government make sure a risk assessment is done before the closure? Will they protect communications coverage in BC in case of a seismic event? I am proud to have met with the members of the Coast Guard. I know the excellent work they do day and night. Mr. Speaker, I also wonder if this government has assessed the reality that the radio sites are limited on the screen. This means that the radio coverage cannot be expanded to watch all sites. We have heard the staff have been trained and have the appropriate resources, but when the Tofino Centre was closed, only 2 of those 3 positions were moved to Prince Rupert. This is simply logistics, Mr. Speaker. If there are not eyes, if there are not even enough screens, and the screens do not hold all of the images, how is it that we are safe? How is it that our ocean and coastline is protected? The new government had a chance to review the Conservative decisions, consult with people, and make decisions from this context. British Columbia coast offers some of the most breathtaking sceneries in this country. I love my riding. The coastline that I represent is full of many islands and remote coastal communities which are populated. Often these small and remote communities, the communication station is their only connection, as there are no phone lines or cell phone access in that area. Local knowledge is key when faced with these challenges. People on the coast want to see strong safety and emergency measures in place. The specificities of the living in this part of the country expose us to some hazards, but we know we can count on the Coast Guard to be there. Our very lives depend on it. I represent people in these communities. We've grown up with a very proud sense of local knowledge. This cannot be lost. The local Comox MCTS amassed understanding of our region, observed, and they understand local weather. How can the minister claim that this is not a big loss for our region?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Monsieur le Président, la priorité absolue.
Mr. Speaker, the absolute priority of the Canada Coast Guard is the safety of our people on the water. We take calls, we monitor systems, and we also monitor the weather, give weather alerts and other types of alerts. We provide information as well to help ships coming through, and we help the ships move efficiently.
Marine Communication and Traffic Services Center has brought Coast Guard communication control equipment into the 21st century alongside other developed nations. Le gouvernement du Canada a investi.
The government of Canada has invested in infrastructure for the Canada Coast Guard in order to provide modern telecommunications and other equipment at strategic points across the country. Communications and navigation technologies have changed greatly over the past few decades. Even the fuel control equipment has had to be modernized. We have new technologies that have taken over from old technologies, and this helps us optimize resources and increase safety.
Coverage remains exactly the same, but is now supported by the 21st century communication control equipment. At present, we have successfully consolidated 9 of 10 Marine Communication and Traffic Services Center. L'emplacement physique des centres.
The physical location of the equipment doesn't depend on the places that we have had stations in the past. We are able to bring services together and provide the service. The officers responsible for maritime traffic and navigation are highly professional in order to monitor the control equipment as they must do. They have training and know the geographic areas that they're dealing with very well. They are recognized for their expertise and competence before they are hired. The Canadian Coast Guard has reached standards that mean that it provides 24-hour service.
For the incredible and difficult job they are doing each and every day. Et nous sommes heureux aussi.
We're also pleased that the committee will be reviewing maritime services.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. However, the minister seems to have already made up his mind on the imminent closure of the Comox MCTS. Why doesn't he just level with this House? Last week, the Fisheries Committee approved a study of this issue. Why isn't the minister, his staff, and the Coast Guard interested to find out the different implications of the closure? Clearly, they don't want to do their homework. Why can't they wait for the findings of this committee before deciding on the future action of this vital centre?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, our communications and marine traffic centers have been modernized for the 21st century. They are more reliable and help our officers to provide more efficient services.
For the highly skilled and professional team of the center and provide them with tools that they need to continue delivering essential services to mariners. Monsieur le Président, moi j'ai visité...
Mr. Speaker, I visited some of these centers with the minister, and I was very impressed by what we saw, by the competent staff who were able to show us the technology that they worked with and how well it worked. Now people can benefit from this new technology, and this helps the mariners.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. It's now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.